Just a quick test here at Edgbaston. We'll get underway at about 5 to 11. Weather conditions beautiful. Day 2 of Warwickshire against Yorkshire coming up in a few minutes' time. Very good morning and welcome to Edgbaston. Beautiful morning for day 2 of this Rothesay County Championship game between Warwickshire and Yorkshire. Yorkshire in the box seat after the opening day, not quite as much as they might have been, but actually with the weather conditions this morning, they got a chance to power on. They bowled Warwickshire out for just 147 in their first innings. Jack White taking 4 wickets. Sam Hayne the only real resistance with 57. And then they rode a bit of a storm. Drop catch was a key actually for James Wharton, who went on to make 40. They ended the day on 110 for 4, a deficit of 37, with 2 very experienced players together. Harry Brook, his first match of the summer, unbeaten on 29, and Johnny Bairstow on 9. If Yorkshire could have asked for one more thing to happen today, it would be for the weather to be as bright as it is. That what clouds there are very high in the sky. There's quite a bit of blue sky. Temperature could go up to 19 degrees today, and I don't know quite what the playing surface is going to offer, but it feels like a bit more of a batting day, certainly, than yesterday was. I'm Richard Wilford from BBC Radio WM. At 11:30, we'll be joined by Melinda Farrell, who's with us for the first 3 days of this game. And I'm delighted to say, alongside me, looking refreshed and reinvigorated. He looked very good on his social media video this morning from the BBC Yorkshire stations, Jonathan Doidge.
Thanks, Richard. Yeah, good morning, everyone. Talk about refreshed and reinvigorated. I was in the shower at the hotel this morning when the fire alarm went off.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so that had to be quickly out, sorted and downstairs. And then what happens? You get to the foot of the 7 flights of stairs, and then a bloke walks in with his fire gear on and goes, "It's all right, false alarm, sorted, everyone's okay, get yourself back in." Thanks for that. So if that's the way the day started, then things can only get better. However, Yorkshire yesterday, just speaking to the lads and the coaching staff, I don't think they expected that the ball, having seen the deck, would zip around quite as much as it did. I think they thought, bowling day, yeah, cloud cover, it looks a bit green, but I don't think any of them had imagined 147 when they won the toss, so they were pretty happy with the way things had gone. And obviously, they lost 4 wickets themselves. There was disappointment, I know, in a couple of decisions, those for Finlay Bean and Matthew Revis, who both felt that they were outside the line at the point of contact. Finlay was certainly confused with how he was given, but given he was. And they've got Johnny Bairstow, who seemed quite chipper when I spoke to him at Breckers this morning, and Harry Brook to try and take them on. And I think for them, with the conditions as they are, and given the fact that they've already lost 4 wickets, if they could get, well, A, to lunch, but I think stretching things on, if they could, about an hour into the afternoon, something like that, or even get to tea, which would be the ultimate aim, then there would be a fair way on, wouldn't there, and be able to put some real pressure on the hosts.
Yeah, and what we have noted this season is that wickets here can get flatter. They did against Surrey, not quite so much against Essex in what was a low-scoring game, but a lead of 100 here could be highly significant. These two could take the game away from the home team by lunch, as you just described there. Ethan Bamber and Ollie Hannon-Dolby, we presume, will come out and bowl the first overs today. There are 100 overs today, which is a curiosity, but effectively the way the calculation is done, obviously it's getting worse sometimes, the overcomplication of this game. You would think you get an extra 8 overs today because we fell short by 16, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
You'd think we get 8 overs. No. At the time we went off for bad light, there was only time to bowl another 4 overs. So those are the 4 overs that get added.
Wow.
We discovered this at Hove earlier in the year, where day 1 fell 8 overs short because of bad light, but it fell short. We went off at 6:03, and as a result, those 8 overs are lost to the world.
Who would have thought that in the day when the paying spectator pays to come in and pays to watch cricket, that we wouldn't want to give value for money?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's going to be a long day one way or another. If it goes its full course without the light intervening, then it's going to be a 7 o'clock day. So if you've only got half a day free, you're going to see some pretty good cricket today if you come down later. That's for sure. And this match could move a long, long way as the Warwickshire team come out. Notably, quite a few of them without their sweaters today, which doesn't half help the commentators because they don't have numbers on their jumpers. But they emerge from down in front of us, and the 2 Yorkshire batters will come out to follow them. I've got updates to do at 4 minutes past the hour for the first session. Just let Jonathan know that, because we didn't quite combine. I was trying to sort out one of the 2 little technical issues we had yesterday. I'm hoping that we're not going to have the same problem today.
I had to do a preview this morning back to Radio Leeds, where I was asked to do an impression of the great Sir David Attenborough. Can you believe it? They were asking for people to send voice notes in, and he put me on the spot.
Can you do it now?
I couldn't do it then, let alone now. I just had to sort of do that whispery thing, that he did when he was with the Gorillas.
Yeah, that was good. I think you could carry that off. I saw the last 25 minutes of the concert at the Royal Albert Hall in his honour, and some extraordinary people had submitted tributes to him.
Yeah, well, I mean, just brilliant. Yeah, absolutely fantastic. It'll be a sad loss when the moment comes, but what a legacy he'll leave.
True enthusiast for his subject. So it's going to be Yorkshireman to Yorkshireman, because Oliver Hannon-Dolby is going to take up the attack this morning. 2 for 25 last night. Wharton dropped. It would have been 3 for very little at that time. He's got Alex Davis standing up to the stumps and just 2 slips for Brook who is going to be one of two massive prize wickets that the Bears are going to have to take this morning if they're going to stay competitive in this game of cricket. So Hannah Dolby striding in, shaven-headed, comes in to bowl to Brooke, and it's going to go off the gloves of Alex Davis and down to third, who is going to chase it down as it almost goes onto the hand of Ethan Bamber. But they come through for 2 byes from the opening ball of the day, and that's now 14 in this innings out of a score of 112 for 4, which isn't ideal, but that was difficult standing up. Got a bit of bounce there. If he'd got nothing on it, Sam Hain probably would have stopped it at slip. But there is a bit of bounce. Ollie Hannah was saying last night there is good carry in this wicket, which is indicated as well by the fact the slips are well back for him here. As he bowls to Brooke, and that's a better take from Davis. So we are with you on BBC Sports Extra this morning, as well as Sports Extra 3 for most of the day. But welcome aboard those of you on Sports Extra. Jonathan Doidge and Richard Wilford at Edgbaston on a beautiful morning in Birmingham. 112 for 4 are Yorkshire. They trailed by 35 with Harry Brooke on 29 not out. There were some moments of aggression from him yesterday on what was not an easy surface, and the overhead conditions yesterday also were very difficult. But now he's facing up to Hannon Dolby and looking to drive through the offside, and on the short boundary that's going to be a tough chase for Dan Mosley, who pulls out the dive, but he can't stop the ball rolling over the rope. And the first boundary of the morning, Brooke goes to 33, 116 for 4. Yeah,
I was down having a look at the pitch before play started, and from up here in the gods, that feels like a fairly short boundary. It still looked long enough from the middle, so the other way, dear me. And the 4 that Harry struck over towards the hover cover yesterday, he got after that. Ben Cliff was really impressed when I spoke to him this morning, saying he'd never seen him hit a ball harder. I mean, it hit the boundary rope in split second, didn't it?
Yeah, whistled another 25 yards through to the temporary fence there as well, as this next delivery draws Brooke forward in defence. There were a couple of deliveries he hit very, very hard, but that one was extremely noticeable. There's a little bit of work on the building site today. There are a few hard hats to be seen, so seeing them getting busy on a Saturday.
I spoke to the groundsman, by the way, I forget his name.
Gary Barnwell.
Gary. Lovely chap, and he was telling me, we were asking about the floodlight yesterday. Apparently this floodlight that to our left over the building site is just not working, but all the others were yesterday afternoon.
Update coming up any second as Hannah Dolby comes in. This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, where Yorkshire resuming their first innings at 116 for 4, just 31 runs behind Warwickshire. It's a dangerous morning for the Bears because the 2 batters at the crease could carry this game away from them very quickly. England's Harry Brooke has already struck 1 beautiful boundary through the covers. He's on 33. Johnny Bairstow with him on 9, the veteran, another very aggressive batsman. 31 the lead for Warwickshire, but there are still 6 Yorkshire wickets remaining. Hannah Dolby strides it again, having fielded the last delivery off his own bowling. And this next one dug out by Brooke out into the offside. There's no run, 116 for 4. So it's going to be interesting to see how they cope with the need for a floodlight in a couple of weeks' time for a T20 that starts at 7 o'clock, because it would leave one part of the ground a little bit dark.
He seemed to think that they would be it would be sorted by then. Apparently it's been moved because of the building work, but yeah, he seemed to think it would be sorted in time for that. So you Bears fans, fear not, you're not going to be in darkness, I don't think, for the T20s. Ethan Bamber is going to open the bowling from this pavilion end, and as Finlay Bean acknowledged in that little chat this morning, certainly got it nipping and zipping while he was in the early part of the Yorkshire innings. And it's Johnny Bairstow on strike there at 116 for 4. Very pleasant Birmingham morning with the city backdrop away at the Birmingham end of the ground, as you might expect, really. Nothing's changed since yesterday in that respect. Here's Bamber coming in and bowling now. Umpire Russ Warren at this pavilion end. That was wide of off stump, and Bairstow left. Jack Shantry, who's got the band around his hat, that's probably the best distinguishing mark between the pair of them. He's out at square leg. Sun nowhere near its full height yet, so we've got a bit of shadowing from the floodlight away to our right. And the majority of spectators out down towards the scoreboard corner or at this end of the ground as Bairstow, stepping forward, drops that into the pitch. I mentioned a bit of disappointment with those couple of decisions. Finley Bean was LBW to Ethan Bambury, said it hit both his pads. The theory, I think, in playing was to get outside the line, and if there was a nick on a delivery, that was just one of those consequences that you'd have to suffer. But they were trying to cut out the LBW. Matthew Revis was batting quite a way out of his crease. He was LBW to Ollie Hannon-Dolby. Bamber, meanwhile, bowls and over pitches. That's a lovely shot by Johnny Bairstow for 4, straight back past the bowler. Just waited and punched it, and he's on to 13 as a result. 120 for 4. 27 runs now the deficit. You never quite know how it's going to go with this pair, particularly probably more so Johnny, with the way he likes to play. But if he can bat some time this morning, he'll just naturally pick up a weight of runs as he drops that into the leg side.
It's funny how the improved weather just makes the surface look different. It looks lighter. It looks flatter. And there isn't too much wrong with it yesterday. It just did a bit, didn't it? Did a bit in the air, did a bit off the seam, did quite a lot at times. I mean, Van Beek got some to hoop yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those sort of unfortunate things about cricket, isn't it? That, you know, the same match, conditions can vary quite considerably. But I suppose that is part of the beauty as well of 4-day cricket, as Bairstow opens the face, runs one down to third man, because you know, these things, as these things go, you're going to have a few of those bad days a year where it's the worst day of the 4 to bat on, and you've got to really scrap away, and the opposition will, get out there in sunshine like we've got today, and then it'll flip at various points of the season, and you've just got to be good enough to withstand the bad days and good enough to take your opportunities on the good ones, really. Here's Bamber in and bowling. Oh, Brooke does have a little push at one, wide of off Stumpy, then replays it, bringing the bat inside the line. Is that a vuvuzela?
I'd laugh
it from the bat.
It does sound like a vuvuzela. There were a young family who were lost in the corridors a little bit earlier, who were heading towards one of the executive boxes, and there were a couple of young children, and we are unavoidably going to hear them at some point because of where they're positioned, and the vuvuzelas and regular requests for food are just going to happen, Jonathan. It's just one of those things. Yeah, that's good though that there's some youngsters coming down to watch Championship cricket. Ollie Hannon-Dolby prepares to start another over. Bit of a pleasant breeze, which is going from right to left as we look, which means the weather is tending to become from a pretty benign side of the ground, not where the rain normally comes from. As Hannon-Dolby back of a length, that's a good carry there. It went past Bairstow at hip height. He showed no interest in that with the bat, and it goes through to the wicket keeper. There's no run.
Every little thing she does is magic. The strains of that cricket commentary in our ears here, folks. Will every little thing Ollie Hannon-Dolby does for the rest of this over be magical?
There's Hannon-Dolby in again, defended into the leg side, and there's no run. I'm trying to deal with an issue that Jonathan and I have got at the moment, but at the moment the people at the radio stations do not understand what I'm asking them to do.
No, yeah, these are things that do happen during most seasons at some point. But it is rather nice to hear Sting and the boys, thrashing away while we're looking out over Birmingham.
So Hannon-Dolby turns and comes in again to bowl to Bairstow, who drives nicely. That's a useful left hand on it from Hannon-Dolby. It then bursts through the fingers of Barnard mid-off, and will come through for a single, but I do suspect that Hannon-Dolby's left mitt may have saved 3 runs there. Bairstow goes to 15, 122 for 4.
Yeah, and Ed was a little unlucky, wasn't he? He was moving towards the original line of the ball, and so it was deflected just beyond his absolute grasp. He did get fingertips to it, but they took the opportunity to pick up one. We have a Farrell in the building.
She has been here for a while. She's brought a new cup with her. As Hannah Dobby's guided down to third by Brooke. Again, just taking what's on offer, guides it down to Ethan Bamber for another single, 123 for 4. She's got a nice new reusable cup.
Yeah.
You left this yesterday, by the way, if you were looking for it. Do you want it now? Or?
She's gone for a sort of flesh tone coloured cup, really. Yeah, you put it up against your cheek, you can't see the join, I don't think. Though.
It's a soft blush. Unbelievable. Oh well. What's the problem here for Johnny Bairstow? What is he doing? It's his glove. His left glove was not doing up properly. But now he stands with his bat raised high, almost baseball style. And he chops down on this. It goes into the leg side. It was a good ball from Hannah Dolby. Maybe just come in a little bit.
There's kind of always got to be something happening for Johnny. It's just like that, really. Whatever it might be. It goes back to I once read a book about the great film The Magnificent Seven, the 1960 version.
Oh, yeah.
And obviously there were lots of stars in the film, but there was a bit of a Brynner-McQueen thing. And I think there's an element of McQueen in Johnny out there. I'll explain more in a sec.
Hannah Dolby in again to Bairstow, driven and fielded in his follow-through. But it's a bump ball, but neatly taken by Hannah Dolby, end of the over, 123 for 4.
So it's kind of like Harry Brook and Johnny Bairstow out there. Who's the star? Well, they both are in cricketing terms. Harry, is a star who has risen, and Johnny's has obviously dimmed slightly recently because of his loss of his England place, but he's still got 100 caps to his name, and so he's been the man. McQueen and Brynner, if you look at some of the scenes, I'd never thought about this until I read the book, but look at some of the scenes where they're both in it, and Yul Brynner's got the lead lines, and McQueen will be in the background scratching his face, doing something to try and take your attention away from Yul Brynner. Bamber in, and Brooke turns that into the leg side. There's no run, and there's that sort of feel sometimes when Johnny's out there that he needs something to feed off or whatever. So if it's changing his glove, if it's a pad that's not right, he's got to have a chat with the umpire like he is doing now. Things like that. There's always a little bit of something happening.
But things like that, chatting to the umpire, that sort of thing, that's good because it means you've got to learn to switch your concentration on and off, haven't you? A little bit. If you're 100% on it all the time for a long innings, it will exhaust you very quickly.
123 for 4 as Bamber bowls to Brooke, who drives to deepish mid-off. And that has been fielded by Ed. It is Ed Barnard, I should say. It's gone quiet now. We've got no music in the background.
Whichever of the two stations it was, it's a triumph. It is an absolute triumph.
Here's Bamber again. Brooke and that trigger movement, and then hammers that one. There you go again. Once he's lined things up, bang. When it's hit, it stays hit, and that's also a rattle into the builder's fence, 20 yards or so beyond the boundary rope, backward of point. Too much width on that occasion from Ethan Bamber. And Yorkshire have now reduced the deficit to just the 20.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't started well with the ball here. Bamber in particular hasn't looked to get into rhythm.
No, it's not feeling quite the same as it did yesterday under those cloudier skies. As Brooke just pushing forward into this one.
And a no ball as well.
Extra couple. So Bamber 1 for 34. 129, well, in fact 1 for 36 now with the no ball. 129 for 4. 18 runs behind. 2 slips in place, but a less attacking field. They've ringed it with a man at deep backward square leg and a third man, and Bamber bowls again over the wicket. Alex Davis taking that one on the rise, so again good evidence of good carry. It's heartening to know that the construction workers are still here, and the digger is still in operation away to the left on a Saturday. I wonder if they'll still be around on Sunday as well, just to get the job done.
I doubt that.
Will that cost too much on the overtime front?
But it's interesting. I mean, it might be they've got something being delivered. They're on the little mound over by the tiny scoreboard that only gets used during power cuts.
Bamber in again. Brook goes back foot, opens the face, and has run that one down to third man for a single. Harry on to 39 in what feels like a bit of a blink of the eye. 54 deliveries though he has faced either side of the overnight. 130 for 4. There's fewer in terms of number in the smattering of speckies over in the Eric Hollies stand, because the majority have gone down to face the sun and get a bit of warmth. No surprise either, as Bairstow has hammered this one away through mid-wicket for 6 runs. Goodness me, hadn't picked it up at all once it left the bat, but that has cleared the boundary on that short side. Bamber over pitching on leg stump, and Johnny making him pay. 21 now to Bairstow at the end of that over, and all of a sudden the deficit down to 11, so 26 added this morning in no time. 136 for 4.
Yeah, lovely flick into the crowd, and of course that was the extra delivery because of the no ball earlier in the over, which proved a very costly one. And you know, the deficit only 11, and these two are very quickly taking the game away from Warwickshire. And this is a real problem for Ed Barnard. If Ethan Bamber isn't in the groove, then he's they'll have to consider turning to himself or Jordan Thompson, who did okay in his spell yesterday. Michael Booth. If Michael Booth comes on, things are going to happen very quickly, one way or another. Alan Dolby is into Brook, who leaves the ball alone, and once it hits the gloves of Alex Davis, he then rehearses a back foot drive. An attractive looking shot that would have been. You know, I mean, to some extent, all the Warwickshire supporters here want to win this game, but you do want to see these two fellas bat as well.
Yeah, it's one of those double-edged swords about being a county cricket follower, isn't it? Especially when these sort of players don't play that many games.
Yeah. See Harry Brook play championship cricket. It might be here and nowhere else all season as he guides the ball down to third for a single. He's made a very calm start today. I think they sense the opportunity. He's up to 40, 137 for 4, and the ball in its 30th over is only going to get softer in the next 15-20.
Yeah, and obviously you've not had the benefit of seeing Joe this week. He's played the last couple of weeks and he's playing again next week. But the Somerset fans and commentary team purring about pretty much everything he did from the moment he walked on the field last week, so they enjoyed his presence.
He's been a model cricketer for 15 years, hasn't he? Just exceptional. What can't he do with the bat? Seriously, what can't he do? Here's Bairstow waiting, push into the offside. Okay, he isn't as powerful a hitter as many in the modern game, but he can certainly put the ball in the crowd in a white ball game quite happily. We've seen the power of invention since Brendan McCullum took over, and the ramp shots outrageously early in test matches, but most of all in all conditions, whether it be a spinning surface or whether it be a fast wicket, Joe Root adjusts, and he's got to be the best England batsman of my lifetime, I think.
Yeah, him and KP, probably, for me.
Bairstow awaits, left alone outside off stump.
Dare I say it?
Who are you playing for? Who you want to bat for your life?
Oh, yeah, I don't think there's only one of those.
KP is one of the most entertaining batters, up there with your Ian Bothams and your Andrew Flintoffs.
Still a great player though as well.
He had a great eye, tremendous eye, excellent reach, ability to totally dominate attacks, which is rare, and total box office. You know, again, you weren't leaving the telly when he was batting for England.
No, and there's obviously a bit of that dominating the opposition in the two who are out there at the moment.
Alan Dolby is trying not to be dominated. That's bail high just outside off stump. That's a nice line from Alan Dolby, who liked that ball, I think.
Yeah, enjoyed it. Obviously, any scalp's a good one when you're a bowler, but these two would be just that bit sweeter, I'm sure, whoever you are.
There's a performance here for Yorkshire that meant that Ollie Alan Dolby became a player that Warwickshire were very keen to contract, and now comfortably over a decade down in his adopted Birmingham. And that one a straighter delivery defended by Best. I was wondering about a quick single, but Hannah Dolby was able to block it off in his follow-through. Good over that from the experienced seamer. 137 for 4. Looks like Bamber is going to go again, but he is not about his business yet this morning. I think it's reasonable to say as these two have now added 36 and the deficit is just 10.
Yeah, Ed Barnard just wants 4, let's say 4 overs strung together where things get a bit drier, where the runs are not flowing, the bad balls certainly are not there, and maybe just the odd single, and he'll start to feel like he's got some sort of a foothold into day 2. But at the moment it's Yorkshire who started the better again. Oh, Brook pushing at what that leaves him outside off stump. Didn't go right through with the shot, just replays it, but he was certainly playing something at it.
That's much better from Bamber in terms of line and length. That's chalk and cheese from what he did with his first 13 deliveries, including the no ball. In that is in the corridor that's going to tempt.
Here comes Bamber again then. Past umpire Warren and bowled him. Off stump has gone. Harry Brook poleaxed by Ethan Bamber. 137 for 5 and Brook gone for 40. His 58th delivery out there in the middle, and Warwickshire celebrate a big wicket.
Well, credit to Ethan Bamber. 2 difficult overs to start with. Starts this one well, and that delivery, it's angled in towards off stump. It may have done a little bit off the seam, but it goes through the gate. And Brook for 40. That is the scalp. 2nd wicket of the innings for Ethan Bamber. But what a terrific comeback to start this over. The last ball of his previous one was dispatched unceremoniously into the hollies. And he comes back and bowls 2 good deliveries in a row. The outswinger, the slight in-dipper, and Brook is gone. That's a quality wicket. He earned that in those 2 deliveries. And Brook will be frustrated because he hadn't really tried anything risky. He'd been very sensible so far in his batting. But he goes with Yorkshire still 10 runs behind. And then comes the very capable all-rounder George Hill.
Yeah, but with that, you've got to say the game changes again to some extent just because of Harry Brook's capabilities and the speed at which he can score runs as well. So there'll be a lot more confidence running through the veins of the Bears just on that 1 wicket. Johnny's still out there, and George, as you say, can play. He started the season pretty well with the bat. He's got 4 first-class tons to his name.
There'll be some chuntering in the press box now because there'll be a few who've come today specifically to see Brook play. And he's done at 23 minutes past 11.
That's cricket, Harry.
I suppose some of them could hurtle down to New Road with a view to seeing Ben Stokes bat later.
Well, it sounds like there were a few there yesterday as well, didn't it?
Yeah.
He looked lithe, didn't he? Not Adam, but Ben.
He looked trim. And again, another one in that array of cricketers who are sheer box office. Ben Stokes, whatever he's doing it wholeheartedly.
Bamber then. First delivery to George Hill. Just gets underneath it slightly on its way towards cover, but survives it.
I just thought for a second or a split second that he was going to miss that and be out LBW. It was a good full delivery from Bamber. Credit to him, he just didn't look right his first 2 overs this morning. Sometimes it does take a moment to get into rhythm.
137 for 5 now then Yorkshire, trailing by 10. Bamber in, and this time George just propping forward a little bit towards the inside of the bat. Diverts it to a certain Jordan Aaron Thompson, fielding in the mid-wicket region. No run.
Was that his middle name? So Jordan Aaron Thompson, Jat.
Yeah.
That was the old Yugoslavian Airlines back in the 70s and 80s. I remember flying with them once when we stayed in what is now Croatia when I was at primary school. Yeah.
Here is Bamber again, and Hill defends. I was over that way last September. We had a break between those matches in September for a few days. I flew to Dubrovnik.
Wow.
And stayed only about a couple of miles away from it. What's it called now? Began with an M. Lovely, very nice spot. Anyway, I'd recommend it if I could remember the name of it. It was that memorable. Bamber in, and Harry Brook defending solidly. And again, there is Harry Brook, George Hill defending solidly. And there, again, there is no run. Harry Brook, the wicket, was what I was about to say during that over. A big wicket for Warwickshire and for Ethan Bamber. He's got 2 for. And Yorkshire 137 for 5, still trailing by 10.
It'd be nearly 50 years ago that we stayed in what is now Croatia, in Ravin, and yet from the 7-year-old me that was there, I can still remember the smell of the pine trees that led down to the sea. They have forests that tends to go right to the coastline there, which is stunning, and the senses stay with you, don't you, of places that you've visited.
A bit like the smell of Billingsgate Fish Market in the lift here this morning.
Hannah Dolby are driven nicely by Bairstow, who thinks about it and then decides to jog up to the other end. He knows that's going for 4. That's a lovely straight drive from Bairstow. He's to 25, 141 for 5. Yorkshire trail by 6.
Yeah, you kind of either stand and admire those, don't you, or you do the jog down and make sure you're touching at the other end. It's like unwritten things in cricket.
Yeah, but there was no arrogance about him standing watching it. He knew that he timed it well enough. I suppose in the back of your mind there's just that, oh, what if it stops? What if it pulls up a foot short because of the wet patch or something? And Dolby 2 for 36. 2 good wickets yesterday evening. In again to Bairstow, who drives him again, and not for the first time today. Hannah Dolby stoops low down that 6'7" frame and stops the ball with his left hand. 141 for 5. At the end of this over, I will make way for Melinda Farrell. You need to build her confidence up today. She's got a bee in a bonnet, and it's not a domain that I can give her much advice on, really. But she'll be fine. Hannah Dolby comes into bowl to Bairstow, bowls him. He left it and he lost off stump. And the 2 wickets that the Bears needed, they have taken in the first half hour. And Bairstow has misjudged the ball that has cut back slightly from Hannah Dolby. He leans on his bat for a while, he rehearses the shot that he might have played, but the reality is he played no shot at all, and off stump is lying 2 metres behind him.
Oh dear. Yeah. What can you say? If you're not going to use the bat, you can't really have any complaints. And another innings probably shorter than Yorkshire's, well, no, definitely shorter than Yorkshire's supporters would want from Johnny. And he seemed to be getting going quite nicely there this morning. That was a lovely drive he'd played just up the other end past Ollie Hannah Dolby, but 25 off 25 balls is too short a cameo, really, from the Yorkshire skipper.
Good delivery. That actually has come back a fair way. And the door is a little bit open again for Warwickshire. We've got a very interesting game of cricket brewing up here. There's that notion, isn't it, that a fast game is a good game. It's not always the case, but what we have seen is some really good pace bowling from the Yorkshire quartet yesterday. And from the Bears, particularly Hannah Dolby and Bamber. And Hannah Dolby's lone spell at Worcestershire, I was talking to him last night, and he said it feels like getting 100 overs under his belt there when Warwickshire's strength in depth was keeping him out of the team, has been very useful to him. And he had, for all the struggle that he had in the Championship last year, and he certainly struggled in the Kookaburra games. He had eventually they left him out of one of those, but he took some stick in those. He's come back and really hit his straps here this week. 3 for 36, and he took 10 Championship wickets last season. Hannah Dolby, he's beyond that early in May, but he's enjoying his cricket. Did ask after Hannah Dolby Jr. He's certainly enjoying fatherhood as well. When you're at that point, you're beyond 35. You know you're working through your last couple of years. Very fit man. And, he gets the second prize of the morning. Don Bess is the new batter, and he pushes forward in defence out into the offside, and there's no run.
Yep. So it was all well and good starting the game well, which Yorkshire did yesterday, but they've relinquished that grip to some extent clearly now, because they're still behind and just the 4 wickets left, and the dreams of hanging around until tea, if they could, well, not completely gone, but certainly have taken a bit of a battering.
You know, if these last 4 wickets add 100, 150, then they'll be back in charge of the game. And Dolby into Best. Best defends back into the bowler's follow through. He's fielded it more of his own bowling in his first handful of overs this morning than I think he would do in a normal 4-day game. So let you know, 100 overs in the day. I don't know whether that's adjusted the intervals or not. It's neither here nor there, is it? Whether we get an extra 5 minutes in each session? Could be the case. Lunch might be a few moments later than we anticipate. 3 slips now in place for Hannon Dolby, and that goes past the edge of Best. Good delivery from Hannon Dolby. So Brook gone for 40, Bairstow for 25, Yorkshire 141 for 6, trailing Warwickshire by 6. Jonathan Doidge will continue, and he's going to be joined by Melinda Farrell.
Thanks, Richard. Yeah, so as Richard says, interesting game bubbling up. We're not far off parity, although Yorkshire do still have the 4 wickets. After these 2, well, Logan van Beek down to come in at 9. Hasn't really got many so far for Yorkshire, but his record suggests that he's capable. Jack White and then Ben Cliff. So they really do need to work hard. This pair in particular, probably you'd say the last recognised batting pair, batting partnership. As Bamber makes his way in then to bowl to Hill, who has a flick at one down the leg side, and of course Warwickshire just excited at the moment because they've seen the back of Brook and Bairstow raising their arms and giving a little yelp for just about anything, trying to keep that pressure on out there. Morning, Mel.
Good morning, and what a morning. I arrived here, sun shining, thinking, oh, this looks like a good day for batting. And yet we're still seeing it do a bit, and 2 massive scalps being removed by Warwickshire's bowlers.
Here's Bamber. Hill driving just slightly uppishly again towards mid-on, where it's fielded by the man in the floppy hat who goes by the name of Michael Booth. At least, as Richard said, we can see the numbers on most of the Warwickshire players now, so for those of us who don't see them play every week, helps a bit with the IDs. And yeah, Yorkshire just got to be careful here. These 2, it's no good me telling them what to do. They know how to play the game, but I'm sure they'll just want to give themselves a bit of time out there. There's loads of time left in the match as that ball wide of George's off stump. He left it and it climbed on its way through to the gloves of Alex Davies.
It's been good for Bamber after those first couple of overs where...
Yeah, it was a little bit off with the radar, wasn't he?
But I do really like him. He's such a hard worker, runs in hard all day. Not to like.
Yeah, here he is, lovely shot by George, just wide of the tumbling Barnard at mid-off. He stops it, but they get through for 1.
He actually works so hard. Well, I've spoken to a couple of people around the joint, and they almost have to stop him because he'll overwork himself at times. He and Ollie Hannon Dolby, that last wicket from Bairstow, he won't like looking back at that and lifting his bat the last minute, but for Hannon Dolby to see the stumps cartwheeling, nothing gives a bowler more joy, I'm sure, than that.
Best just sorted out his guard with his back to the Birmingham end, as from the pavilion end Bamber bowls to him and he drops that into the offside, no run. Made a few runs last week, did Dom. Capable player, has got a couple of first-class tons to his name.
Yeah, I've had a shocker, by the way. I've left my chargers at home, so my laptop's dead, my iPad's dead, my phone will probably die in about an hour. So I'm going to see what cables that you and Richard have between you and see if I can purloin.
Yeah, Bamber in. Oh, Bess has got underneath this one. It's not too far away from cover, and he must have had in his mind, do I dive for this or not, or is it just going to go wide of me? Hands on head there. They've got through for 1, because he did just about manage to split the gap. It was Dan Mosley, who's in at cover, who thought maybe that was a chance, but just too wide for him. Yeah, I mean, look, it's my higher charges are relatively cheap on Saturdays, Mel. So you know, I'm sure we can come to some arrangement if.
Do you know what?
Mine
You're living
fits.
up to the stereotype.
What I've got to do.
You're living up to the stereotype, which I would never, ever accuse anyone of, because I love going to Yorkshire. Do you know what? I haven't covered a Yorkshire game in an awfully long time. I reckon that game I did with you season before last was the last time. Here's Ollie Hannon-Dolby, fresh off the wicket of Johnny Bairstow, and the first ball's just pushed up towards wide mid-off. No run. Yeah, I just don't feel like I've commentated on Yorkshire for a very long time. So it's nice.
You would have seen me if you'd have been doing a Yorkshire game between then, because I'm always always
Yorkshire.
Here. I'm always here. Aye.
Here's Hannon-Dolby past the umpire in over the wicket, and that's defended by Bess, not entirely convincingly, but the ball just pushes out in front of him. He has a bit of a look at his bat. It's not really middled, that one.
Richard Mellander's been in touch. He went early with this one. 11-12 this one came up. Morning JD and all. Looks like good batting conditions down there, in stark contrast to the furthest north part of Yorkshire, where it looks like every game in the Darlington and District League is going to be rained off. Hopefully a couple of hours of these two batting to watch now. That was of course Brook and Best at 11-12, and then 11-28 he just sent me another one saying my bad.
Here's Hannon-Dolby. Well, Best tried to turn that into the leg side. He's ended up getting a bit of a leading edge, and it sprawled out to the offside. No run.
Yeah, it was a bit of a drop and go, wasn't it? And George is just coming down to have a word, because Dom wanted to go, George didn't. So George is doing a bit of extended gardening down the pitch. There was a lot of drop and go in last week's match against Somerset. Encouraged, I guess, by the way that Joe Root plays, because he does that so much, so often.
Yeah, the only issue is with the ball still nipping about a bit. Catch the leading edge like we saw there. Here's Hannon-Dolby once more. Oh, do you know what? Best pulled his bat out of the way just at the last minute, and it looked a little bit like what Johnny Bairstow did to the ball that got out. This one passes harmlessly outside the off stump. Gee, how things can change. Yorkshire 110 for 4 when play resumed this morning. So they've added 33 runs for the loss of 2 wickets so far. And after what would have been a pretty chastening day, I think, for Warwickshire, they might just be feeling a little bit better about themselves. Best waits as in comes Hannon-Dolby. It's defended back to the bowler, who has done an awful lot of fielding off his own bowling so far. Back playing his first game for Warwickshire after a loan spell at Worcestershire, and with figures of 3 for 36, I think they'll be pretty glad that they brought him back.
Yeah, definitely. He's bowled wicket to wicket, as we saw with the Johnny Bairstow dismissal.
Yeah, just getting enough out of it. Obviously incredibly knowledgeable about conditions here at Edgbaston. This is the veteran who runs in now and bowls. Bess is quite deep in his crease as he plays that one out towards mid-wicket. And at the end of the over, it's 143 for 6 with Bess on 1 and Hill on 1.
Yeah, come on, let's get the Yorkshire accent out there. Well, we start the day on the right foot, Mel.
But I told you that. So when I do my northern accent, and I know you'd be really unhappy about this, the one that comes out is always Lancashire.
What, the super smashing great marvellous, that one?
I can't help it, and it comes really naturally. So when I ring Scott Reed, the first thing I'll say is, "Are you love? You all right?"
All right, well.
And it just comes out.
Here's Bamber to Hill, driving to mid-off, where it's fielded by Barnard, no run. Well, he did, what was yesterday's? I love Leeds.
Oh, I do. I love Leeds, me.
Love Leeds.
I love Leeds. I do. Spent a lot of time there.
Any time I hear Aussie, whether it's male or female, it's just the twang. It makes me think of somebody you'll probably know from the past as Bamber bowls, and that's turned to leg by Hill, no run, and that was the great rugby league commentator Darrell Eastlake.
Oh right, I don't sound like Darrell Eastlake.
No, you don't sound like him. No, but just the accent. I always want to say, Innocent Gill in the corner does a bit of a boogie. That one,
He wouldn't say boogie. Now that is a very English thing. Boogie.
I think if you
Oh,
go back and
really?
play that commentary from the '88
Oh,
Sydney
all right.
Test match, you'll find that he does.
Oh.
Bamber in, and that's wide of George Hill's off stump, and he leaves. And also the what was it? The plenty of defence out there in the green and gold.
Because I say that because when English people come out to Australia, because I used to live in Coogee, and English people quite often call it Coogee.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it does my head in that.
Really?
Does my head in.
Does your head in? Aye.
Does my head in. Yeah, it's definitely Coogee.
Here's Bamber. Bowling to Hill, who does have a little flick at that. Good delivery from Bamber, which has left the batter on the rise. Through to the gloves of Alex Davies. No run, still 143 for 6, and Yorkshire 4 behind. Well, yeah, pronunciations. I mean, if you get an American saying Nottingham, we say Nottingham. They say Nottingham, don't they?
Well, my sister-in-law and niece arrived this week, and I'm going to have to sort them out because they keep saying Birmingham.
Mm.
And I can't be dealing with that.
Bamber to Hill, who's going through a tough old time out there, but he's surviving okay at the moment. Turned that one to mid-wicket where Jordan Thompson fielded, no run.
My mum was listening to my commentary last week, and she sent me a message saying that I sounded very British.
Hello, Mum, if you're listening.
Well, I don't know which particular British accent though. She thinks I've developed. Could be anything.
Well, yeah, there are a lot to go at. Here's Bamber, wide of off stump, and George stepping forward and leaving once again. End of the over then. Ethan Bamber, 12 overs for 45, 2 wickets. One of those this morning, taking out the off pole of Harry Brook with the ball that nipped back on him. Got through the gate.
Now
And always great to see the pole flattened if you're the bowler.
is that 2 maidens in a row? Because my laptop's dead and I can't really check anything. Is that 2 or have there been more?
That's
Because
a good question. Let's have a look.
that was a maiden from Bamber, and I thought the one before was a maiden from Hannon Dolby. They say if you string 3 in a row.
Yep, you're right, it was.
Here's Hannon Dolby then. First balls played up to mid-on, no run. So if they can string together another.
So in those early moments, I was just saying Ed Barnard will want 3 or 4 overs where he feels like maybe there's just an odd single, no boundaries, he can get a bit of control back. Well, actually, at the end of the 29th over, 136 for 4, there was 1 single off Ollie Hannon Dolby's next over. There was a wicket maiden for Ethan Bamber, so he got that control. There was just a 4 by Johnny Bairstow in the over before he was out.
Here's Hannon Dolby. Oh, that one has gone. Oh, goodness gracious me. Warwickshire on fire. Hannon Dolby on fire. It's a nick. It's gone to the slips. And that's another wicket to fall. We said the pressure was building. The dot balls, the maidens, usually means there's a wicket around the corner. And it's Hannon Dolby who strikes, taken low at second slip. And that's just what the doctor ordered for Warwickshire. Not so much for Yorkshire. They've lost 7 wickets now with 143 on the board.
Yeah, and still behind on the scoreboard. I'm certainly behind in terms of play this morning on a day where we thought batting conditions were better. But a thickish edge from Don Best. Rob Yates it was at second slip who did the catching. Hannon Dolby bowled it from fairly wide, angled in. Best has got to play at that. That's off stump. And it's just the length really. He's not been able to get fully forward to cover it. thickish outside edge, and I don't think you can really have too many complaints as the batter on that occasion. It's just a good delivery, and he's not been able to cope with it early on in his innings.
We've just been talking about the pressure of dot balls and the fact that if you can get 3 overs together where they can't score, you do really feel that something's going to break. In that case, it was the wicket of Bess. Very, very good morning it has been for Warwickshire. Yorkshire started the day on 110 for 4. So they've made 33 runs and lost 3 wickets.
Yeah.
Bright sunshine. The wicket's still doing just enough. But Warwickshire are just as Yorkshire's bowlers were yesterday. They're exploiting the conditions much better now. Really piling the pressure on. It's actually been, I'll tell you what, it's been a really entertaining match. I'm a sucker for a few wickets falling. But I don't mind it when ball dominates bat slightly. We've seen some good bowling on display, albeit helped by conditions. Van Bakert is in now. First ball from Hannon Dolby to him is just turned into square leg. So he is off the mark straight away, and it breaks that run of dots. But still, it's Yorkshire trailing by 3. And when we resumed this morning, I thought they might have been taking a pretty healthy first innings lead. They might, of course, still do that. I've seen plenty of games this season where the lower order is the one that ends up putting on some runs. Hannon Dolby bowls, and Hill flirting with danger. He didn't play at it in the end, but he made a motion to do so. The ball nipping away.
Yeah, just looking back at that previous dismissal again, as I say, angled in. He's got to play it because it's round about off stump. The key really in terms of taking the wicket was that it just hit the seam, just held its line. So he's playing inside it slightly, hence the outside edge.
And Dolby starts his way into the past the umpire, bowls, it's played into mid-wicket, no run.
And the Union Jack flies high at the Sydney Football Stadium.
I
remember that very well.
You're much better at that than I am at doing a Yorkshire accent, that's for sure. I did used to go out, because I used to stay with a family in Wigan. My friend Arjun. I was Armel.
Arjun.
I was Armel. And we used to go out round Wigan, Hindley Green, and I used to talk in my Lancashire accent all night, and people would think I was from Burnley. True story. Here's Hannon Dolby, bowls, and it's defended stoutly by Hill, ends up playing it out to point, and that's the end of the over. 144 for 7.
That's June Furhurst.
Yeah.
June Furhurst.
Yeah, our June used to stay with the family in Hindley Green. Good night out in Wigan. Great night out in Wigan. Great night out in Leeds too, I have to say.
You're just trying to even things up there. You prefer Wigan, really, don't you?
No, I definitely don't.
Wigan Pier, Wigan Casino.
Yeah, no, my favourite thing in Wigan is the pool. And there's a great story around the pool in Wigan that I remember here. I was told this, so I'm assuming it's true. It's a very funny story about when they decided to build an Olympic pool in Wigan.
Right.
50-metre pool.
Yeah.
And when they built it, they couldn't actually use it for proper events.
Bamber bowling to Van Beek, who defends.
And the reason for that is that they measured it all out. 50 metres, all very technical and exact. But they didn't allow for the width of the tiles. And so it ended up being 1 centimetre short of 50 metres. So it couldn't be used for official timings and so on because it was a fraction short. My favourite Wigan story, that.
Wow. After all that effort and expense. Bamber to Van Beek, who's punching into the offside. It's misfielded by Mosley. They think about a run but then decide against it. Leeds used to have an international pool, as you may know, right on the side of the inner ring road there, but that's been pulled down a few years ago now. Adrian Morehouse.
It is a great
Train.
city, Leeds. I absolutely love going there, walking along the river, the air.
Bamber in, and Van Beek with a pretty good leave there. That didn't look like it was far off the straight. We are quite far off the straight, so not easy to tell too much online without referring back to the pictures. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm about 8 to 9 pitch widths away to the offside of where Logan Van Beek is lining up here. We're at the end that Ethan Bamber is bowling from the pavilion end, and he bowls now, and Van Beek this time punches it to Mosley, who's not having a great time of things in there, is he? That's 2 he's fumbled in the last few deliveries, Dan Mosley. It's not cost his team any runs, and they still have 3 to play with here, and Yorkshire just the 3 wickets.
He's someone who likes being in the middle of the action all the time, Mosley. You see him jumping about the field. He wants to be, he'll go under the lid, he'll go anywhere. He'll start warming up as if he wants to bowl.
Bamber in again, nicely played by Van Beek to Barnard, who's going to try and throw down the stumps at the non-striking end, but Van Beek gets home comfortably enough for a single.
And Van Beek, I don't think he doesn't want to get stuck, as we've seen Yorkshire's batters get stuck. Just the couple of singles from him so far, but it's that pressure that's forcing them to take those tight singles so they don't just get stuck at one end and allow Warwickshire to bowl at them.
Bamber in again. Hill turns it to mid-on, and there is no run to complete the over then at 1:45 for 7. Van Beek on 2, Hill on 1, and Yorkshire trail by 2. And you're right, you know, they got stuck at Headingley against Hampshire a few weeks ago when when Kyle Abbott was bowling. You know, there was nobody trying to sort of manufacture, manipulate, knock the singles. They were just having to try and soak it up, and he just keeps coming at you. And so I think, you know, last week in that win against Taunton, there was a bit of a different, you know, thought process went on when people went out to bat, that they were just trying to, you know, pick up the ones and wait for the bad ball and put it away, and it served them well.
Well, you mentioned Joe Root, and he's just so good at that, isn't he? He's a master at just being able to find the single, turn the strike over. Here's Hannon Dolby. He's in bowling to Van Beek, who is on the front foot defending up towards extra cover. No run. Yeah, that's such a... It's probably an undervalued skill, or underrated skill sometimes when you're watching cricket. That ability to be able to, no matter the situation, find a single somewhere, and frequently. Just that drip effect of frustrating bowlers and fielders. Here's Hannon Dolby, and this one whistles past the edge of Van Beek's bat. Lovely ball, angled in, just nipped away slightly. It's been good stuff from Hannon Dolby. 4 for 37. Now bowling in his 14th over.
Yeah, good delivery. I mean, there's a hole in the floor, folks, down by my feet, which would be 8 inches.
It's about a dinner
diameter.
plate, isn't it?
Yeah, that
Dinner
sort of
plate
size. I think there should be a cover. I'm in danger of disappearing. If I was a few kilos lighter, I might disappear down it.
Here's Hannon Dolby, and this one is rising. Good bounce. Goes past the outside edge in the end. That is similar delivery to the previous one, and he's just landing it on a spot at the moment. Here's Hannon Dolby. This is really good bowling. Yes, conditions are helpful, but he's bowling a good length. He's making the batters play, and he's just getting that little bit of movement. He's in again once more. This time Van Beek is able to get behind it, defends. It was a straighter delivery without the nip.
Wiggin, says James Carr, who is a Lancastrian. He's a leader, I think.
Lovely.
Ingley Green, he says.
Ingley Green.
Ingley.
Yeah. Ingley Green. Do you know what?
Wiggin.
I'll never forget going to the Catholic club for a drink with our June and her parents. Absolutely one of the most brilliant nights. Shannon Dolby is in bowls. Oh, that's another play and a miss. It's really fraught at the moment for Van Beek. It's just that same ball again, angled in, seaming away. I loved it. You know, all with the wallpaper, the bar at one end that had a picture of Elvis above it, and the opposite end facing Elvis was the Pope. and we sat around, it was bingo night. They wanted me to experience bingo night. I've still never forgotten it. I mean, you know, some of the ones I'm used to, the legs 11, but they had some calls that I'd never heard before. And I'm going to have to think of them now. I'll remember them. Here's Hannon Dolby. He's in bowls and defended. No run. And that's the end of another maiden from Hannon Dolby. So pressure building again. 145 for 7. Van Beek on 2. Hill on 1. So one of them, it was number 9, the Brighton line. And when he said that, everyone in the room yelled out, "Get on it!" And then the other one I remember was the other one I remember. It wasn't actually called during bingo, but our June asked the bingo caller to call it out so everyone in the room. So he's like, "Oh, I've got a young lady here from Australia," and he called out. It was at 57 Heinz varieties, and they all started making farting noises.
That's wide of off stump from Ed Barnard, who's just brought himself on at the pavilion end, and it's left by George Hill. Not sure we can follow that. I think I need a break in, 2 minutes?
It was a whole room. Everyone in there was like, I don't know, above the age of 60. And so it was a room of about 60, 70 people blowing raspberries. All for me. I felt so special. Barnard in again, and there's not a lot, nothing to say to that, is there really? As Hill drives firmly through extra cover, that's a lovely shot, and he's waited for an opportunity to get his hands through one ball this morning in 20 deliveries, and he has. And Yorkshire have a lead of 2. They're 149 for 7, but no cause for celebration just yet. We'll have a quick swap at the end of the over. Are we doing that? Yeah. Good morning to Bent Nielsen, by the way, who thought Yorkshire might pick up a few batting bonus points today. They'll be delighted to pick up 1 from this point, I would think. Keith Holmes enjoyed the McQueen-Brinner comparison to Brooke and Bairstow. And Jim Green saying that Harry Duke is playing for Middlesex, which I wasn't aware of, as that's dropped into the offside by Hill, and there is no run. Says batsmen have not fired properly this year. Hopefully more of them can return to form in this game. Well, it's not happening so far, Jim, and batting points are looking likely to be elusive again.
Yeah, Harry Duke has been brought in as a substitute by Middlesex for the injury to wicketkeeper Joe Cracknell.
Harry Duke, yeah. Okay, here is Barnard, and that's turned square on the leg side by George Hill. We'll pick up a single, 150 for 7. Yeah, loads of interesting accents up on the M62 corridor. When you get over to the east side of Yorkshire, where they say, "Get it out wide, get 'em on side." Yeah, over there. 2 to come. Then Barnard's over, and Van Beek, who's on 2, is back on strike. So Yorkshire have made it to 150. They'll want as many more as they can muster. That's well wide of off stump this time, and Van Beek is not suckered into playing at it. You can get in touch. BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com is an email address upon which Your correspondence is welcome. And also at Jonathan Doige on X, or at Jonathan Doige 1 Instagram, or jonathandoige.bsky. Whatever it is on Blue Sky. Another delivery well wide of off stump, and another one that Van Beek leaves. And talking of leaving, that's me.
Oh, there we go. Also, wm.sport@bbc.co.uk. You can get in touch. An update very shortly for listeners to BBC Radio WM and BBC commentary in Warwickshire. Melinda Farrell moved back into position during this over. Hannon Dolby is going to continue with his 8th of the morning. They're going to get his first 5-wicket haul since 2024. Already up to 15 championship wickets this season. He got 10 last season. So 11 for Worcestershire on loan, 4 in this innings. And to note elsewhere, another miss out from Zach Crawley for Kent against Gloucestershire, out for 1. Gabe Bell, the latest to lower his colours. It's not looking like he's going to make a late bid to retain his place, Zach Crawley. As Hannon Dolby begins his 15th over the innings, 4 for 37 he's got. He's bowling to Hill, who gets an edge down towards 3rd. And they get a single down to Bamber. 151 for 7. All well in the world. No, all well in the world.
Yeah, you've been out of the room. I'll get in trouble. I've been making flatulence noises on the BBC. I'll get in trouble.
Have you? Oh, gosh.
Blowing raspberries.
Fair enough. So he harks back to the phantom raspberry blower of old London town.
Oh.
Which was an old series of sketches with the 2 Ronnies. As Van Beek waits this next delivery, and it goes past the shoulder of the bat, and he's found that length quite consistently to these two, Hannon Dolby, as he probes for a potential 5th wicket.
He's just found a length and he's just peppered it. It's really good bowling.
Right, about a minute away from the update now.
I wasn't sure how long it was away.
No, it's 4 minutes past on a Saturday.
Okay.
Yeah, for the 2 stations.
You're a very important man.
I wish I was. As Hannon Dolby bowls again past the shoulder of the bat of Logan Van Beek. So, this has been a tremendous spell this morning from Hannon Dolby. Back to his best, it appears, the early part of this season. Be delighted as well to take those wickets against his former county. So we'll get this update done in a second. This next ball is flicked. This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston as Warwickshire have had a good morning so far. Yorkshire 151 for 7. They now have a first innings lead of 4 runs, but 3 wickets down this morning. Ethan Bamber got the England man Harry Brook through the gate, bowled for 40. Hannon Dolby the next over uprooted Johnny Bairstow's off stump. Didn't play a shot, Bairstow, he was out for 25. And then Hannon Dolby's 4th wicket in the innings. Don Best caught at slip by Rob Yates. So Yorkshire lead by 4 and 151 for 7. There we go. Job done. We can concentrate now on the fine art of seam bowling as demonstrated by 36-year-old Ollie Hannon Dolby. In to bowl once more to Van Beek, and there's some nice oohs and ahs there because I think they thought it was almost through, but not quite. And it's defended out into the leg side in the end.
So many of these balls, it's metronomic, isn't it? He's just... It's like he's just put a target that length and he just keeps dropping the ball on it. Really, really good spell. And maybe it's the change of scenery, going to Worcestershire, having those few games, the 2nd division. Maybe it was just what Ollie Hannon Dolby needed.
Yeah, I think just playing cricket when he wasn't going to be in the team here. And again, I guess what it goes past the shoulder of the bat. I wonder whether he's got one more left in him or that's a spell. Judging by the reaction of Ed Barnard, that's a spell for Hannon Dolby. 8 overs he's bowled this morning. He's taken 2 more wickets to add to his tally. 4 for the innings. And it'll be interesting to see whether he goes Booth or Thompson from the far end, Ed Barnard. That's going to be the choice he has to make now to try and finish this innings off. But I mean, Hannon Dolby back in the side because there is no Chris Wokes and not necessarily rested. He actually had a bit of a niggle at Trent Bridge 2 weeks ago. Keith Barker's only played the one game against Essex and played a bit of a match-winning hand in that, 3 wickets in over on the final day. And no Nathan Gilchrist available either this week.
So it is Barnard now in over the wicket. Driven, but only as far as a diving fielder at extra cover. No run. Well, and you talk about Booth was a little bit wayward yesterday when he bowled. He's quite sharp, Michael Booth, but he wasn't able to really exploit the conditions, I guess, and the extra pace was almost a bit helpful.
He's a hit the deck bowler as well, isn't he?
Yeah.
Now, funny enough, against the tail that could be effective, but then
Yes.
George Hill's not a tail ender, and Logan Van Beek's a very decent 9. So, but it might be interesting, a little bit of hit the middle of the wicket stuff, because what they can't afford is to let these last 3 wickets gain a lead that approaches 3 figures. It's sitting there at just 4 at the moment as Alex Davis puts the helmet back on.
He's keeping up for Barnard. He's moved right up behind Hill. As Barnard is in and bowls and forward defensively. Plays it up towards wide mid-off, no run. But it's what's been really good this morning. It's just the way that they've built up pressure, maiden after maiden. I don't think since that boundary from Bairstow before he got out, I don't think they've got any more than 1 run in an over. Is that? Can't tell you exactly. As the next ball's just played up to extra cover again, no run. My laptop's dead and I've left my charger at home. You weren't here when I explained
that. To be fair, I would expect nothing else.
I'm going to look at all your cables.
Your iPad's dead as well.
Yeah, I know, and my phone won't last much longer. But you can have a look for me, can't you? About dot balls, how many they've scored an over in, say, the last 6
I mean, I could.
overs per over. Here's Barnard in bowls, and it's out. It's left alone, and Davies just takes the bails off to remind Hill that he is right behind him. Oh, all right then.
I like to keep my video screen on so I can judge the next LBW appeal.
I'll look at my phone. I was trying to save battery.
Look at the bottom of your phone. Let me see if I've got anything that can help you with the.
I'm sure the
charging.
charger will. I'll find something. I'll borrow. As the next ball is this time driven up towards mid on. It's cut off by the mid wicket fielder. So still no run. Let's see. Oh. No, of course there was that Hill boundary, wasn't there?
There you go. But that's the only one in probably 10 overs.
Yep. I don't. That's the only runs, not a single. Here's Barnard left alone outside the off stump.
I'll be your phone a second. Let me see if I can solve your problem.
No, so the start of the 32nd over. We've now just finished the 41st over. So in the last 9 overs, there's only been 1 where they've scored more than 1 run in an over.
Jordan Thompson's going to get the shout to come on next.
Oh, bless you. You're charging my phone for me.
Have I got the right one for that?
Yep, you do.
Look at that.
So you charge that now. We'll sort out my laptop.
Are these
next.
the sunglasses that I had for a year?
No,
they're a different pair.
They are. Maybe.
Oh.
Yeah.
I had those for about 10 months, your sunglasses.
You did. I remember that.
Yeah.
I'm a bit of a rotter for sort of being a bit flaky and leaving things behind.
Yeah.
In case you haven't noticed.
People thought I looked a little bit effeminate in Spain wearing them, but other than that.
I'm surprised they fitted on your head.
They were a little tight, but the arms were quite flexible. Thompson, the bowler, Van Beek, who's on 2. 151 for 7. Yorkshire, he's cutting and missing, and it goes over the top of the bat. The temptation of that short boundary. I alluded to the fact there's some children in one of the executive boxes today that I bumped into the family that were arriving. They seem to have brought a lot of accoutrements with them for eating and entertainment purposes. It would happen to be the one that's nearest to us, the box.
I like the sound. They're having a really good time. It's encouraging. I love seeing young kids at championship games.
Thompson in, guided out into the offside. out to Zen Malik at point, and there's no run.
Get them while they're young. They have a great day out at the cricket. They'll remember it. They might not even watch it. They'll watch a bit. They'll go off and play out the back. I actually think, in some ways, 4-day cricket's almost better than T20 cricket, say, just in that they can watch for a bit, but then they can go off and do other stuff. They don't have to be sitting there the whole time.
It's true. It's true. Thompson approaches once more. Getting left alone outside off stump. See, now, when I came here from the age of 5 watching Sunday League, and I'd keep a little scorecard in the middle of the programme. There's a match day programme for every game, so I'd happily, dutifully and diligently fill that in. When I started coming to Championship cricket, I was a member here when I was 11. So every now and then I'd go and play cricket behind the scoreboard at the far end of the ground from where we are now. There were a group of us.
See, that's what kids do.
Yeah, Alvin Kalitcharan's son was one of them. Rowan used to play with him behind the scoreboard.
Wow.
Every now and then a ball would land at your feet, you had to throw it back. As this one is driven straight to the covers and out. Van Beek goes, Jordan Thompson gets his second wicket. It's 151 for 8, a routine catch for Dan Mosley. Trying to lift it over the top of cover, didn't get any elevation on it. Van Beek gone for 2.
Well, I don't think Dan Mosley will get too many easier catches than that, because there was no real pace on it. It's just really lobbed up to him quite easily. He didn't have to move his feet at all. He just had to put his hands in front of his chest, and that was gone. But again, the pressure just building. Van Beek trying to hit his way out of a hole. Instead, Yorkshire find themselves further in one. They're 151 for 8 now.
There seemed to be a little bit of an inbuilt desire to want to get after Jordan Thompson there. I mean, the ball maybe just did slightly offer a seam out, but there wasn't a lot to it. He's just played a drive on the up and not got enough underneath it. Ben Cliff will come in now. So 4 runs the lead for Yorkshire, just 2 first innings wickets remaining. Did try and check earlier, I haven't managed to find out whether there's an adjustment to the playing conditions today with the extra 4 overs. But I don't know whether lunch is 5 minutes late or 10 minutes late. All the crane drivers in as well today. The hook is going up. It's kind of over the outfield at the moment.
It's quite kind of interesting, because usually when you hear at Edgbaston, you start counting cranes, or the ones in the distance.
I love doing that.
Of course you do. And now we've got one right sort of over us. It is almost going over the ground.
A few years ago, when they were building the flats that are just away to our left, you used to occasionally be able to see the nearest one. As Thompson is in again, an appeal for LBW. Cliff survives that one. There's a hint of 2 contacts there for me, and I think there probably would have had to have been. Looking at it again, did sound like it might be 2 noises.
We saw in Warwickshire's innings, Ethan Bamber at the end. He was the one who just decided, look, we're not going to survive very long in this, and he hit out, made 28 off 32. And Dolby just at the other end staying with him. Might see a bit of that.
Thompson again past the edge of Cliff's bat. Wicket maiden from Jordan Thompson. He's taken 2 for 13. I mean, the youngsters to our right are very excited. Don't think it's about the cricket. 151 for 8. But you're right, that 30-run partnership for the final wicket, which was the biggest partnership of the innings, could yet prove really. I mean, now it probably does prove really important. Yorkshire needs something similar from these last 2 wickets.
Well, that's it, and that's what I'm talking about. If Yorkshire decide, look, that's the only way. We've got Cliff and Hill with a mountain to climb.
What, Cliff and Hill with a mountain to climb? You're doing geographical elements.
It's just really bad, and I should hang my head in shame. But I might just see that change in mindset. And in fact, they've got 2 fielders out on the leg side boundary at the moment. It's Barnard starts a new over, and it's driven straight back past the bowler.
You see, it's far more entertaining that you've got White Cliff on the
If only we had a
on the
Dover.
scoreboard order. Yeah.
That'd be great. I do like. Maybe there's a. I wonder if there's like a geographical or sort of 11 that you could have like that. Here comes Barnard. It's outside and let go by Hill. Alex Davies again keeping up. Yeah, could you? Barnard Castle. No, I think we need a natural geographical feature.
It has to be natural, so you can't have Will Rhodes.
No. Well, I don't know. I'm just making this up as I go along.
Okay.
It's whatever rules I decide. As the next ball, Hill has a little flirt with that outside the off stump, and Alex Davies prowling takes it and threatens to remove the stumps. Yeah, Cliff and Hill. There will be people out there listening who people have so much knowledge.
You're hoping this is going to be a rich seam, and I'm racking my brain at the moment.
Here's Barnard bowls again. It beats the outside edge as Hill presses forward in defence.
There's another one in the Yorkshire team.
Oh, hang on, who have we got?
Brooke.
Brooke, of course. We've got Brooke, Cliff, Hill, all in one team. There's got to be an 11, surely.
I think it might be hard.
Is there a Dale? Yeah, Brooke, Cliff and Hill, Yorkshire Dales, yeah.
There used to be, because Adrian Dale, all-rounder at Glamorgan back in the day.
Here's Barnard. This time Hill does manage to connect bat to ball as he defends.
I think we may need former players to get there as well. So, I mean, I think I'll proffer Adrian Dale as somebody who would work for that.
Will Ford is coming in. Oh my goodness!
I'm the commentator for this team. I'm happy to take that.
This is fantastic. I like this. Hill waits as in comes Barnard, and he got some width that time. He let it go. Davies took it, and then Hill just thrashed his bat through a cut shot because he knows he misses out. It's the end of the over, 151 for 8.
Because I mean, if you don't mind repetition, you can add a chunk to the team with Mark Wood and Luke Wood.
Yeah, look, Wood counts.
They belong.
Sure. Forrest. I know there's a Peter Forrest who played for Queensland.
Back in about 25 years ago for the Bears, you'd have had a pace bowler called Darren Altree.
This is a very, very good 11 we're building.
It's a good job there's not a lot happening in the cricket. As Jordan Thompson comes into bowl, and it's tucked into the leg side by Cliff, but he can't beat Dan Mosley there. 151 for 8. It's been really absorbing. 18 wickets have gone in the first 4 sessions of this game. Yorkshire leading by 4 with 2 wickets remaining.
Well, it's not been anything fancy. They've just found really good lengths. They've been disciplined in their lines as well. The pitch is doing a little bit. The ball is doing a little bit. And it really is great cricket to watch.
Cliff waiting again, and that goes past the outside edge and through to Alex Davies. Been a really good effort from the Bears this morning to dig themselves back into the game. The key was getting the 2 prize wickets as soon as they could. And Harry Brook and Johnny Bairstow were gone by 25 past 11, which was enormous for the home team. Both bowled. Ethan Bamber getting Brook for 40. Ollie Hannah-Dolby got Bairstow for 25.
Yeah, huge breakthroughs on a sunny day.
Thompson again, full of delivery, just tapped out over the mat on the wicket 2 to the right of this, which I presume is the one that's going to be used next week. The Bears playing 4 of their 7 home games in this first section of the season.
I'll tell you what, that will be a short side. You'd be able to basically throw it into the holly stand.
Yeah, it's a little bit deceptive. Of course, they've got the running track area as well. The rope can't go any further back as this is nudged into the leg side by Cliff. So it's going to be another 6 metres closer.
Yeah, that's going to be a very short boundary. How would you feel as a bowler trying to defend?
As a bowler, I just feel grateful I'm not at the IPL.
Yeah, there's that. Definitely that. Bowling machines, aren't they?
Oh, flatter than flat. Thompson approaches from the Birmingham end. And Cliff, thick inside edge, will get a run here off the mark through square leg. Mosley chases it down. Wasn't in control of the shot, but he got enough of it. 152 for 8, the lead for Yorkshire up to 5.
Again, a first run to be scored since Van Beek was out. It is really tough going out there for Yorkshire at the moment. It's a very pleasing shadow of a back to front E on the just near the slips cordon from the light pole.
Looks a little bit like a Pac-Man.
It does look a little. You're right.
Maybe it is one. Maybe anybody fielding down at third is in danger. As Hill, just plays inside the line of this one. Great over again from Thompson. 152 for 8. Yorkshire. Some entertainment to be had in. I mean, many people have said the game of the week would be the one at Trent Bridge, Notts against Surrey. A last wicket stand worth 40 between Ollie Stone and Josh Tongue is just delaying things for Surrey. They've had the 110 overs now. 381 for 9, Nottinghamshire. Dan Worrell took 5 wickets yesterday.
I'm telling you, it's a real trend this year. The lower order batters, the tail enders, have notably been quite obdurate.
I've never known such a new ball dominant season as this in Division 1. Division 2, yes, but in Division 1, more than ever this year.
Yeah, it really has stood out. Very interesting. There's one lone little bird. What sort of bird is that? As Cliff waits, and comes Barnard, driven straight up to mid-on, no run.
Oh, it's a magpie, isn't it?
Is that a magpie?
It's a little magpie.
Look, we had this discussion last week. I think magpies are different in England than they are in Australia.
That's a little one. That's a baby magpie.
Yeah,
though.
but they don't have the same bird call that they do in Australia. I don't think I've never heard a magpie over
Well, no,
here.
because presumably the inflection goes up in Australia.
They warble in Australia. Do they
they?
warble here? I don't think they warble. Here's Barnard bowls. And it's left alone by Cliff.
We got one stuck in the house once. And Mrs. W managed to wrangle it using a tea towel. Managed to get a magpie in her hands with a tea towel and back out the window.
That's impressive.
It was particularly impressive. I was on the other side of a door watching. That's my level of bravado.
Is Barnard is in, bowls to Cliff, who leaves it alone, and you can hear the shouts from the players, so that must have been reasonably close.
She has the aura, you see. So when our daughter was little, you'd go to these farm parks, and you'd be in the chicken bit with some seed to give them, and the woman would say, and if you like, you can pick the chickens up. She'd turn around and see Mrs. W already holding a hen in her hands. Say, you already have. She can wrangle birds.
That's impressive. It's Barnard. He's in a bowls, and it's an edge, and it's another wicket. This time at third slip, and it's Cliff who falls. Wickets continue to tumble as they have all match, and it's the 9th wicket to fall now. A wicket for Barnard. There's just been no relief for Yorkshire's batters this morning. 152 for 9, and one suspects that it will be all over by lunch as far as Yorkshire's first innings is concerned. The game is moving apace.
Yeah, it was second slip again, actually. It's a fourth catch of the innings for Rob Yates. He's dropped for Wharton, cost 40 runs. If he'd held on to that as well, the score could have been even different. But that's another good take for him. 4 catches in this innings. That's 13 championship catches this season for Rob Yates in match number 5. Pretty good effort. Most of them at second slip. But Ed Barnard joining the party with that wicket, and Jack White coming in at number 11 slowly. And now a little bit of a jog and a stretch.
I think they moved around very quickly in celebration behind the slips, and I was looking at how many were to his right.
See, he disappeared behind Bo Webster catching the ball.
Nah, that's what got me.
I'll defend you.
Thank you.
Don't know why.
But now, see, they've almost gone nowhere. What have we had since? So since Brooke got out, they've added 15 runs. So they were 137 for 5 when Brooke got out. Now 152 for 9. So
well, if you take the morning as a piece, Mel, 42 for 5.
Yeah.
This morning. And the overhead conditions are not as significant. The lateral movement, there's still a bit there, but not as much as there was yesterday.
It's just doing a bit enough.
Yeah.
But what's been so impressive this morning is just how disciplined Warwickshire have been. Once they've found the length, they've been so disciplined. And consistent. Barnard is in now, bowling to White, who has a big flash at it. And goodness gracious me, it goes in between mid-wicket and a running mid-on and fall safely. So something tells me Jack White is going to take the Ethan Bamber route and just say, look, we're not going to last long out here. May as well have a dip. And I wouldn't blame him, to be honest. Would not blame him. 152 for 9 as in comes Barnard to White, who again has a big waft at that one. It goes through to Alex Davies, but he's not going to nurdle and nudge and defend, I suspect. White, 152 for 9 at the end of the over. He'll face the first ball of the next, is on 7 of 36 balls. That's just how tough it's been. White yet to score. But it really does make you think about that partnership yesterday between Bamber and Hannon Dolby and just how important that was. The lead is only 5 at the moment for Yorkshire. And when I arrived this morning, I thought it would be quite a bit more than that.
I was concerned for the home team, but they have bowled exceptionally well, led by Hannon Dolby. It's interesting, Bamber loose for the first 2 overs, then got the breakthrough. Hannon Dolby bowled a magnificent 8-over spell. Got 2 wickets, past the outside edge a number of times. Can they finish it off? It's not necessarily their strong point, getting 9 and 10. Well, they're 9 down. And well, Hill has tried to go across his stumps and play a ramp or a flick, trying to get it down to long leg for 6, and it's hit him on the hip, and then it dropped just past the stumps. Well, that's an outrage. I mean, if anything shows a lack of confidence in his colleague out there, it would be that shot.
Well, I think he's actually hobbling. That's really stung him. I don't blame him for trying.
The field is spread, but for 2 slips. I know that there's a third, there's a deep backward point, there's a long leg, there's a deep square leg, so they're trying to cut out the boundary options for him. As Thompson bowls again, and he edges. Oh, that's an astonishing catch. That is a truly astonishing catch. A 5th of the innings for Rob Yates. Well, he may well have put that one down yesterday, but that is a quite remarkable catch. Full length to his right, just gets his hand underneath it. Well, a 5-fer for Rob Yates in the slips. 152 all out. Hill gone for 7, a 3rd wicket for Jordan Thompson.
Surely that's going to be a contender for catch of the season. The ball was behind him. It was coming at pace as well, but the dive, the reach behind him, the reflexes, the agility and the skill to take that ball. And he didn't even really celebrate. He just turned around and started running off. That was absolutely brilliant from Rob Yates, and it really puts an exclamation mark on an excellent morning for Warwickshire. They have bowled so well all across, really disciplined in their lengths, their lines. They've put the pressure on with a load of dot balls and maidens, and the breakthroughs came through as a result. 152 all out Yorkshire with a lead of 5 And that'll make the home fans happy, and you can hear by the applause as the players come off, they're well pleased.
And 7 wickets for the 2 Yorkies in the Warwickshire bowling attack, with Oliver Hannon-Dolby taking 4 for 38 and Jordan Thompson 3 for 14. Ethan Bamber 2 for 46, Ed Barnard 1 for 23. Michael Booth was lightly used, and then that fielding stat, Rob Yates 5 catches, including a magnificent one at the end as the ball sits in his hand. He's looking at it as if to say, "Look what I've found, lads. Look what I've got here. Look what I've found." We will take a brief break. There'll be at least 20 minutes more cricket before lunch. Warwickshire will resume and start their second innings trailing by 5. Welcome back to Edgbaston in a game that is moving very, very quickly here. As you're listening on Sports Extra 3, good to have you on board. And what we see is two Warwickshire openers coming out. Alex Davis in need of some runs, just the 1/2 century this season. Other than that, all single-figure scores. Rob Yates, whose confidence certainly high from the catches he's taken. 5 slip catches in that Yorkshire innings. And Warwickshire have a deficit of 5 runs in the first innings. The Yorkshire attack that bowled really well as a quartet yesterday will have to go again here. Jack White 4 for 49 yesterday. Ben Cliff 2 for 33, George Hill 2 for 27, and Logan Van Beek 2 for 33. All did a really good job yesterday. And they will want to make a good start in these overs before the lunch interval.
Yeah, I mean, not beyond the realms the way it's gone, though. Could end today, Richard. It would be stretching it a bit, but the way that wickets have fallen, 20 minutes before lunch on day 2, we've already had 20 of them.
Yep. It's a real surprise that 6 have gone down this morning, because the weather conditions are far more favourable, you would have thought. And the surface isn't doing anything particularly odd, really, is it?
No, it's just offering some assistance for the seamers. That's probably what you'd say. So Jack White then, from the Birmingham end. Ooh, first up, it's a good nut to Rob Yates, who has a push at it. Through to the gloves of Johnny Bairstow. So, as you were really, despite the fact that the roller has been on. Rob Yates with 5 catches. I remember Tim Bresnan, after he'd left Yorkshire and come to play for Warwickshire, got 6 in innings at Headingley, didn't he?
Yep.
4 or 5, probably 5 years ago.
The last one, who just joined us, the last of the 5 for Rob Yates to end the innings was an absolute peach.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? Here's White round the wicket. Yates does get bat on ball this time, pushes it out square on the offside. James Wharton fields. Yorkshire have got to go again here. They have relinquished basically all advantage that they'd built up before the end of yesterday with that batting performance this morning, and that is not an OTT comment, I don't think. There was some good bowling, but they've talked about the fact that this is Division 1 and there will be good bowling and you have to find a way, and they haven't found a way this morning, have they, with that clatter of stumps and apparently the best batting conditions of the match, as Yates tries to turn one to leg but misses out, just drags him on the top of the pad flat, maybe the thigh pad. He's got his back to us, so hard to tell, but no run. Johnny Bairstow getting down for that. The other question I've got to ask today is, why is it in hotels, Richard, when when you've been brought up to be respectful of people and be quiet when you walk through corridors, why is it that some people think that they can wander through at 6 o'clock in the morning going, yeah, well, that's what I said to him as well, what about her over there, and wake you all up? Just why? There's Jack White, and that's wide off stump, and Yates leaves.
Are you in the city centre by any chance?
Yes.
Are you near Broad Street?
Yes, on it, more or less, yeah.
Yeah, okay. That would be why. That would be why. It's the party capital of Birmingham.
Yeah, they were sounded like male voices during the night. I don't think they actually returned to the room until the early hours, and then they were up all night by the sound of it.
Yeah, they were
top of the voices. I don't know where quite in relation to my room they were. It sounded like they might be above.
It's quite irritating there.
White making his way in again for ball number 5, but then doesn't actually deliver the ball. I think he might have got something in his eye by the looks of things. It's just having a little prod around in and around his left eye. See, just annoying, isn't it? That when I was at Cardiff, first match of the season, I'd already related this tale on air, so apologies to those who've already heard it, but at some point, you know, sort of when you're trying to get to sleep in that bit, you know, where you've not quite gone off, but you've gone to bed, and there was a domestic on the corridor pretty much outside my door, you know, with him having a go at her and her having a louder go at him and him having another go back.
Tremendous. He didn't feel the need to intervene.
No, I felt like just opening the door and saying, you know, it's all well and good having a Barney, but will you just go do it in the bar instead or something, please?
When they got back home, they said, "You have a lovely time in Cardiff." "Oh, it was great. Oh, it was lovely. We had a great time."
Here's White then for ball number 5 now, and the Yates defends. There's no run. I never said that when you were there. Yes, you did. I heard you. I heard everything you said. You said that under your breath. No, I never.
I'm not sure they're going to run the course, those two. That's, there are vagaries of overnights in hotels. Still something you kind of look forward to.
Welcome back, Sports Extra listeners. Warwickshire out there for the second time already. 20 minutes before lunch. 15 minutes it is now before lunch on day 2. We've already had 2 complete innings. Good delivery by Jack White to Yates, who plays and misses. So good first over by White. Warwickshire yet to get off the mark and still trail Yorkshire by just the 5 runs.
Having polished them off for the addition of 42 runs and the taking of 6 wickets this morning. 2 for Ollie Hannon-Dolby, 2 for Jordan Thompson against his former county, and 5 catches in innings from Rob Yates, the last of which to get George Hill was quite brilliant. Full length to his right, barely had his hand above the surface. It was a remarkable pouch. As Ben Cliff prepares to bowl the second over, there's no sign of the ball stopping doing a bit. And Ollie Hannon-Dolby was saying yesterday, it wasn't extravagant, but there was always a ball coming. There was always something in the surface. And yesterday, with the help of the aerial conditions, today not so much. I mean, it's plenty of blue sky. The clouds are wispy and stretched. As Cliff comes in to bowl to Alex Davis, who leaves the ball alone outside off stump. It remains 0 without loss. Decent crowd in for a Saturday today. I think part of the lure would have been Brook and Bairstow being the overnight batters. They were gone by 25 past 11. Warwickshire bowled with discipline. They didn't let the lower order score freely at any point. So as even as it could really be at the end of the first innings. Cliff in, back of a length too far outside off stump for Alex Davis to take any interest in that. And through to the wicket keeper. And then Alex Davis decides he's not happy with his guard, so Jack Chantry at this end now, isn't it? Has come close to the stumps, the taller of the 2 umpires.
How many seasons has Alex been down here now? Is number 4?
Might be 5, I think, because I think he had 2 before he became captain, maybe, and then 2 as captain, and then surprisingly stepped down just before the start of the season. Cliff in, driven by Davis, but he won't beat the tumbling Dom Bess, moving to his left at a fairly short mid-off.
What were his reasons for giving it up?
That's a really good question, because that is not something that has been said publicly. Maybe it was workload. He's a very intense character, Alex Davis, very determined. Hasn't done much for his form so far. Feels like quite an important innings for it. As Cliff is in and Davis guides it out towards point. And there's no run. They did at least have a captain in waiting in Ed Barnard, who's very intelligent cricketer and of course terrific all-rounder. Just wonder whether it frees him up a little bit for more white ball cricket, maybe a bit more franchise cricket, because he's missed out on being part of the 100 in the last year or so. When he was in it before. Once more, he waits and leaves a short ball. It's a bit straighter, carries nicely through, almost shoulder height to Johnny Bairstow.
I should mention, folks, that the rattle of cutlery on ceramics in the background. It is Mel eating an enormous pile of lasagna that has barely touched the sides. She's only started it at the beginning of this over. We had 5 balls and it's nearly gone.
She's not happy with that, but she is eating the lasagna. I mean, and we can hear it.
Yeah.
So, you know. Cliff is in once more. And that's full. Pushed out into the offside by Davis. Back-to-back maidens from Yorkshire to start this innings. Warwickshire 0 without loss. Trail by 5.
She's already been making noises this morning as well, and there is a can of Coke alongside the lasagna, so I don't quite know what to expect in the next 10 minutes.
I missed the outbreak of raspberry noises, but it didn't then. You nodded at point. Remember the phantom raspberry blower of old London town, which used to be a recurring. It was a series of sketches in a series of the 2 Ronnies.
Yeah, well, what I remember about that is that we used to go swimming with school on a Thursday morning every week when I was at primary school. That was when that was out. Here's White, and Yates drops that down into the leg side, no run. And of course, you know, juvenile lads, after you've been in the swimming pool with their towels, remember what the phantom raspberry blower used to do with his cape. Well, you can imagine what was going on. That was hilarious when you were 9 and 10.
It'd still be pretty funny now, to be honest. Some things just are. It may be low humour, but it's still humour.
Yeah, in comes Jack White round the wicket, and Yates leaves. Yeah, it's obviously been working for our friend Bumble recently as well. On one of his commentaries abroad, he's mentioned that on a couple of nights out I've done with him lately. That you, Maureen. You must have seen that.
The what?
That you, Maureen. I'll let listeners have the pleasure of hearing it if he says it next time he joins us on comms. Still no score here though in the Warwickshire second innings. 5 runs behind Yorkshire's 1-5-2, but they are now going to close the gap, and possibly with 4. No, it's not going to have the legs. Finley Bean has the legs on the ball, and they're going to get back for 3 through third man. And so the score is 3 without loss, and Warwickshire 2 behind.
For those who like the most minor statistical quirks, that means both Warwickshire innings have started with a 3 to Rob Yates. I mean, it's odd but true. Odd but true.
I think the statisticians will be tripping that one out regularly over the next 150 years of...
There's a journalist in the press box upstairs who's obsessed with 3s. He does enjoy a 3. So you occasionally hear on the BBC commentary, Brian Halford, our colleague, he does love a 3.
Here's White, 3 balls into this over. And Davies from the crease just plays into the onside for best of field. Yorkshire have got the 4 slips in place. Brooke at first, Lythe second, Bean at third, and George Hill's gone in at 4th. Square on the offside, Ben Cliff. Matthew Revis is on the wicket ends at a mid-off come extra cover. Bess at mid-on. In fact, it's Van Beek at mid-off, I should say. Sorry, it's Matthew Revis who is at mid-wicket, and James Wharton finds himself in the unusual position for him of a long leg, a good 10-12 metres in from the boundary. White bowls, and Davies goes crab-like across the crease to play that. Got to be one of the shortest players, I reckon, on the professional circuit. Alex Davies, Ben Duckett, similar sort of figures.
I'm trying to recall them standing next to each other a fortnight ago. Similar ilk, and like Ben Duckett, he's very good square of the wicket on either side.
Final ball of this third over of Warwickshire's second innings sees White bowl now, and Davies is able to get forward and push it back to the bowler. Tidy over.
There looks like a real intent here from the Bears just to bide their time and play time here, because look, the game isn't quite 4 sessions old yet, and we're halfway through it. There's a lot of game left, and getting through the first 30 overs here, which both these sides have struggled to do against the new ball in Division 1 this season, is going to get its rewards in a game that is effectively a one-inning shootout there.
Yeah, we're well advised to continue down that line, you'd have thought, the way that some of the shots have been played, the way the ball's been nipping around.
Interesting lineup of slips for the start of a new over from Ben Cliff, coming into bowl to Rob Yates, who covers up off stump back towards the bowler. In that they're standing really at first, second, third and fifth. There's a significant gap. Finley Bean at third, just turns through 360 degrees, bites his nails. I'm sorry if the Bean family are listening, just have a word. Biting his nails at third slip there. There's a point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. Been in again, good delivery, looking to hit the top of off stump, defended. Yeah, it's asked for permission to pick it up, it doesn't need to, because galloping in is the ever eager Dom Bess.
A few magpies around this morning. We had 4 on the field at one stage with nobody else really, and then 5. We just had 1 fly past. What can it all mean, you superstitious types out there? Oh.
I forgot what 5 is in the rhyme. Oh dear, I've dropped short. This next delivery is full and again defended into the leg side by Yates. Not giving anything away here, Ben Cliff. Bowling tight. 2 for Joy, 3 for Girl, 4 for a boy, 5 for Silver.
Yes, correct. 6 for gold, 7 for for a secret never to be told. And the longer version of the rhyme recorded in Lancashire.
Oh.
It's peculiar to Lancashire. 8 for a wish, 9 for a kiss.
Cliff in and pushed rather more firmly out into the offside by Yates, picked up by Van Beek.
10 a surprise you should be careful not to miss. 11 for health, 12 for wealth, 13 beware, it's the devil himself.
Okay.
Apparently.
So that's a lot of magpies in one place for health or wealth, isn't it?
Mm.
I mean, it's a lot, isn't it? To be fair.
Yeah, you never see. I mean, you do often see 1, 2, 3, or 4 sort of thing. Don't you?
Yeah. Cliff once more, defended back down the wicket by Yates. Yeah, I mean, maybe they get a lot of magpies in Rottenstall compared to how many they get in Heckmondwike, and therefore Lancashire believe they're going to get health and wealth, and in Yorkshire you don't. I don't know.
Just usually Cleckudder's facts out of this.
I love Cleckudder's facts. You know that. You know I had a few years living in the area. It's great. A bank manager in Heckmondwike once. As Cliff bowls, and that's neatly worked off his pads for 4 by Yates in front of square to the long boundary, but it rolls over. They won't quite reach the hover cover. But Yates goes to 7, and Warwickshire are in front. They lead by 2 with all 10 second innings wickets standing.
Yeah, first bad ball at Ben Cliff's bowl, really, just full on leg stump and inviting that shot. He's been pretty tidy so far, and I'm sure Yorkshire will have just talked about repeating what they did first time around, bowling dry and waiting for the batters to make mistakes or waiting for the ball to do something, as it undoubtedly will if you keep putting it there or thereabouts. Simple cricket. Jack White likes to keep it simple. He got another 4 wickets in the first innings, and he's had an excellent start to the campaign. Not that you'd know it. A very understated character. He's in and bowling, and that's down the leg side, and tries to whip it off his legs there, Alex Davies. Johnny Bairstow making good ground to his left to make a clean pickup. Jack White's season so far, this is his 5th match, and he's averaging 20.62 with the ball, 16 wickets so far. Excellent start to the campaign. He's in again and bowling, and Davies tries to flick off the legs again, so he's got the radar slightly out there. He just puts his hand up, Jack, as he turns away in acknowledgement that That's not the area he wanted to bowl, but he's got away with a couple. Just trying to keep the stumps in play, and he's just dragged it down slightly.
And in form, Alex Davis is probably scoring off those balls, but at the moment, nothing will break for him. And for as long as he's on naught, he's only going to get more fretful. It's been a tough few weeks for him.
Here comes White once again then. And Davis drops that out into the offside. No run. Tracy Chapman, isn't it, we've got on in our cans at the moment?
Yeah. They can't get the hang of the fact back at base that I don't need to hear anything because I have to start at a set time.
Yeah.
So it makes no difference.
No.
But, what I don't know for 100% certain is whether we are taking lunch at the end of this over or not, because there are 4 extra overs today. Haven't officially seen any ruling on the change to the playing conditions.
Yeah, I'd messaged John Potter, the scorer, but he's not been able to reply, presumably because he's so busy with the job, as that's wide of off stump and left by Jack White. We'll find out soon enough, because just 2 balls to go before the break, if it is 1 o'clock.
Yeah, what a busy morning it's been, what a busy match it's been. And the scorers these days, they have so many things that they have to do after each ball.
Yeah.
So a morning like this is extremely testing for the two fellas.
Some days you can go through your notebook, or like I do, with making barely any notes, and today the pen's got a sweat on. Ooh, good delivery by Jack White. Davis across to try and play it, plays and misses.
That's very much the line and length that Hannon Dolby was finding in the first hour, wasn't it? Going past the shoulder of the bat, it's just offering out a little bit, enough to make life very awkward for the batter. Rob Yates has come a long way down the track to just, I think, try and make sure that Alex Davis is thinking clearly here.
Yeah, just keep it together, keep it together. Lunch incoming. Long way to go. Warwickshire lead by 2 as White bowls, and Davis this time gets bat on ball to drop it into the offside, and they're heading off, so that will be lunch on day 2. Warwickshire 7 without loss in their second innings, and after an eventful morning, that is a lead of 2 runs.
Thanks very much, Jonathan. We will be back with you, therefore, of course, in 40 minutes' time. There are still 72 overs left today, with 4 having been added onto the day, so a good long day of really intensive cricket. Warwickshire, as Jonathan was saying, 7 without loss, leading by 2. Back with you in 40 minutes' time. This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire have had an outstanding morning session, taking the remaining 6 first innings wickets that Yorkshire had for just 42 runs. Ollie Hallen-Dolby with 2 wickets, Jordan Thompson against his former county, getting Van Bacon Hill. The second to a quite sensational catch by Rob Yates, his 5th of the innings. Yates has got all 7 runs in Warwickshire's second innings, including a very neat boundary off his pad. Alex Davis yet to score, but at lunch the Bears lead by 2 runs on 7 without loss. welcome back on a rather lovely afternoon in Birmingham, just to the south of the city, for the second session of this Rothesay County Championship Division 1 game between Warwickshire and Yorkshire that could really not be any more even. Warwickshire lead by 2 runs. They're in their second innings with 10 wickets standing. The Bears all out for 147. Yorkshire all out for 152. 7 without loss, the home side in their second innings. They'll resume now with Rob Yates on 7. Alex Davis yet to score. They've been batting for 5 overs. Ben Cliff is to resume the attack for the visitors. I'm Richard Wilford from BBC Radio WM. Alongside me from the BBC Yorkshire stations is Jonathan Doidge, as Cliff bowls to the left-handed Yates, who jabs it out into the offside, and there's no run. We are intriguingly poised in this rather quick game.
Yeah, I liked your description there. Rather lovely. It was very Joanna Lumley doing cricket commentary.
Well, I was thinking of you having to do David Attenborough on the radio earlier today.
Yeah.
But it is. This is, you picture cricket days a bit like this. You don't mind a few wispy clouds.
No.
Very cotton woolly, the one that's up to our right at the moment. But it's warm as well. It's a warm day at Edgbaston. As Cliff bowls down the leg side, and Bairstow deflects it from down the leg side to the offside, where it's picked up at first slip.
Yeah, it's just nice to have a vista, isn't it? And it's a nice, city view from here. It's not a million miles from the view you sort of get at Headingley, with the city away to the left. There's usually, because cities being cities, there's usually some passing air traffic somewhere along the line. That's in the distance here. It comes overhead at Headingley. Yeah.
2 fine test match venues. As Cliff bowls very full, he's driven by Yates, and that's an excellent stop, and then a shy at the stumps from Van Beek. There'll be an appeal from the slips. Alex Davis had long since put his bat in the crease, but that's an excellent job. The stop from Van Beek initially, and then left-handed, his weaker hand rolls it and hits the stumps. Good effort.
Yeah, it's just the standard of fielding per se in professional cricket is brilliant these days, isn't it? I know some catches do go down, but you don't see many misfields, and some great catching by Rob Yates today, and that was a great piece of ground fielding.
Cliff approaches once more. Yates defends down towards the sort of gully area, in from effectively a 5th slip. There is Hill.
Remember the days when you and I would have grown up watching Test cricket or county cricket on TV, and the ball would go past a fielder and he'd skip after it for a few strides and then just watch it leisurely disappear over the boundary rope. There weren't that many who chased it down, and certainly nobody was doing any slides, were there?
Well, some young lad in brown cords would throw the ball back.
Flared brown cords.
Flared, yes. Cliff strides in once more, slows up as he does before he comes to the stumps, and he's driven through the covers for 4 by Rob Yates. He has all 11 runs on the board, but that was just slightly over-pitched, and with just 2 fielders there and a relatively short boundary, it was away. You talk about fielding, Melinda Farrell will be back with us at 2:10. Did make the point just during the lunch interval that with quite a lot of nicks going into the slip cordon area, just the one drop in this match so far, which was a reasonably difficult one that Rob Yates put down. He made amends with subsequently 5 catches, including a snorter to end the Yorkshire innings. Cliff again, once more driven, but this time not with such great control. It goes behind point for 4 more. Second boundary of the over. Warwickshire 15 without loss, lead by 10.
Yeah, just trying to get it up there and allow the ball to swing as it was doing for him earlier on. I think it still is. There's still some swing there from what we saw before lunch anyway in Ben Cliff's brief spell, but a bit too wide with the first one. I did like the position that Rob Yates got into to play the shot, though. Got down low. Got everything behind it, and it was a lovely shot through extra cover. The first of the 2, the second, as you say, was a little bit more streaky, a bit thick edgy, and it's probably just about the shortest boundary on the ground, or maybe that's just the foreshortening down to 3rd man at that end.
Yeah, I think 3rd for the left-hander at that end and 3rd for the right-hander at this end are both pretty short. That's for sure.
Well, let's continue to build that picture, though. Brown flared cords. He'd probably have had a centre parting. There'd have been some Oxford bags around in places in the crowd as well. A bit of check as well. Jack White in and bowling, and Davies plays that out into the offside, and there is no run. Scarves tied round wrists was a thing, wasn't it, back in those days?
Oh God, that was a strange thing, wasn't it? And if he was from a family who were doing okay, then he may well have been sporting an Adidas T-shirt. If not, he might still have been in a shirt.
Yes, yeah, with a large collar.
Yeah, put Harry Hill to shame.
Those were the days. As Jack White turns with that rocking Mike Hendricks style bowling run up, and he would have been playing in those days as well. That's punched up to mid on where Best fields. No run. John Potter, Yorkshire scorer, has kindly responded to his lunch still 1 p.m. when I saw him walking to lunch, although not to speak to.
He said, "Oh yeah, by the way, Jonathan, it is."
He did say yes at 1:31, after he'd finished his pudding probably, and then says tea 3:48 regardless of overs, close 6:18 or when we've had 100 overs in the day.
3:48.
Yeah. So there you go, folks. We all know. As in comes White, and that's flicked nicely off the legs by Alex Davies to get him off the mark at the 18th attempt. Ben Cliff fielding it down at long leg, 1 run, 16 without loss.
So we're going to be set to have another 40 over evening session on the cards. We didn't get through them yesterday, and the only thing that could trouble us today is light, if any of this cloud cover tightens up, but I'm not convinced. We could well be playing till 6:45, 6:50 tonight, because I don't think we're going to see an awful lot of spin.
No. White makes his way in again, this time round the wicket to the left-handed Yates, who punches into the offside, but Wharton fields. Yeah, I know Alex Davies has just taken till his 18th delivery to get off the mark and had to be very patient before lunch, but just feels like there's a bit more purpose to what's going on with this pair today than there was under the cloud cover yesterday, when it was, I'm not saying they were waiting for the ball that got them out, but you know what I'm saying, they were just hanging on out there. And it was one of those days where if you did hang on long enough, there would be a ball within aim. And it good delivery here by Jack White. There's an appeal. It's hit Rob Yates on the back leg. They've all gone up. Adam Lyth cannot believe that that's not been given a second slip. He'd have a great view from there, obviously.
It was given lengthy consideration, I felt. But White is bowling quite wide of the crease, and it's come in, and the contact will be outside the line. Just outside the line. And that would be enough to disqualify it as an appeal.
Yeah, I think, competitive sports people being competitive sports people, they'll be saying, well, it was all right for 2 of ours yesterday. 16 without loss. The lead is 11. And Jack White bowls again, and Yates makes sure he gets everything solidly behind that and defends it back to the bowler, who's, I think, also giving off the vibe that he is incredulous that was not given.
Do you want me to go down and tell him that it wasn't in line when it hit him? I don't know. I could tell him. Yeah, no, look, it was absolutely right to appeal. I mean, it was the delivery was worthy of a strong appeal, and put it in the hands of the umpire, who gave it due consideration. There was a real lack of movement. Oh, it's just spun round the umpire there and looked at the slip cordon. I'm not sure he was thrilled by something he just heard. It was just sort of a very sudden turn. So, I mean, chirp at the batters, you probably don't want to be chirping at the umpire. Cliff in to bowl to Davis, who leaves alone outside off stump.
Yeah, Russ Warren, the switched ends, he's at square leg at the moment. You can get in touch, folks. BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. Good afternoon to Lily, who's been in touch on several occasions.
Well, she's trying to add to our cricketers who are also natural features of geography.
Yeah,
I think she may have come up with a couple. Cliff, who is one of those, comes in to bowl to Davis, who isn't, who leaves again a ball just back of a length, all alone outside off stump, and it goes through to Bairstow, 16 without loss. You're having to filter through the correspondence from Lily.
Yeah, there's a few.
Yeah.
She mentioned stream. Does that count?
Well, we can have a cricket stream covering it. Yeah, that's fine.
Brook, stream, hill, cliff.
This is full and clipped off his pads by Davis, and that will relax him a little bit. A beautiful shot through square leg for 4. Takes him to 5. It's 20 without loss. Just that occasional delivery where Cliff will float one up into the pads, and so Yates put one away just before lunch, and Davis follows suit.
Root. Obviously.
Oh yeah, root. That's good. Yeah, no problem with that. Mel's suggestion, which he came up with a few straight away, is Davis awaits again, straighter delivery, defends it into the leg side. Revis comes in to do the fielding, big strong man. 20 without loss. I mean, we can add. I think we can add a 4th in this current Yorkshire team, because Finley Bean. Is he a geographical feature? No, he's a plant. He's the product of a plant. Not quite. Close though. You can make the case.
Mm.
Yeah, maybe not quite. No. Cliff Innings going to be lifted through square leg for another boundary here by Davis. Just straying too far onto the pads again. Here's Cliff. 24 without loss. Davis up to 9. Mel will be the judge of this. It is her competition. And it was a very firm no there from the umpire in the back of the room. And
she's very officious at times, isn't she?
Yeah, it was definitely umpire's call, and she says no. I think she's right, to be fair. She is right. But, Cliff's next delivery, back of a length, and Alex Davis is into double figures for only the 2nd time this season as he gets over the top of the ball and guides it down to 3rd. They've run the first 2 hard. They'll come back for 3 on the arm, and the throw is distinctly wild and ends up somewhere behind square leg. So 3 more to Davis. He's to 12, 27 without loss. End of the over. Warwickshire lead by 22. I guess Andy and Grant Flower, do they qualify? No. Oh. So it's a natural geographical feature of Flower, isn't it? Okay.
I mean,
tough audience.
Geographical features, taking the natural out of it. You could have Johnny Bairstow on the Wold.
It's like a game of answer smash on House of Games now, isn't it?
Jack White is going to continue at the Birmingham end, and well, by the standards of what we've seen in the game, Warwickshire running away with this at 22 runs in front, 27 without loss. But as I'm saying that, Alex Davis tries to play a shot somewhere over towards the building site, and the ball ends up going out to point, which is at the other side of the ground. Talking to the building site, it looks like they've all knocked off at lunch.
It was a morning of work. That's good. 9 till 1. Saturday morning. It's quite old school, isn't it? Working Saturday morning till lunchtime.
Yeah, I used to do that for the Building Society back in the day.
Turning down mortgages till 1 on a Saturday.
No, but what I do remember, it was 12 we opened, 9 till 12. I can remember trying to dash off to play cricket. Oh, good delivery here, and there's a big appeal again. Not out, says umpire Russell Warren. And he's calling Adam Lythe out of 2nd slip here.
Yeah.
Now, maybe it was Adam who had a word in the previous over that you referred to as he was walking off back to square leg, Russ. But he's not happy with something.
Yeah, just looking at his appeal, he's jumping up and down, imploring, and I think a culmination of 2 events has led to the umpire wanting to have a word. Again, I'm inclined to say that I don't think Johnny Bairstow looked the most eager on that appeal. Jack White was up for it, slip cordon, but Bairstow not so much.
There's White again. Davis turns it into the leg side. Wharton fields. So there's a bit of stuff going on out there. Now, Chris Monk's messages in with regard to the showering stroke fire alarm experience.
Oh, mid-shower, yeah, very awkward. Yeah.
So that was what happened this morning. The fire alarm went off while in the shower. Had to leg it out of the hotel. I'd hasten to add, I did have to make sure I was dressed first. And he says, in response to your showering fire alarm experience this morning, 1 February I was staying at the Hilton Hotel in the centre of Cardiff during the Rugby Six Nations. More in a moment because White comes in. Oh, good delivery which squares up Davies, nipping away from him. Possibly the best ball of the over so far. He goes on, Ireland were playing Wales and the Irish team was staying at the same hotel. To my delight, Brian O'Driscoll, one of my heroes, joined me in the lift. I smiled and nodded. He looked away, eager to maintain his mystique. Later that day, I was in the hotel pool with my partner when the fire alarm went off. Berated by the staff for our lack of urgency, we were forced from the water, given a towel each, and escorted to an open fire exit. We huddled in the doorway, shivering in our bathers, while troops of Cardiffian Saturday shoppers pointed at us and laughed their socks off. Another good delivery by White, which nips on Davies and he's unable to get bat on ball. There was, of course, no fire. Returning to Cardiff a year later, I noticed a story in the Western Mail. An Irish rugby fan had just been found guilty of maliciously setting off the fire alarms at the Hilton during the Six Nations. This had forced the entire Irish rugby team out of the hotel and onto the street. He'd done this in order to go around the assembled squad and get their autographs.
Oh my word!
Great effort that, Chris. Thank you for that.
That's a proper anecdote you've got there, Sunshine. My word.
Here is Jack White for the final ball of his 5th over of this Warwickshire second innings. Another good one. It's a really good over by Jack. A little bit of controversy thrown in. He's stood and had a little glare at Alex Davies. Meanwhile, Norman Waterhouse has messaged in. Can't really believe this. Waiting for your second innings commentary to start after lunch. Still in Spain. I click on YouTube and up comes Farsley CC versus Pudsey CC seconds live. That's back up in the Bradford League. Pudsey Farsley.
Are Pudsey CC different from, is it Pudsey Kongs? Are they different?
Yeah, Pudsey St Lawrence and Pudsey Kongs are different.
Come on, for a non-Yorkie, this is knowledge I'm trying to throw here. I'm just the very existence that I know.
Well,
Cliff into Bolter Yates, first ball of a new over, into his pads. He can't get it wide enough of Bess, who hurtles round from short mid-wicket, so there's no run.
So just so that I don't get ostracised from the family, I should mention that my 2 brothers and I all played for Pudsey St Lawrence. My middle brother Matthew played for Pudsey Kongs. Neither of the other 2 of us have.
And that's why you no longer talk to him.
Matthew actually skippered Pudsey Kongs to win the title several times in a row, the Bradford League title back in the day. Neither of which Andrew and I have done.
Oh dear. Here comes Cliff, and that's a beauty. It just actually does too much for Yates to get an edge on it. There are just that odd ball that bites, grips and fires off this surface. Wow, sibling rivalries in the Deutsch household must have been pretty intolerable in the 80s.
I'll tell you what, playing 3 gardens and out in the cul-de-sac that we lived on.
3 gardens and out?
Yeah, well, I was describing this the other week. It was just a short cul-de-sac, and if you hit the ball in the garden, you got 4 or 6, but 3 times you were out.
Full delivery, driven by Yates, diving stop in the covers by Hill. Prevents a single.
The idea is it got you to play straight, because if you hit 4 or 6 down the ground, and it didn't go in the garden, you're okay.
Okay, yeah. I was very fortunate that there was a secondary school up the gully from where I lived, and they got concrete nets, so you could climb over the fence and go and play there, and that taught you to hit straight because you wanted to whack your mate as far as you could. As Cliff back of a length, and it's hit the bat of Yates, who was trying to leave it. It's followed him and gone flying over the top of Brook at first slip and down for 4. Head in hands for Cliff, and rightly so. That ball has just followed Rob Yates' attempt to leave it, and it goes not that far over the top of the slips, but I mean, to their surprise.
Yeah, I think in all my years watching and playing cricket, I have never seen a shot quite like that, Richard.
That is particularly odd. I mean, he's made quite a lot of contact with it in the end. Yeah. He had no intention of doing so. 31 without loss. Largest Warwickshire partnership of the match at this point. Beating the 30 for the last wicket in the first innings. Cliff, unlucky, comes in again, full left, and that again leaves the batter off the seam. He is getting movement off the surface here, Ben Cliff, whose figures of none for 27 in coming up to the end of his 5th do not do him justice.
No, he's been a little unlucky on a couple of occasions, and when he has strayed, unfortunately for him, it's not been deliveries that have been missed by either batter.
Yates perhaps a bit disconcerted by the events of this over. The final ball is into his pads and he's happy to defend it to Bess, who lets it flick up off his left boot into his hand. And the end of the over. 10 gone in this Warwickshire second innings. They're 31 without loss, and that is a lead of 26 in this low-scoring game.
Yeah, and when Yorkshire said this morning that they certainly want to get to lunch and preferably until tea with the 6 wickets that remained, I think they would have had something more like this in mind. It doesn't feel like it is zipping around, as you'd said in the morning session, as much as it did yesterday. And of course the sun has been on it for an extra little while now, so any moisture that is within is continuing to be drawn out, and those footmarks that looked much darker yesterday are now much lighter. 5 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket and 4 runs against him, Jack White, and he's in and bowling his first delivery of this over to Davies, who's across and leaving. A few more people have moved into the Hollies stand, a little bit lower down, so they've got a bit of sun, get a bit of a vitamin D into the body. It's been hard work doing that in this part of the world, hasn't it?
Well, that clapping you just heard was Adam Lyth giving the encouragement to Jack White, now joining in his fiddly bean, taking the lead from his experienced opening partner in the slips.
Yeah, in comes White. Oh, Davies across. There's another appeal, not given. And if you do antagonise the umpire, although of course they should just make decisions on merits, they're only human. If there's going to be, if there's a borderline one, and what would you do?
Although I think largely what's going through the umpire's head there is it was the thick inside edge onto his boot.
Yeah, and it was missing nearly a second set.
but yeah.
But otherwise, it was absolutely plumb.
He's bowled in well though, White, and he knows he is. And the problem is he's getting towards the end of a spell. He desperately wants to break through here.
Yeah, and he comes again, and that's wide of off stump and left by Alex Davies. So a 26-run lead, which, given the scores in the match so far, feels quite considerable. Although, if we're saying that we think things are improving out there from a batting perspective, then maybe back to what you'd normally think about a 26-run lead, which is something that you'd want to add quite a lot more to. White making his way in once again. Davies takes the bottom hand off the bat and sort of fends it into the leg side, really. James Wharton will field.
The thing is that it's really hard to judge what this surface will do. Will it get easier with the weather being a bit better and warmer? Might even get a bit of sunshine tomorrow. How will it play then? It's really hard to predict that. So Warwickshire have come out, and it could be that the team that wins this match is the team that bats better for the first 40 overs in the second innings and actually emerges from there with some wickets in hand, because that's what both teams have singularly failed to do so far in this match.
Here's White again. Davies shoulder in arms for the first time, I think, today. The sun momentarily disappears. We've got some of those sort of clouds in the distance that you'd have seen Michael Fish and Bill Giles putting on the weather charts back in the days of Oxford bags and flared cords, Richard.
It's true. It's true.
And then dropping off. Remember the ones where they occasionally would drop off?
Oh, they would. They'd fall off the board. Yeah, the magnetic strip had done its time.
Yeah, the magnetism had worn out, or whatever the expression is. In comes White, and again Davies is beaten and doubled over, but White cannot get his man. Alex Davies is surviving. Some difficult enough deliveries out there. 12 off 36 for him, 19 off 30 for Rob Yates. 31 without loss. Warwickshire second time around lead by 26.
So my first day of Test cricket here was in the legendary Test after Headingley in 1981, when lightning struck twice. And my mum insisted on bringing me, and we got in nice and early and sat where the building site is now, in the front row of the Raglan stand. And she packed a cool box full of food. We didn't know how long it was going to last. They only needed like 140 to win. And there were 4 lads from Leeds who came and sat next to us. Ben Cliff comes in to bowl to Rob Yates, who defends off stump, and they'd been at Headingley for the final day and a bit of that extraordinary test, the Botham test that had preceded it. And each one of them, and this is a throwback to what you could do in 1981, each one of them had brought a case of beer. So they all came in with a case on their shoulder, and said to my mum, "Does the lad fancy a beer? Does the lad want a beer?" I was 11 at the time. So does the lad fancy a beer? As Cliff comes in, back of a leg, cut behind square, and tumbling stop at point means there's no run. My mum being my mum, because she's great, happily still with us as well. She said, if he wants, he can have a beer, knowing full well that there was not a chance that I was going to say yes. But what a day that was.
Yeah, well, I'd been to the Headingley test. I was there when Botham and Dilly were whacking it around on day 4.
Brilliant. Cliff approaches. Yates on strike again, looking to drive straight this time, but just rolls it along the deck to Van Beek at mid-off.
My story was that I was with my then Putter St Lawrence teammate David Leatherdale.
Oh my!
Watching from the side of down at the little white. Used to have a little white rail at the side if there was no advertising board, a bit like the fencing at the far end, except probably a third of the size. We was just sitting there at backward of point when Graham Dilly was whacking it at the football stand end.
Falls ball over from Cliff, and Yates is able to flick this towards point. Thought he was going to beat the fielder, but he doesn't. And again, no run.
And then I was at Putter St Lawrence itself when you'd have been here, and that I can remember going out to the car to see what was happening, because in those days, not every cricket club had a television in there to watch it, and I was out to the car to listen to TMS, and I remember he got the wicket in that first of that red hot spell of 5 for 1 in
5 for 1 in both of them,
26 balls or something. Yeah. And I just stopped, sat there in the car and listened to it going on, and I was dashing out going, got another wicket. Brilliant.
Cliff in, bowls to Yates, defending to the leg side. There's no run. They got to about 120 for 5 before Botham grabbed the ball off Mike Brearley and said, "Look, I'm going to do it. I'm going for it." And it was
Which
the
end
last
was he
chance.
bowling out of that? I can't
Far
remember.
end.
Right.
Yeah, he was bowling from the city end as it was at the time. And as an 11-year-old, the joy, and I know it's not politically correct, but the joy of joining in with the entire ground, singing "He's fat, he's round, he bounces on the ground," Rodney Marsh. It was a real awakening, actually. I've been going to cricket for a while, but the first day of Test cricket to be that special. Now, that one's got up a bit from Cliff, and it's been played off the gloves by Yates down towards third slip. I suppose soft hands would be the virtue there. Cliff a little bit unlucky. Maiden over from him. 31 without loss at Warwickshire. 12 overs into their second innings.
Bit of a rip snorter, and he played it really well, to be fair, did Robbie Yates. He didn't have much time to react. Just about got over the top of it enough, and as you say, probably did glove it, which softened the blow. Didn't allow it to make its way into the cordon. So Davies is going to have to face a bit more of Jack White, who's not off yet. Johnny wants to keep the pressure on, wants to try and bag a couple of early wickets for this pressure. 31 without loss, and Jack 4 maidens from his 6 overs so far. Just 4 runs off him. Making his way in then from the Botham end as Davies turns that one into the leg side. And Wharton fields. It was, until we saw 2005, for all those years in between, I was saying you'll never see a better series than that. It was magical, wasn't it?
It was
those 2 or 3 matches.
Yeah, Old Trafford was great as well.
Wasn't it? Yeah.
And I think Ian Botham was every young cricket fan's hero for having been watching Warwickshire since I was 5. Obviously, Bob Willis bowling as he did at Headingley was special for us as well down here.
Yeah, what a spell that was. That was off the scale, wasn't it? As in comes White. And Davies is going to get 4 through third man. Just too wide from Jack on this occasion. He barely strayed at all in this spell. And that's the frustration of fast bowling, isn't it? You come with a load of good deliveries, don't get your man, and then when you get it wrong, Alex Davies, well, he played it nicely, just got over the top of it, flicked it wide of the cordon.
That's very much his zone as well. Alex Davies didn't get up particularly high outside off stump, but it was well outside. And as you very accurately described, just angles the bat over the top of the ball to make the shot as safe as can be. Whatever he does do in this innings, it's we're doing him some good, this Alex Davies.
Here's White, and shouldering of arms by Davies. I can't remember any particular chanting in the 81 test at Headingley, but the first test cricket I ever went to see was the Monday after Jeffrey had got his 100th 100 at Headingley.
So 77?
Yeah. And there was a lot of Aussies behind us on the Western Terrace. There were all the old wooden seats, the old benches then. And I can remember them stacking up the tinnies as the day went on into a pyramid. And of course, again, I was only, young. It was hilarious hearing these Aussies shouting, "Come on, underpants," to Derek Underwood out there in the middle when he was on bowling. Here's White to Davies, who drops that into the offside. And White's through to field in his follow through.
The subtlety of the Australian sense of humour. That's something I could talk to Melinda about the next half hour.
And ask her about plenty of defence. Plenty of defence there in the green and gold.
He was doing an Australian accent
Ellery
there, Mel, in case you were wondering.
Ellery Hanley. What a player. The cheek. Jack White bowls to Davies, who defends into the offside once again. Just one to come, and then I'll disappear and leave the Aussie twang bit. No, I won't leave the Aussie twang behind. The real Aussie twang will step in. I'm getting daggers here. Daggers are drawn.
She's
I think the only thing that's saving me at the moment is that I lent Mel my charger to charge up her laptop.
It's a bit slow, your charger.
Is it? Well, I do apologise. I'll go buy a better one overnight.
Yeah, but that's because Melinda's taken the free service, whereas if she paid £1 an hour, she'd get the speed charge.
It's White and defended by Davies. Best fields, end of the over then, 35 without loss. Warwickshire lead by 30. Richard and then Mel.
Yeah, Jonathan will be back in half an hour. I've got to do an update at 2:30, which is why I'm staying here for a little bit longer in this first part of the afternoon session, which so far Warwickshire will be pleased to where they've got to, but they'll get another test now, as we'll see a change of bowling. Cliff comes out of the attack after 6 overs for 27, with a bit of misfortune with that ball that hit the bat of Rob Yates when he was trying to leave it, but George Hill will come on there. The Australian sense of humour, it lacks a little bit of subtlety, and I'll tell you why I'm saying that. Have you seen Last One Laughing?
Oh my gosh, I saw the most recent series.
You seen the UK one?
Yeah.
And so there's been 2 series of the UK one. So I thought, I'll watch the Australian version, and it didn't work. And I knew who a lot of the comedians were. I know a lot of Australian and New Zealand comedians. As Hill begins his first over of the day, and Yates leaves it alone outside off stump. It swings after it passes the stumps, that. So I knew quite a few of them were. But it was all a bit too macho. It was all a bit too rude. It was all... They didn't have the subtlety.
My favourite bits... Bob Mortimer always has me in fits and tears. But I was making raspberry noises on commentary earlier. But Diane Morgan's use of the whoopee cushion...
Oh,
the
gosh,
best,
yeah.
While reading...
This ball's left alone outside. I'm sorry, who planned to blow the vuvuzela at that point?
That's proper timing.
That's the sort of comic timing you don't ordinarily get. Are you listening to us over there? Oh. If they were, they'd have a slight delay. They'd never have got it right.
No, what I've always said is that when it comes to, say, chanting in the crowd,
Hill comes in again to Yates and well forward in defence, just blocks it back down to the bowler, no run.
If the Ashes were decided on crowd chants, then England would always win easily.
Oh,
5-0.
What about
every
the
time.
Hill though?
It's like you said, it's all a bit coarse,
Okay.
rarely very funny. I'd give it to England every single time. Of course, me being a dual citizen, I have a
On the fence.
superior sense of humour
Oh, aye.
to most Australians.
Hill full onto the pads of Yates, tucked into the leg side. That's square. Bess has a bit of room to manoeuvre to get to the ball, so therefore they come through for a single. Takes Yates to 20, 36 without loss, a lead of 31. Yes, there was a moment in Diane Morgan's performance in that particular series, and I'm not going to spoil what happens in the series in case you haven't seen it yet. But there's a moment where she raises her right leg, and her timing is spot on.
Well, it's while she's reading "Do Not Go Gentle" into the night. It's really serious poem. Honestly, I must have seen it 100 times, and I cry with laughter every time.
Although the British series, UK series, did include my favourite Australian comedian. So.
Yeah, I've never really seen him before.
Hill comes in, bowls, pushed into the offside. There's no run. The magnificent and weird Sam Campbell.
Sam Campbell.
I saw live about 18 months ago, and he did 2 hours at the Glee Club, and it was utter madness. Seeing him again later this year, and I think at the moment he's doing most of his work in the UK. Although he always performs at the Melbourne Comedy Festival early in the year each year, and always gets invited to do 5 minutes at the gala, which is the one bit that's televised. But he's an incredibly funny young man, but it is peculiar stuff sometimes. Hill in with the final ball of the over, and Davis is struck on the pad. A prolonged shout for LBW. Hill then kind of, I think, realises it's probably not out. There's an unnecessary shy at the stumps that nearly led to 4 overthrows as well, because a diving stop by Revis to prevent that. They are getting a little bit frustrated here. I think Van Beek is now preparing to come on. 36 without loss at the end of the over.
I couldn't. It's very hard to tell from this angle. I mean, it looked like a decent shout. I don't have the replay in front of me. That's Richard's domain.
It's an interesting one, because I think he's just about in line, but it's tight. But he's a long way down the wicket, Alex Davis. So height would have been a factor. But it was certainly well worth the question, for sure.
By the way, a big shout out to Paul, who's emailed me. I don't get very many emails, but I don't have a BBC email, with some contributions to our geographical features.
Excellent.
11. Tom Fell, Sam Field, Gary Cowmeadow, and Brett Lee.
Hold on, who's Sam Field?
I don't know.
There's a footballer of that name, but...
Well, here's Van Beek. He's in around the wicket, hurls it. Yates, who just drives up to mid-off, no run.
I mean, Tom Fell is a former first-class cricketer. Absolutely, no issue there.
Gary Cowmeadow, that's a good name.
Who on earth is Gary Cowmeadow?
I don't know. We're gonna have to look this up. Gary Cowmeadow. It's a great name.
It is, but is it real? 'Cause it's got a real air of J.K. Rowling about it.
I've got faith in Paul.
Have you?
Yeah, I do. I have faith in Paul. Van Beek is in, bowling to Yates, who just drives off the back foot beautifully, manages to get it in the gap in the covers, and that's 4 runs.
Okay, Gary Cowmeadow played for Tasmania between 1976 and 1979. He was from Huonville, Tasmania. A medium fast bowler with a good economy rate, which might be a way of saying he didn't take many wickets.
Well, there you go. Told you, Paul's on the money.
29 first-class wickets, 15 List A wickets.
There you go. See? Here's Van Beek in, bowls Yorker, but it's just clipped off the toes.
Oh, timing.
Beautifully. Yeah, it was all timing. He's just clipped that behind square leg, and it has raced away for 4 runs to the short boundary. So Yates is getting a motor on, back-to-back boundaries. He's decided he's going to take on Van Beek. 44 for none.
Well, although the first one he put away was a bit of a long hop, and that one was very full onto his pads. What we did see is Van Beek really got the ball to hoop for a while yesterday.
He's running in now around the wicket again. It's short and it's cut away. It flies over gully. And that's 3 boundaries on the bounce now for Yates.
Plus a no ball.
Oh, and a no ball.
So that's the 50. The 50
Wow.
is suddenly up for Warwickshire in the 15th over.
Well, that came rather quickly. 14 runs of the last 3 balls with the extra ball now to be bowled. It couldn't be any more different, I don't think, than the first 2 innings that we've seen here at Edgbaston.
I think there's still, a ball or 2 that's going to have your name on it, but Yates is making hay while he can.
He's there now, and it's bowled by Van Beek and left alone. He shoulders arms to that one. This is kind of what I thought we might see today, although the ball, it is still doing a little bit, just enough to sort of make things interesting, but you'd sort of expected after the cloudy skies, dark skies and lights of yesterday, might be better for batting today. Van Beek in, bowls, it's short and width again on offer. Yates says, thank you very much, I'll help myself to a boundary out over deep point. Thank you. 54 for none. This is an expensive over now for Van Beek. 18 runs coming from it so far with 1 ball remaining.
No real power about that shot from Yates. It was all wristy timing. Got onto the top of the bounce and put it away, and as a result, Yorkshire and a lever fielder out at deep point for the final ball of a Van Beek over that's gone for 18.
1 ball remaining. Here's Van Beek. He's in, bowls, and that's a better ball. It's just defended into the onside by Yates, but still 18 runs from that over. The 50 coming up for Warwickshire. They are 54 for none, with Yates on 36 and Davies on 16. So just a real flurry of runs there. The sun really is shining down now. It was forecast to be 17 when I checked earlier this morning. It was already 18. Beautiful day, and there's a few short sleeves out there at the moment.
Hill powering in from the pavilion end, very full. That's a long step forward. He's already well outside his crease, Alex Davis, and defends. Johnny Bairstow, yeah, I was about to say that he's going to have to contemplate getting up to the stumps against Alex Davis, and I think he's just indicated to the changing room that he'd like a helmet. I think he's going to have to do it because Davis is taking up a stance that's best part of a foot outside the crease. And then he's walking forward a little bit further. As Hill comes, and this time he plays him without taking any further steps forward, and his drive will just roll up to cliff at mid-on.
Yeah, what's been happening with Alex Davies? Because he's had 1 really good score at the start of the season, and then it's been kind of nothing since.
Yeah, I mean, half a dozen single-figure scores before this. He's received some good balls, and I think, this time of year you're going to. We've seen the Warwickshire top order struggle. Just needs something to break his way a little bit. As he just looks to guide this down to third and gets too much on it, and it just trickles to point instead. I've seen him in amongst these single-figure scores. I've seen him hit a number of sort of great boundaries and then gets out, as he did actually in the first innings here. Lovely back foot drive through the covers for 4. Nicks off next ball. Whatever else happens in this innings today, having got through an hour, more than an hour, is really valuable. Getting these overs on the board without any loss of wicket as he leaves the ball alone from Hill. Is it the pressure of not being the captain anymore? I don't know, because he's made good runs as captain the last 2 years.
It's always interesting, isn't it, when sometimes the opposite happens, when you see captains step away and just being able to concentrate on their batting without the added pressures that you sometimes see people take on the captaincy and their batting suffers, but then also the opposite. It's just a very individual thing, as the helmet is being brought out for Johnny Bairstow, so he's going to get right in close behind Alex Davies now.
relay to Will Luxton, who's on the field as a substitute fielder, which presumably means Jack White is taking his usual short break after a spell. I think presumably he likes to put on a fresh shirt after a spell. Don't know how many they have these days. Their numbers and their names on. So he's up to the stumps now, and Davis is driving straight, and he's going to get 4 runs for it. So playing from his crease, he's timed that beautifully. There was a dive to try and stop it at mid-on, but it went past the helpless, flailing left arm of Cliff. And Davis gets up to 20, 58 without loss, the Bears, and their lead is now into the 50s at 53.
And they'll be feeling much better about life, I think, after that tough day yesterday.
Next delivery, Davis stabs it to point. End of the over. 2 overs for 5 for Hill, 58 without loss. Warwickshire. It's usually a sign that Alex Davis is feeling a little bit better about life when he plays a straight drive like that one. It's one that he's got in his locker. What an interesting day it's been elsewhere. Most notable thing, another miss out from Zach Crawley. So I think his chances of keeping his England place, Mel, are probably gone at this juncture.
It almost seems like a situation where everyone's just assuming that now, because he's just not been able to get the runs. I think it might have been a little bit unlucky with the odd decision here or there, but there's been a reasonable sample size now. As we see a new over from Van Beek. Last one went for 18, and the first ball, he's actually dropped it as he was in his delivery stride. It ends up on its way down to Yates, who makes as if to just pat it away.
Well, he had to make sure he stopped it because it was in danger of going onto his leg stump, and we don't want some sort of controversy like that. But I think he sort of clipped his hip as he was coiling back with the ball and released it. Emilio Gay may be batting soon because Durham have finally bowled Worcestershire out in Division 2 for 308. Home batting at number 10 made 63. Last wicket stand of 57. 5 wickets yet again for Ben Rain.
That's a good innings from Home then.
Yeah, one of the youngsters really inside.
Yeah, bowler very sharp, can get it right up there and can bat as well. A bit of an exciting prospect. That's more batting points at Home for Worcestershire as well, which, tell you what, the ground staff there to be able to get some good early season wickets with everything they have to deal with.
Oh, they're miracle workers.
Is it Stephen Manfield? I think it is the head groundsman there at New Road. Yates waits as in comes Van Beek, and on one knee, beautiful drive. As lovely and fluent, and gets the full rewards of 4 runs.
It's a long boundary, and Will Luxton hasn't got a lot of yards to get there, but it is timed so well by Yates. And this is now the biggest partnership of the match at 62.
Yeah, and how many times have we said that about these shots that Yates has played? His timing has been really good in this innings. It's been very impressive. We've got 2 slips and a gully in for him as Van Beek runs in once more. And he just leans back and slaps that one to backward point where fielder's running in from the deep, and just keep it to the 1 run. I had a funny conversation with Jack Home last week when I was in Northants. I wasn't sure if I'd met him before. You know Jacko, he's got that sort of, he's basically got like Jacob Bethel bleached blonde hair, but it's mostly grown out. Right. So he's got dark brown hair with these
with
white
speckles on
tips,
the end. Yeah.
with all these sort of white tips. Davies now on strike as in comes Van Beek, and he just punches that up to mid-on, no run. And I said to him, I'm not quite sure if we've actually met, and introduced myself. He said, yeah, we met at the Durham game last year. I was the one with the funky hair. As he says to me, with all of his bleached blonde tips. So I'm not sure what he calls it now.
Soon to no longer be funky.
Well,
Less funky. Funkless.
there's a good young talent. Here's Van Beek, and this is clipped just in front of square leg by Davies. And
Oh,
a
dear.
misfield means it's going to be 4 runs.
It's Will Luxton, the substitute fielder, who's done incredibly well to slide and miss the ball. He's almost arched his back to get out of the way of it. And Logan Van Beek's figures are already suffering. I mean, he conceded 18 in his first over. That's now 9 off this one.
Well, it is the long boundary, so he does have more time than usual to get himself around there.
We can update listeners to BBC Radio WM are just coming across. So I'll deal with that. It's, final ball of the over is driven for a single. Yeah, Warwickshire have taken themselves into a very good position here unexpectedly on day 2 after taking the last Yorkshire 6 wickets for just 42 runs this morning, conceding a first innings deficit of 5, which is as good as they could have imagined after being bowled out for 147 yesterday. 4 wickets for Ollie Hannon-Dolby against his former county. Another ex-Yorkshireman, Jordan Thompson, chipped in with 3. Rob Yates, 5 catches in that Yorkshire innings, the last of which was one of the most spectacular catches you'll see anywhere this season. Full length at second slip, just got his hand underneath the ball. Warwickshire in their second innings, Rob Yates and Alex Davis are starting to gather momentum here. The biggest partnership of the match. They've put on 70 in 17 overs. Yates particularly strong with the cut. He's on 41. Davis, who has been out of form going into this innings with a couple of lovely drives, he's moved on to 27. It means the Bears, with 10 wickets standing, lead Yorkshire by 65. So an update for our colleagues on BBC Radio WM. We'll chip in with them a little bit later as well. Start of a new over from George Hill to Boulder Davis, whose previous shot, by the way, at the end of the last over, I said was a push for a single, ended up being timed well enough for 3. But this is the platform, Mel, that Warwickshire needed today.
Boy, oh boy, isn't it ever? Really good partnership. And you were talking earlier before I came on about the fact that they had put the bad balls away, and they've done that really well. They've defended stoutly.
Hill again. Davis gets in behind that, pushes it into the leg side. There's no run.
They've tried to put a bit more pressure back onto Van Beek, but he also, has bowled quite a few loose deliveries, and they've just put those ones away. It's been good batting. And Johnny Bairstow still up, keeping up to the stumps for Davies. He's having to try and think of a way to break up this partnership.
Hill, full outside off stump, pushed into the offside. It was timed well, but very quickly to his left. Wharton was able to gather on the second hop, and there's a yell of no. They turned down any prospect of a run. Good fielding by Wharton. Still 3 slips in place.
Well, it's the second highest individual score of the match so far. Yates with 41. Only Sam Hain has managed to pass 50. He got 57 in the first innings.
Hill in his third over approaches Davis again, and that's come off the inner half of the bat. Bit of a miscue, and it strikes the stumps at the non-striker's end. The bails will have to be replaced there. Just a gentle breeze today. I think quite a few jackets have been disposed of. Some bare arms in the crowd.
I'm surprised we haven't seen people stripping off.
Well, I've just seen something now. I think second row of the Hollies, I think we do have a topless chap. This is, again, full of length from Hill, defended into the leg side.
I've just spotted it. There's no need. There's no need for removing shirts when the temperature is below 30, in my view.
Look, I think you've got to have a slight UK adjustment. So
28.
22.
Wow.
22 for the UK. 20 to go. Look, we don't get many opportunities otherwise. You could go an entire year without an opportunity if you set it at 28. Hill in, Davis defends. End of the over, it was a maiden. 27 to Davis, 41 to Yates. Warwickshire 70 without loss. Lead Yorkshire by 65.
And suddenly, it's very quickly, and suddenly become a pretty handy lead when we're talking about the opening partnership. Looks like
Matthew Revis to have a bowl, because Van Beek's 2 overs for 30 doesn't stand close to scrutiny, so Revis to bowl for the first time in the match. There's the 5th seamer.
Yeah, well, you can't really afford to go at 15 and over, I would suggest.
It's not ideal.
Not if you're on the bowling side, no.
Or I don't know why I always abuses me and my daughter when we use this term. It's suboptimal.
Suboptimal's a great word, isn't it?
Yeah.
Suboptimal. I quite like that.
It's always daft words and phrases that you share that will make each other chuckle. Well, she gets very upset if I do the 6-7 thing.
Oh, don't. Did you see Kevin Peterson's Instagram video with him and all those players? Oh, no.
Did he do it?
Yeah, he
Well,
did
to be fair, mate, he's just playing his natural game.
Oh, dear. Right then, here is Revis. He's around the wicket, and first ball is just quite respectfully, that's it, not respectively, played by Yates out to point. There's no run.
You can do both.
Respectively and respectfully?
No, respectably.
Respectably.
Yeah, no.
No,
Yeah.
I don't.
No, not respectively, you're right, no.
It's half the field's in sunshine and half's in shadow at the moment. The pitch is in full sunlight as in comes Revis. That one is much better. Better line, makes Yates play, and he just drops it in front of him.
I think the crane driver ever gets left abandoned at the end of the day because they forget he's up there. You know, can you imagine he's sat there going, lads. I think it ever happens.
I know once with Jonathan Doyle in commentary, when I did used to work on the Super League, they had a hoist that the cameraman was on as Revis is in. Bowls, that's a good ball. That is a good ball. It's got great bounce, and Yates just left his bat dangling, goes straight through to Bairstow. There was a cameraman up. I used to be on a hoist, and it was at Bradford, and they had the Odsall Stadium that was down in the bowl.
Oh yeah.
And
very familiar with Odsall.
He was stuck. The hoist wouldn't work, and so
no.
they had to get another crane in from somewhere else to get him down. Here is Revis, and that's just defended out in front of point by Yates. No run.
Suboptimal.
That's suboptimal.
Yeah.
You wouldn't want to be stuck up there.
No, and I think my second phase living in West Yorkshire, I enjoyed a lot of afternoons and evenings at Odsall watching the rugby league.
Well, it was even higher because the hoist was at the top, because it goes down into the bowl. So he ended up, it was very, very high up. Here's Revis, and that's just defended straight back to the bowler. He picks it up on the bounce from Yates. This is much, much better here from Yorkshire. Just finally being able to create a little bit of pressure.
Revis viewed more as a batting all-rounder now, but he's a fine bowler when he hits his stride. Wasn't needed in the first innings because the quartet that were used by Johnny Bairstow did a terrific job. Shared out the wickets, 147 all out.
Here's Revis, bowls. It's just defended with a very straight bat by Yates. Ends up making its way up to mid-off, and that's the end of the over. A maiden for Revis, his first of the match, and much needed by Yorkshire because that scoreboard was tearing it along. It is 70 for none, Yates on 41, Davis on 27, and we have reached the point in the day when the sun is shining here at Edgbaston, where a window on that building in the distance is reflecting the sunlight, and it's like having someone, manoeuvre their watch to shine the sun in your eyes.
It's a well-known hotel chain.
Is it?
That tall building. Without giving away the name of the chain, you know how the windows on it are blue?
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
yep.
that's a clue.
I gotcha.
George Hill begins a new over, guided towards point by Alex Davis. I will make way at the end of this over for for a sturdy break, because Jonathan Doidge is there, and he looks like he's limbered up. He looks like he's ready to join the attack.
Oh, he is limbering up.
Yeah,
He's doing a few stretches.
He's doing his calves now. Excellent. Okay.
Well,
yeah.
I'll start
Shoulders.
I'll get up, shall I? And
are you going to switch position? You're going to change
yeah,
ends?
I think I think he likes his position, as do you. So I'm happy to be the mover.
That's just where my computer is. Hill in, back of a length, defended by Davis, gets into line. The wicketkeeper Johnny Bairstow isn't up to the stumps at the moment with Hill bowling to Davis, but Davis also isn't batting out of his crease. So that combination of things means the helmet is now sitting behind him at the Birmingham end. A couple of the Yorkshire staff have done their lap of the ground. Clockwise for a wicket, isn't it? They've gone round trying to get a wicket. As this is driven by Davis, he feels he's missed out a bit there because he's hit it straight along the deck to Cliff. And there's no run. Revis for Van Beek was rather inevitable after 2 overs, wasn't it?
Yeah. We'll see which what we get from Matthew today as well. Because occasionally, I think we had a 2 overs for 16 the other week.
Helmet back on for Bairstow, back up to the stumps. And Hill in once more. Davis jabs it out into the offside. There's no run.
It was a good start from Rev, wasn't it? With a maiden, and much needed as well. I mean, Logan again going around the ground. It's just there's only really been 2 spells. There was one at Headingley when he got 4 wickets, and I can't remember what the figures were at the time, but there were 4 for not that many, and then leaked quite a lot of runs after that. And then last week, yesterday I should say, in the first innings here.
Hill again to Davis, sturdily forward. Warwickshire wanted to bat overs onto the clock as much as anything here and protect wickets for when this new ball gets beyond 40 up towards 50 overs old, and that's when you can cash in theory. Neither team gave themselves a chance to cash in the first innings.
Last week at Taunton, 4 overs for 22 when Johnny Bairstow turned to him to try and come up with something tight or pick up a wicket. Could do neither, so again it was a short spell.
Yeah, he's peaked today with his 2 overs for 30. Hill in to complete his over, and Davis defends rather awkwardly, and it drops just down in front of him. End of the over, 70 without loss. Warwickshire they lead Yorkshire by 65. Melinda's coming back in. Change of chairs for her. Nearly him.
Yeah.
That would have been bleak, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Jonathan Doidge is also doing the honours.
Yeah, Melinda, not Mel. Oh no, Mel as well as Melinda.
Yeah.
But not that Mel. Just trying to help Richard out a bit. So yes, Melinda is coming back alongside.
Not many people call me Melinda. My mum does when I've done the wrong thing. And she's not happy with me.
Imagine.
As we start a new over from Revis, around the wicket again. It's just turned into mid-wicket by Yates, no run. So Revis yet to concede a run in the 7 balls that he's bowled. Now you went on when you were on last time. You sparked my memory about something. By the way, Jonathan. 2 slips in. Revis makes his way in, bowls. That has just clipped square up. Mid-wicket cuts it off at square leg. And I'll take a single. So first run conceded by Revis. You mentioned Ellery Hanley. And that reminded me, see, as we were talking about rugby league days, it reminded me of a story that was quite legendary with the Sky Sports commentary team about Mike Steve-O Stevenson. Steve-O, about a time he was commentating at Headingley and it was freezing cold that day. And Ellery Hanley was playing as Revis. He's over the wicket to Davis, who he punches that one through a gap in the covers, but with no real timing. They'll just take a single. And because it was a really cold day, what used to happen with Steve-O was that his top set, his dentures, would shrink a little bit. And he was saying Ellery Hanley, and all the L sounds meant his tongue was on the roof of a mouth. So mid-sentence, as he was saying Ellery Hanley, his top set flew out of his mouth as Revis bowls, defended by Yates, no run. It fell out, landed on the gantry with such force that it was bouncing across the gantry, and Steve-O had to throw off his headset and dive, and he caught them just before they fell into the fans in the south stand below. And there was no commentary for the next 10 minutes because both he and Eddie were laughing so much as Revis bowls, and that's just steered down towards short third. They'll get a single. And even the cameraman, the director, Neville Smith, was screaming because he didn't know what had happened, and no one would talk to him. The cameraman, the shots were shaky because the cameramen were laughing so much. And Steve-O was trying to shove his teeth back in. Eddie was gone. As I always think about that. Luckily, we've both got our real teeth.
Yeah, well, yeah. You speak for yourself. No, I really can't push mine out with my tongue. Some great characters there, though.
Here is Revis bowls, and it's cut away by Davies with a real flourish, but it only goes as far as cover point. It's the end of the over 73 for none.
Funnily enough, of all those guys, it's the commentator, Eddie Hemmings, who I never really got to know, but I got to know Steve-O pretty well. Nev as well. I mean, I can imagine Nev, probably having a rant about that because he wanted to know what was going on. Bill, of course, bless him.
Yeah.
A lovely guy.
Bill Arthur, passed away. I was very, very sad. Still quite young.
Yeah. And then the guys on the production, Mark Smith. Is he still doing that?
I believe so.
Yeah.
I haven't seen any of them for quite a while.
No. George Hill, meanwhile, is going to continue at the pavilion end. 4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 5. 3 slips in place, and he'd love to get an opportunity for a nick-off, but at the moment, Warwickshire have resisted and Yorkshire have not. Very fair to say, bowled as well as they did first time around, because they haven't got a wicket for 72, but it's just been... I thought Ben Cliff was probably a little bit unlucky to have conceded 27. Probably more like 6 overs for 18 or something, but there were a couple, weren't there? One that flew over the slips that Rob Yates knew very little about, for example. Here's George round the wicket and wide of off stump, and it's left by Yates. And Logan van Beek, unfortunately, it's just not happening for him, is it, with the ball? You wonder how many matches more he'll play. I mean, Yorkshire last year, Jordan Buckingham was an experiment that didn't work. Ben Sears didn't work with the ball, the pair of them. Some of their overseas in the last few years, it's been a struggle to get performances out of them, and almost by accident really last year Imam ul Haq dropped into place for the 50 over comp because Abdullah Shafiq, who had started pretty well, was snapped up by Pakistan. Hill is in, it's wide of off stump and left again by Yates. So yeah, the short-termism doesn't seem to be working to any great effect. Obviously Jai Richardson hasn't been anything like at his best, has he, either in the time he's been over?
No, well, it's a common complaint, isn't it, about the Australian bowlers coming over early in the season, either getting injured or maybe just being a bit tuckered out, coming off the end of the Shield season.
Yeah, ball short of length, hammered. That really was struck viciously by Yates, and Logan van Beek, he's not a terrible fielder, and that was just struck so quickly at him. He got down, but still, even though he got a fair bit on it, it had the legs to get to the boundary beyond him, and that's gone a further 30 yards or so after he's got something on it. So it tells you how firmly it was struck by Rob Yates.
He absolutely pasted it.
He mullered it.
He mullered it all right.
77 without loss. Hill's in again, and this time he gets down low, a bit like he played a shot through extra cover earlier, but can't master that one. It's pushed into the offside.
George DeBell has messaged me, helpfully reminding me that he calls me Melissa. And that's because a certain commentator that I worked with a lot as a colleague spent about 3 years calling me Melissa. And it got to the point where it was just too awkward to correct him. And so George and Jared Kimber just decided they were changing my name to Melissa because that was just easier.
Fair enough. George in, and that's Hill, by the way. And that's run away down backward of point. Van Beek gives chase, and they get back for 2. Yeah, I've got one. That was one of the radio lead presenters when she throws to me. She obviously thinks I'm called Deutsch rather than Deutsch.
The German.
He just carries on. So you know, when you sort of got beyond the point of
exactly
correcting somebody.
Yeah. It just becomes too awkward. You're not missing any cricket, by the way, because the players, the batters, are just having a little drink. Yates and Davies. It's probably the first time that batters have been out there for long enough to warrant having a drink in this match. Maybe Sam Hain earlier, who got a half century. Yates has just 1 run off that milestone at the moment. Oh, the kids are still here, by the way, as you can hear in the background. I think that's fantastic. More of it. I do love it when they have those festivals of cricket over here at the various counties, and you see thousands of school kids. And I can tell you, I think Cricket Australia and the states there could learn a lot from how the various counties do that over here. Fantastic stuff. Right, Revis. He's in for his 3rd over the wicket to Davies, who shoulders arms first ball.
And yet, they don't seem to have an issue, do they? You tell me, as an Aussie, but they don't seem to have a problem with player pool in cricket over there. Not like there's a diminishing number of players in England playing the game.
Oh, as a playing sport, as a participation sport, absolutely not. As Revis is in, that one's leapt up on Davies. He's not the tallest of men anyway, but he ended up almost swaying out of the way of that one. Goes past the outside edge. Yeah, as a participation sport, it does really well. What I've noticed in Australia in the past wee while, and I really noticed it this year, was that as far as being in the national consciousness, it falls off a cliff at the end of January. Here's Revis in, bowls, and he loses his shape, Davies, as he plays that one-handed in the end, up towards wide mid-on, no run.
That's a weird thing about Aussie sport. I mean, as both as rugby league aficionados, lovers of the game, we know that, they talk about it in Australia. Nobody's interested in the game until March, really, when it starts, and nobody bothers once the grand final's been played, really. Whereas, fans over here seem to kind of retain that interest.
As Revis is in, bowls, and Davies just punches that one into the covers, no run.
So that's the same with cricket in principle, is it, really?
Well, actually, the 2 football codes in particular, Rugby League and AFL, I think cricket in Australia has just allowed them to creep. So the seasons are getting longer, and all of a sudden in February they play that Rugby League game over in, they have the games over in Vegas.
Yeah.
Now, sort of to get to launch the seasons, as Revis is in, bowls a full delivery, driven to cover, no run for Davies. Yeah, and it's just crept. And so what I would say is that, and I don't say this with any derision because it's just how things are in Australia, and I was probably like this growing up. Cricket is the national sport for probably 2 months a year, and then it becomes a niche sport. Not participation-wise, but viewing-wise. Here comes Revis, and again, it's just driven out into the covers by Davies, no run, 79 for none. Yates 49, Davies 28. And so what I found when I was there, even in February, so you had the T20 World Cup was on, Sheffield Shield, their one-day cup, the Dean Jones Trophy. Australia women were playing a multi-format series against India. And I would go and sit in a cafe every day and read the papers, all of the papers, and I'd watch the news. And it was quite common to go 3, 4, 5 days without seeing a single cricket story, which I thought was a little bit of a worry. And how I kind of look at it is that support for cricket in Australia is a mile wide and an inch deep. Very different to this country. So it's huge for those 2 months. During the tests, even in January when the men's big bash is on, but after that, even towards the end of January, they're so cyclical and seasonal in Australia, the attention starts going towards tennis, the Australian Open, Formula One, whatever it is.
Van Beek gets another spell and falls over, having delivered the first ball of this one, which is turned to leg where Jack White fields. And the applause will tell you that we have a half-century on our hands, folks. The lesser spotted half-century as it is in this match, because Rob Yates has joined Sam Hain as the only previous Warwickshire half-centurion. The match is only previous half-centurion. And that is an 18th time he's got there, to go with 1100s in his first-class career so far, which has constituted now 89 matches. So well played to him on a day that the game has changed in a completely different direction than it might have gone. Davies on strike, flicking this next delivery to the diving Ben Cliff at mid-on. Good stop that, because there was a fairly short boundary behind him. Had he missed it, it would have been 4. And of course, these days, once somebody's done a good piece of fielding, somebody else from the team has to run across to them and give them a high five, low five, handshake, hug, whatever it might be. James Wharton was that man.
Do you want me to do that if I think you've had a particularly good commentary line?
Good line on commentary.
Yeah.
Yeah, be a bit weird, wouldn't it, if we all went around hugging each other in the com box? Yeah.
I'm a bit of a hugger. I don't mind that.
Van Beek round the wicket in. That's turned to mid-wicket by Yates, who's going to get through for a single because it couldn't be picked up cleanly by, I think it's Dom Bess in there. As we often say in commentary, he loves to get himself mucky. Nothing better for Dom than to walk off the field with brown and green patches everywhere, maybe some red as well. Van Beek switching to over the wicket, 82 without loss. 33 of them have come from the Dutch international. And this delivery has drawn an appeal from Johnny Bairstow from behind the stumps, but has quickly disappeared away down to the Birmingham end of the ground for 4-leg byes. So runs continue to pour on here. They've scored quickly.
I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about. So I know people here will sometimes say, oh, we don't get the crowds we used to at county championship games. I come over here and think, oh, this is great to see this many people at a 4-day match. And I actually was talking to Bo Webster a couple of days ago, and he's saying exactly the same thing. He cannot believe how many people come to watch, right? I'm not sure how many there are today.
Van Beek bowls. Davies turns that one down to long leg for a single.
I think it's a bit deceiving here at Edgbaston because a lot of people are in the members stand where we are, so we can't see them, and so it often, I think, looks a bit emptier than it is, and it's a big ground as well. Sheffield Shield final in Australia was held in March in Melbourne, which is Australia's sporting capital, Junction Oval, so quite central. And after this ball, I'll tell you what the crowds were for the final.
Van Beek round the wicket and defensive push by Yates, no run.
So bearing in mind it's not first past the post, they have an actual final. So this was Victoria with the home game, as that over's finished. It's 87 for none. Victoria, the home team, against South Australia, who are defending their title. South Australia's maybe an hour and a half's flight, if that. You can get pretty cheap flights from South. It probably costs you more to get a train from Leeds to London than a flight. Some of the trains I get. Day one, the crowd was 981 of that match.
The final
was not a great day. There was rain about. Day two, so it was 5 days. That was the Thursday. Friday, day two, 1127, as Revis starts his new over, bowling to Davies, who leaves. Day three, so this was a Saturday, sunny day, really lovely day, 2,347. And day four, which was the Sunday, and the biggest crowd, was 2,800.
Was there a prospect of a result? No.
Yeah, it was a result. In the end, South Australia won, defended their title. So it had been set up to be an absolute cracker of a game, as Revis bowls over the wicket, and that's just flicked fine by Davies. That's 4 runs. Diving fielder, who I think is Van Beek, can't prevent the boundary, so it takes Davies to 34 and Warwickshire to 91. So if that was held here, if the county championship had a final, and the final was in a capital city, one of the biggest, so say it was in London, and you had Surrey playing whoever it was, say it was Surrey, Yorkshire, I'm damn sure you'd get more than 2,800, which was the best. You'd certainly get more than 900.
Yeah, if you had a final, you'd like to think so. I mean, at Headingley, attendances 12 to 1,800, depending upon the day, who's playing, that sort of things. I can't remember. There may have been a 2,000 at some point in the last few years, but there's certainly, if there has been, there haven't been many of them. But yeah, you sort of hovering between 12 and 1,800, and that's for obviously a test ground like this, and they do feel drowned obviously because of the capacity here. So yeah, to the view from the comm box here, it doesn't look like there's that many in, but as you say, we can't see the people in this pavilion end stand.
I think there'd be probably at least half the people who are here probably on our side of the stadium. But that was a final, and that's an example of what I'm talking about. It's Revis bowls, and it's turned in front of square leg by Davies, but stopped by the fielder at mid-wicket.
Don Bess.
Don Bess it is. See, his number was, I think, wrong on Wikipedia, which is where I had to turn to, because
what did they have him down as?
47.
Yeah, that was his original number when he came, but I think he changed at the start of last season to number 2.
Well, this is what happens when the Yorkshire website isn't updated. Revis is in, bowls. Davies drives straight and beautifully. That is a gorgeous shot from Davies. I would argue that's the best he's played so far. Straight as a die, just missed the stumps, and it goes all the way for 4. So Davies starting to look more comfortable now as well.
Yeah, cracking shot over pitching Matthew Revis, but at least he is trying to get the ball up there. They've often asked him to bowl short, and it's not really served him well in the figures column. But you can only do what you're asked, I suppose.
I'll just finish off by saying that when I've been at Sheffield Shield matches in Australia, I have counted the crowd, and I haven't got to 50 at some games. So when people sort of think that you don't get enough here, gosh, I sometimes think appreciate what you have. Always want more, but appreciate what you have. Revis is in, bowls to Davies, got leading edge, and he tried to turn it on the onside. Instead, he skewed it to extra cover, and just as he was starting to look comfortable, he's mistimed that one completely. First wicket falls for Warwickshire, 95 for none, and Davies departs for 38.
Yeah, and how important though in the context of the game and the outcome could that partnership be? Because that has really come out of nowhere after what we'd seen before. Yorkshire, they've bowled well in parts, but they've not bowled well in parts, and that has allowed the hosts to get off to a start. But Alex Davies, there was no foot movement about the shot at all. Just seeing it again on a replay, he just got a half forward stride in, played across it, was off balance, and there you go, leading edge, and a very easy catch for Finlay Bean, as it was at cover. And so Dan Mosley makes his way out in a much different position to that which he did just yesterday in the Warwickshire first innings, because he came in at 7 for 1 after just 5 balls of it. And there's been 24 overs and 5 balls at this stage, so the ball will be different to that one yesterday. The conditions are obviously significantly better, and he'll be hoping that the portents are good for him to put a few on the board here as well.
Yeah, some nice reward there for Revis too. I know he's overpitched on a couple of occasions, but probably only that once really, the previous ball. And we were talking earlier about how often Davies has hit a 4 and then got out this season.
Yeah,
Richard was saying.
Yes, he was, wasn't it?
And he just played the most glorious straight drive, I should say, and then gets the leading edge. So it's happened again. But I think that's good reward for Davies, for Revis, I should say, who's running in now around the wicket to Mosley, who plays out in front of point, no run.
I could be wrong, and I don't have any facts in front of me when I say this, Mel, but I reckon that will probably be the first time that Matthew Revis has ever taken the first wicket of an innings in first-class cricket. Wow. Because he's very often been used 50 overs plus, ball getting old and soft. He's the quickest bowler in the Yorkshire team when they really let them go, which is why they're interested in using him as a bowler, and I think why that's obviously piqued England's interest, given his batting abilities, that at some point he might get a go. He's on the radar and all of that. You'd have to say, in terms of what he's been producing figures-wise, you know, he'd need to improve that from the bowling perspective. Here's Logan Van Beek then in the Edgbaston sunshine to Rob Yates, who turns that one to Dom Bess in at mid-wicket. 38 from 81 deliveries in 103 minutes of batting, and including 7 fours there for Alex Davies. So although he's not managed to go on, he'll feel a little bit better about life with the start to the campaign that he's had. Revis coming out on top on that occasion. 95 for 1, Van Beek again. Yates times that pretty well out to the sweeping Finlay Bean, 1 run.
And that lead now 91, so that single with the 1 wicket down. So from a Warwickshire perspective, really important that they not lose a little cluster of wickets here. It's a partnerships that were lacking for them in that first innings. To be fair, they've not been great the whole way through, have they? So
no. I mean, Rob Yates has got himself as in as probably anybody has been, and looked more fluent really. Sam Hain obviously in very difficult conditions yesterday, played superbly. Here's Van Beek, and Mosley is, well, they'll want them both out obviously, but they'll be working on him early doors here, try and keep him dry, try and get him to play a shot that's not really on. He's just dragged that first delivery from Van Beek into the onside. Jack White, having left the field, as Richard said, as it seems to be customary after a spell, is back out there at the moment. Will Luxton was out fielding for a while. Van Beek is in, it's wide of off stump and left by Mosley. Just the 2 slips, Yorkshire at the moment. Brook at first, just lobbing the ball now to Dom Bess, and Adam Lyth at second. And if you're just joining us in more recent times, then Adam was spoken to by Russell Warren. It's something you don't often see. You might see a word between overs or something like that, but he actually stopped the game and gave him the wagging finger, called him out of the slip cordon to speak to him a while back.
That was very interesting.
Yeah. Van Beek is in. That's pushed into the offside by Mosley. Fielded by James Wharton, who's probably at square cover really. He's in front of square on the offside. On the one, they've got Bean sweeping more extra coverish. Third man, wide, very wide long leg. And then mid on, mid off, and Don Bess on the one at mid wicket. Van Beek 2 overs for 30 in his first spell. He's gone for a few again this time around, but that's the end of his 4th over, and 15 more runs have been added since that first spell. 35 now off 4 for Logan Van Beek. And you just, Div 1 cricket, you just can't afford to be leaking at one end. You've got to give your captain something to work with, give him the confidence to bowl you, and when he's not got that confidence, it's just obviously putting the rest of the seamers through more yards out there on the field. Workloads being managed as they are these days, Mel.
Yes, well that was a much better over from Van Beek, so now it'll be Revis to pick up. He has got the excellent figures of 1 for 11 of 4 overs with the 2 maidens in there. So if Van Beek can rein that in on the other end, then we really have seen this. We saw it in the last innings, the way that back-to-back maidens, maybe 3 on the trot, just the odd single, really did work for Warwickshire. Here's Revis around the wicket. Oh, and there's a play forward and a miss by Yates. Haven't seen him do that too many times. So good ball from Revis, beating the bat of the set Yates, and that is exactly what Yorkshire want right now. Certainly not what Warwickshire would want to be losing their set batter.
No. It's the sort of delivery Johnny Bairstow will be happy with. Will Luxton, by the way, is back on as 12th man. George Hill left the field after the previous over.
So Yates waits as in comes Revis, and that's just driven more defensively up to mid-on, no run.
Yeah, that is Will Luxton, who was just saying to me this morning as 12th, it's getting difficult these days, and there'll be a lot of players in a similar situation around the counties who are kind of next in line, and they're on the road all the time now with the substitution issues, because if you can swap a player, you want your next best available batter or bowler on the bus.
Here's Revis, he's bowling, and it's defended by Yates. Well, not only that, we've talked a lot about, I've been ranting about some of the ways that the substitute situation has unfolded and the regs have been implemented. But speaking to coaches, it's actually having this knock-on effect where players who aren't in the team are not being able to play club cricket, or they have to make a choice because they're being told, if you're available, we'll get you in. As in comes Revis, and it's just punched out without real force by Yates into the covers, no run. So players who are either, they're told, right, if we lose a batter, for example, you're in, but you have to be available. So if they go and play club cricket up the other end of the country, they're not going to be available. So then they're not playing club cricket. That's not good. Yeah. And then others who are basically, they're taking their county kit wherever they go around the country. As Revis bowls, it's driven up to mid-off and no run. And it's become a real headache for coaches because they don't know if whoever they nominate possibly as a substitute is going to be accepted, so they can take the substitutes around the country or the 12ths or whatever, but they don't know they're going to be accepted, which is why they've then got to go and looking, well, who's playing cricket somewhere? But then if someone's batting 300 miles away at the time, it's not exactly helpful. As Revis is in, bowls, good ball, sharp delivery, and it's left alone by Yates. End of another good Revis over. and Warwickshire are 96 for 1 with Yates on 52 and Mosley yet to score. But yeah, I just talking to the couple of the coaches around the traps, it's making planning really difficult now, and it's because they don't know if their substitute is going to be accepted by the match officials. It's really making it a logistical nightmare.
Yeah, who'd have thunk it? You see, these are things that only emerge, often after these decisions are made, and this is how it is panning out. Here's Van Beek, meanwhile, round the wicket, bowling to the left-handed Mosley. And he's cut that one square. Good tumbling stop by James Wharton, no run.
Well, I was talking about the stuff that I think the County Championship gets really right compared to the Sheffield Shield, but I think the way that the substitution regulations were applied in the Shield are way better. They make much more sense than the way they do over here. And the ICC wants countries to trial this.
Here's Van Beek. Ooh, good delivery. A little push at that one from Mosley, who then swishes his bat, I think in anger with himself, really, that he did hang the bat out there. Got away with it. So what are the differences? How is it applied in the Sheffield Shield?
So for starters, you can only make a substitution up until stumps on day 2. So that prevents teams from going, oh, I've got a tired bowler here, because every bowler, let's face it, carries little niggles, can't they? So it can be abused.
Oh, we've got a green seamer and we've brought,
Yeah. So it prevents that. So you can only make the you're only allowed 1 per match, and you can only make it up to stumps on day 2. After that, you just have to deal with injuries the old-fashioned way.
Van Beek to Mosley, who has a bit of a mow at this, wide of off stump, but can't get it past the infield.
And the other thing that I think is really key, and what they should change here, is that if you want to make a substitution for your team, you go to the opposition and say, we want to make this substitution. And the opposition says, yes, we accept that, and then you go ahead and make it. Only if the opposition says, no, we don't accept that, you then go to the match referee, and they arbitrate and make the decision. Because the controversial ones here, I think in every case I've heard of, the opposition have been more than happy with the nominated substitute.
Yeah, Van Beek is in. That's pushed by Mosley up to mid-off, where Cliff Fields, no run.
So just those couple of differences, I think, huge. And then the third one is if you make a substitution because of injury, the opposition is allowed to make a tactical substitution in response, just the one, and so then it kind of evens out if there's some kind of advantage. So look, at least a couple of those, I don't know how you argue with them.
Van Beek in, and Mosley defends.
So it just didn't have. There were still times, it was a little bit news. It didn't cause the same ruckus.
No.
And I think particularly the one that gets me is if the opposition's happy with your nominated substitute, then why?
Yeah.
Then get on with it.
Yeah.
What's the problem? Don't involve them. Don't make the match referee the sole arbiter.
Yeah.
If everyone's happy to just get on with it.
Obviously, Yorkshire used 3 in the first 2 matches of the season. Van Beek, who was an incoming player in one of those swaps at Headingley, bowls that one to Mosley, who pulled his bat inside the line. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Dot ball. So Johnny Bester with the thumb, that was all there to see. The match referee showed me his paperwork on that front during that first match in Cardiff. The x-rays were there for all to see. It was confirmed as a hairline fracture, so no arguments. And they didn't have a keeper, a recognised keeper travelling with them in the sense of having a Harry Duke as the number 2, as that's turned to leg by Mosley and fielded by Best to complete the over at 98 for 1. So it wasn't like they had a travelling keeper substitute, but Finlay Bean is a very competent keeper from younger days in particular. Hasn't done it that much in recent times, but they just threw the gloves to him on the spot, and he did it for the rest of that match, and they ended up doing it for the following game when Johnny was deemed. Well, Johnny didn't play the following match, but during that match, Jack White and Jai Richardson both went down with food poisoning, and so Logan Van Beek and Ben Cliff came in, and there were a few moans and groans and cynical comments about that at the time, but if you put those names on paper, there's no way you'd be saying that the two players who came in were an advantage over the two players who went out.
I don't mind keeping it to just one a game either, because look, before this you just have to deal with it anyway. But anyway, those are my thoughts. I think it was done better in the Sheffield Shield. I'm going to leave you now. Richard's back.
And in comes Ben Cliff. And that one turned out into the offside by Yates, fielded by Bess. No run.
Come on, it's a simple old game of 13 against 13. Championship cricket, is it? No. It is all a bit odd, isn't it?
Yeah.
But have they? Is it fair if they change it midway through the season? I know teams have played the same number of games, but not all 6-game runs are the same as others, are they?
That's true. Do you want me to carry on with this one? That was Cliff bowling then to Yates, who shouldered arms. No run. Yeah, I mean, probably my take on it would be that if you do think it needs changing, then you might as well do it, even though, not everyone's situation has been the same. If it can improve the way it's used in the second half of the campaign, then why not get it done? Cliff in, and short, wide, and slashed away backward of point by Rob Yates. You're not really going to get away with many of those, Ben, against a man who's already got 52 against his name, and he'll know that.
Yeah, good shot from Yates. He's scored a lot of his runs square or behind square on the offside in this innings. It's very much his comfort zone. That one sat up for him. So hit away, 102 for one. Lead is 97.
Warwickshire were already 6 down at this point in the first innings. So vast improvement on their fortunes from yesterday, 24 hours on. And Cliff comes in again then. Wide of off stump again. Driven this time through the covers, and another 4.
Classic overcompensation, wasn't it? Ends up being a bit of a flighty half volley. Yates latches onto it. First to 60 in the game. 106 for one. It's his 3rd half century of this championship summer. He's batted pretty well so far this season. It's over 300 championship runs now.
And doing a cracking job in this particular knock to try and take this game away from Yorkshire. The lead now 101, and still 9 second innings wickets in hand. Cliff decides that round the wicket is the way to go, and driven still by Yates. That was full. Don Bess has felt that at extra cover. Not obviously managed to pick it up right, and he's wringing the right hand as a result.
I wonder if that's the finger or whether he's hit it on the wrist. On the side of the hand. It's sore, isn't it? It was very well struck.
Yeah, it was. It was better struck than the ball that went before the ball before, but he just didn't get the placement on this occasion, Rob. And he waits, and in comes Cliff, and that one nipping away, and he's down and trying to cut it. It was relatively loose, but he's okay. End of the over. 106 for 1, so more runs being leaked in that over. Logan Van Beek 5 overs for 37 at the other end. Johnny Bairstow just needs some control, and he's going to try and control things himself by asking for a ball change here.
Well, he's consulted the umpires a few times. I think they might have trimmed a little bit of the sort of twine from it.
Jack Chantry wandering across with the ball in his hand to speak to Russ Warren.
Got a 13th man on the field as well, without a number on his shirt, jogging off towards the boundary on the Hollies side. You can have the Hollies, it's not raucous at the championship game. Not too bad anyway. And looks like they may have got their way for a ball change here. With the score 106 for 1. The cricket scribes will be keeping an eye on events at Worcester because Durham are batting now. And Emilio Gay has come to the crease at the fall of the first wicket, which was that of McKinney. The second wicket has gone down, but that is Alex Lee's. Gay is 10 not out in Durham's 35 for 2 in reply to Worcestershire's 308. And there'll be some interest as to when Ben Stokes comes in, maybe at 6 or 7 in that innings. I think he took a couple of wickets earlier on. As we're having the ball change and a little bit of feeding and watering, and we're 24 minutes away from the tee, which is 3:48 fixed. Very even game, a bit like this at Chelmsford. Hampshire 235, Essex 221 for 9. 4 wickets there for James Fuller back after injury, so that's going to be pretty even at the halfway stage. Somerset in some control in Cardiff. Glamorgan 183 for 7, trailed by 171. Kellaway made 59. 3 wickets for Pretorius. Notts 415, Surrey 87 for 1. Sibley 37 and Smith 16 in that one. So those two sides had such a memorable game last September, which effectively decided the title. Leicestershire 328, Sussex 244 for 4. Daniel Hughes made 136 and Jack Leaning 50. 2 wickets for Tom Heln on loan at Leicester. Division 2, Derbyshire 604 for 7 declared against Northants, who were 4 without loss. Centuries for Martin Anderson, 106. That's 2 or 3 this season there for him. And Brooke Guest, 141. They had a partnership that was worth 241 for the 6th wicket. So a question of how flat that one might be. Lost 325, Kent 177 for 5. Dawkins made 65. Muyeye is 73 not out. Will Williams 4 for 24. And Lancashire 201, Middlesex 116 for 5, but it is raining at Old Trafford. There we go. Those are the scores elsewhere.
13th man, by the way, who's out there without a number on his back for Yorkshire is young Brad Sylvester.
Good work. From Cleckheaton.
Well,
plays his cricket for Cleckheaton.
Aye.
So, Van Beek to continue. His second spell has been rather better than his first. Coming to bowler Dan Mosley, who's yet to score 12 deliveries in. He gets high on the back foot and forces it into the offside, wide enough of Luxton to come through for his first run. 107 for 1, the lead up to 102. Mosley, Hayne and the middle order being given a platform in the second innings. Alex Davis would have been frustrated to get out, but he batted 25 overs, which I think in this game, an opening stander worth 25 overs, is significant. They want to get this ball softened before they've lost too many wickets. Yates is who's led from the front. He's on 60. Van Beek round the wicket to the left-handers, and there's an appeal for LBW as he was trying to flick it towards mid-wicket. Interesting one. Van Beek stays halfway down the wicket, looking at the umpire for a while after the decision hasn't gone his way. We'll get a little bit of a second look. It's swinging a long way, that. He is starting to get it to properly swing into the left-handers. And as a result, I don't think the umpire could be sure that that wasn't going down the leg side, and the shot that Yates was playing would suggest that he thought it was going down that way.
Yeah, I think it was fair enough.
Good delivery, though. Just wonder if he could swing it like that from over the wicket to the left-handers, he might LBW be even more in the game, I think. In once more to Yates, who this time does tuck it off his pads for a single. Best Fields 108 for 1. It's contradictions, isn't he, Logan? When he's good, he's very good, and when he's bad, he's a little bit difficult. Difficult to keep in the attack initially.
Yeah, I mean, going at 8s, it's not 4-day cricket. There's plenty of T20 And it's more that sort of game.
Runs in with plenty of energy. Round the wicket again now to Mosley. Down the leg side and taken by Bairstow. Quick feet to get into position. Made it easy for himself by moving early. So we're looking at what, 2 balls left in this over. We'll get 4 more in before the interval. So we're going to be looking potentially at 43 overs remaining in the evening session, starting at around 4:10. So a lot of cricket left tonight. That's a 7 o'clock plus potentially.
It'll be a long one. Ladham Lythe's not out there at the moment, by the way. Been at second slip.
This is fallen, driven by Mosley, and that'll be a release for him as he gets it inside Jack White, and it'll go for 4 just down in front of us at the pavilion end. Mosley up to 512 for 1. Van Beek trying to get that swing, just over pitching in the hitting zone of Mosley.
Yep, it's just not happening. Even when it's nearly happening, it doesn't quite. Got to really think about that line, but these are things that, as an international bowler, you should know.
Over and under, number of overs bowled by Dom Best before tea, 0.3. Is he going to more than 0.3? Less than 0.3.
The way it's going, still probably less than.
Van Beek, back of a length, cut into the offside, 1 bounce to the fielder at point. End of the over. That's the 30th of the Warwickshire second innings, and on 112 for 1 they lead by 107 as Hill and Lythe return to the ground. Lythe has 2 helmets with him, and now he turns back and still has 2 helmets with him, although he's got pads on. So he feels he's going to be fielding close in somewhere shortly.
Yeah, his battered old cap, weathered old cap. It's seen a lot of action as that clocked up 250 plus first class games now, Adam Lythe.
There's something satisfying about keeping that same cap going, isn't there?
Yeah, he's dead proud of wearing it. I know we've talked about it on interviews before. So Ben Cliff, 7 overs, 2 maidens, none for 35 around the wicket here, and bowling to Yates, who gets a delivery well wide of off stump and leaves.
Well, it's nice to know, as a Yorkshireman yourself, it's nice to know that wearing the cap with a white rose matters as much now to some modern day players. I mean, it's very different in that they're not all Yorkshiremen out there anymore. Not even the domestic players are all Yorkshiremen out there anymore. But for somebody who grows up in the county, it's still special, isn't it?
Oh yeah, still. I mean, the predominance, if we can get my teeth in, the predominance of the Yorkshire team is still Yorkshire born, as that's defended back to the bowler by Yates. Plays it nicely, and then of course there's always a smattering of Yorkies around the county game, because there never are enough places for all the good players around. If you don't happen to be on song, or if you're not patient enough to wait for your opportunity, you might hop off somewhere else when that arises. You often get moans and groans about so-and-so's got 100 and we let him go, but they probably weren't getting hundreds at the point they were let go. As in comes Cliff, and that's dropped into the offside and fielded by Wharton. Oh, bit of keepy uppy from Dom Best. It was not the best. I think he tried the same last week down at Taunton, and I was saying I don't think Yeovil Town are going to be trying to sign him anytime soon.
Don't damage that ball, you've only just got it. But yeah, a couple of proper Warwickshire born and breds playing in this game for the Bears, in Rob Yates and Dan Mosley. Obviously Chris Wokes is homegrown thoroughbred as well.
Cliff bowls to Yates, who is defending into the offside. The usual communication dry up on a Saturday afternoon when people have got other things to do. Hope it's going well for all you league cricketers out there. Plenty of that going on. One of mine's playing today. Well, theoretically, I think by the sound of things, weather-wise, it's not great up in Yorkshire. So it was more of an if about that match than anything. There is Cliff bowling to Yates. That's dropped into the offside where Best does the fielding. quieting down out there, and it always does, doesn't it, when there's a dearth of wickets and you're in the field. I'm not saying Yorkshire aren't chipper or encouraging, but those claps in the slip cordon, they have dissipated. Here comes Cliff again, past umpire Warren. Top edgy flash at this one by Yates and Jack White. Oh dear, another misfield. Will Luxton earlier, and Jack White, well, he got down to it, couldn't reel it in. The ball agonisingly just trickled towards the rope, and he tried to get there, but the ball won the race. So 4 more to Yates, 65 to him, 116 for 1. Warwickshire lead by Nelson.
It's probably a less bad piece of fielding than the Luxton one, which was extraordinary, because he slid into position and then arched his back to get out of the way of the ball, or accidentally to get out of the way of the ball. But that one had the comedy, extra bit of it, as he realised that the ball, as it spun from his grasp, was turning towards the rope. And even then, he probably put in one step too many before his dive. He was frustrated with himself.
Reminiscent of Shannon Gabriel at Taunton a few years ago when he was playing for Yorkshire in a very short spell. You remember when we were in the TARDIS?
Oh, yeah.
Down at the third man.
Yeah.
And we'd been ousted from the com box. And he was fielding near Anthony and I. Oh, dear me, honestly. Concrete boots. Groping around for the ball. I felt like Eric Sykes, Peter Glaze and Don McLean were all going to appear at the same time.
Van Bacon, that's a lovely back cut from Mosley for 4. He's timed that one really tremendously well. He's up to 9, 120 for 1. It wasn't quite as short that from Van Beek, but Mosley got his hands nice and low and thrashes that backward of point for 4. So you're remembering the crew from Crackerjack there. And he then didn't repeat the word, which he should have done.
Oh, sorry. Well, Eric Sykes wasn't in Crackerjack, was he?
Oh no, but you were on the Don McLean and Peter Glaze, weren't you? So he's onto the pads of Mosley, and again times that well. There should be 2 down to long leg. Indeed they are. He's into double figures with 11. 122 for 1. Don McLean was from just down the road from here in Selly Oak.
Really?
Yeah.
All it needed was Shannon Gabriel to bend down at the very point somebody was turning round with a plank, you know. As the ball disappeared over the boundary, he was floundering after it. And Ant and I were laughing, actually. And he, to be fair to him, he saw the funny side of it and joined in.
That's just as well. It's difficult when you're that close to an international cricketer and having to broadcast. As this is a fuller delivery by Van Beek, pushed up towards mid-off by Dan Mosley. Yeah, games like that in outgrounds where you're on a trestle table right next to the fence, they're always entertaining. Partly keeping your kit safe, partly because the conversations you might have with a fielder.
Well, we were doing a game, I don't think you covered it, it was Clive and Brian at rugby when Will Luxton got a ton the other year in a 50 over comp, and Brian got cracked on the shin by a boundary that Will hit.
Oh gosh, I hope he apologised. I don't know which way round the apology should be. Full down the leg side, and Bairstow does really well to get enough on that to prevent any buys, because that was not only a long way down the leg side, but it was really low when he got a glove to it, and just enough to stop it, and then Brooke can cover him behind and prevent a run. I got hit flush on the shin at a game in Morton in Marsh in the Sunday League. It was a straight drive from Alistair Hignell, the two sports man, England international fullback in rugby union, belligerent batter. This is way outside off stump from Van Beek, left alone. Became very fine rugby commentator for the BBC on the radio, Alistair Hignell.
Yeah. Morton in Marsh. I've never been to a cricket ground there, I've got to say. I was there a few weeks ago, actually. One evening.
There wasn't a lot there apart from a pavilion and a rope, and it was very much, bring your deck chairs. Used to be an annual game for Gloucestershire there, just by the Fire Service Training College in Morton in Marsh. So Mosley plays and misses outside off stump. End of the over. 122 for 1. Warwickshire lead by 117, and we should get at least 2 more overs in before tea.
Nice spot, isn't it, Morton? I stayed down the road at Borton on the water.
Beautiful ball on the water. Some lovely pub grub to be had there. You've got the
Yes.
the bird sanctuary as well.
I was in the Wellington, I think it was, for a couple of meals. Not at the same time, obviously. Successive days.
I'm just trying to get you were talking about the weather might not be good in Yorkshire. I'm told it's really bad in York. Really bad. My correspondent tells me.
Here's Ben Cliff, and Yates pushes out into the offside. No run. Well, my son had messaged me message this morning saying, I said, who are you playing today? Remind me, because I'm shocking on the short-term memory. So Rawdon, where James plays, playing against Bolton Villas, but he did say we might not be playing and we might be watching the stream this afternoon because we're struggling weather-wise.
I'm trying to get further detail on that. You know, I'm trying to find out whether it's wet, windy, hail, pestilence, but I haven't got that yet.
Van Beek, driven by, not Van Beek, Cliff I should say, driven by Yates, much as it was in the previous over actually, got right over the top of that. He's not absolutely rocketed to the boundary, but he did the job nicely enough and has bobbled over and gone about another 5 yards through the covers. So lovely shot once again. He's played plenty of those in this 69 as Rob Yates. 93 deliveries out there in the middle. The game, if you didn't realise that both teams had batted first and got round about the 150 mark, if you just turned up now and thought this was the first innings of the match, you'd be saying good deck, sunny conditions, fill your boots. Cliff in again, flicked off the legs for 4 more. Over pitched on leg stump. And Ben now going for some as well here. He was a little bit unlucky, I thought, in the first spell, but those 2 deliveries got what they deserved.
The curious thing is that it'd be one thing if it had played better all day today, but we saw 6 wickets go for 42 this morning. The cloud cover wasn't a particular factor. And it's just interesting that the switch, and it may well be that the surface gets better and better to bat on. I think they batted better is part of it.
Here's Cliff again. Yates drops it square on the leg side. Bean can't prevent the single. Yeah, they have batted better. I don't think Yorkshire have bowled as well. So there's those 2 in combination. The pitch had been under the sun for that bit longer, I suppose, as well before Warwickshire went out to bat, which might have helped. I'm not sure how much I'd exaggerate that, but it might have done. But you've got to bowl well, and they really they're back to what they were doing up to last week, which is a couple of bowlers bowling well, maybe 3 of them, and a couple of them going for runs.
The difficulty, I'll come back to it after this delivery.
Here's Cliff again, thick outside edge this time, and James Wharton diving there at point makes a good stop, no run.
Because the ball was so dominant in that Warwickshire first innings, Johnny Bairstow worked his seamers a lot harder in those first 2 sessions than he might have done. He only used the 4 bowlers, and subsequently they've had to get back bowling again before lunch on day 2, and it makes it that little bit more difficult to ask them to get through 15 or 20 today, doesn't it? And I think we may be seeing a bit of stiffness from 1 or 2 here.
Yeah, Cliff in again, nicely driven by Mosley, but he's not going to get anything for it. Matthew Revis round to field from mid-off, so 131 for 1 after 33 overs of this Warwickshire second innings. The lead 126. Yeah, it's a valid point you make. You know, Jack White's getting through overs this year, George Hill as well, because they're reliable. So Johnny's having to turn back to them more often than he'd like, or sooner than he'd like, because Logan Van Beek, maybe in some of the games he's been playing as well, Jai Richardson, have been a bit loose. It's working out that way at the moment for Ben Cliff in this innings.
The Dom Bess over and under is going to be over.
Oh, there you go. You win if you took the alternative option.
By the way, I'm not a betting man in any way, shape or form, but I always find that little the spread bets are quite fun to discuss. It's sort of thing we do during the football season as well, covering Birmingham City as I do. Sort of working out how many goals he's going to get in the season. 8.5 higher or lower. It makes for a good discussion at times. It's a minor thing here with whether Don Best is going to get an over before lunch, but it will be interesting to see if there's anything in this surface for a spinner. It is only second half of day 2, and his first ball is a rank long hop that Yates absolutely lays into and thrashes through the covers for 4. 78 to Yates, 135 for 1. We'll consider that one a loosener.
Yeah, but it does also put you immediately on the back foot, doesn't it? Because you've already gone for the 4 in the over. Now you've got to get into the over, and your opponent has already got the upper hand.
Bess in round the wicket again, and this one he floats up and it's pushed into the offside out towards the boundary rider for a single. 136 for 1. Bess, who of course did have a game on loan for the Bears against Chelmsford at Essex on what was at the time a very, very turning surface. And the Bears were somewhat short of spin options at that point. I think Danny Briggs was injured. He was still with the county. Bess in to Mosley, short of the leg side, but he can't get it square. It's too straight, that shot, and picked up comfortably by Wharton.
I'm trying to remember, was that 23 or 24 season? It was when he was out of favour with Otis Gibson.
I think it may have been 23.
2 matches at Somerset as well as part of that little away spell.
Defended up towards the bowler by Mosley. Jake Lintott had a rare first-class appearance in that game and made a half-century. Bess made a good impression, in fairness, that week. Harry Brooks warming up as if he fancies a bolt. As the reverse sweep comes out from Mosley and he dispatches the ball down through third for 4. He goes to 15, 140 for 1. And if there was any thought of playing for tea, Dan Mosley threw it out of his mind there, and then he's stretching his groin. So hopefully he hasn't done himself a mischief. But interesting shot selection timing-wise, but played very well.
Yeah, very well executed. So more runs being leaked again.
And again, and defended by Mosley. End of the over. We should get one more in before the official tea, scheduled at 3:48 today.
And a 42 over final sesh. Interesting. I'll see. We might as well just bring a camp bed maybe for these sort of matches in future. So it is Harry Brook who's going to bowl at the Birmingham end of the ground with his little seam up darts. He's had the odd wicket here and there, but probably wouldn't be termed golden arm in the way that maybe Adam Lyth might be when he comes on now and again.
7th bowler of the day.
And he's in round the wicket first up then. Bairstow standing up to him. First ball, asks Yates to play.
These sort of overs before an interval are a nightmare. I remember when Matthew Elliott was making a lot of runs for Glamorgan. He was on 94 just before lunch here, and they gave David Hemp an over, of all people. Very, very rarely used medium pace, and he hit a court and bowled.
Brook in again. Yates just has to reach for this one. Gets it out to the square sweeper on the offside. That's Jack White. Returns it and they get 1.
It's going to be just 30 overs bowled in a session that's going to last nearly 2 hours and 10 minutes here. They must be behind on the over rate, you would have thought. There would have been a lot of allowance given to both teams in the first innings. So they may have to be mindful of as this innings continues. They won't have been in the field for anything like 8 hours yet, but they will have to be wary of it.
Yeah, Harry just making sure that he's got his field precisely placed. There's 2 slips and a leg slip here. And Mosley playing back to him. He's just got the 9 first-class wickets, Harry, so I'm not sure his presence with ball in hand is going to strike particular fear into 2 batters who've seen 29 and 99 balls respectively, but you never know. He has got 9, so he's got a few people out. 63.33 he averages with the ball. And he's bowling again, and Mosley opens the face. Runs that one down backward of point where Jack White is in to do the fielding. I think you'd rather that average be his batting average than the 44.54.
But not all fear is rational. And your fear is being sawn off by the part-time bowler before tea when you've got yourself in. Rob Yates will not want to give this away.
80 against his name. Brooke bowls. Ooh, Bairstow seemed quite keen on getting a second grab at that one, but there's no particular suggestion in the aftermath that he'd got a nick on it. George Hill at first, Adam Lyth at second. It's James Wharton who's gone in at leg slip. Here's Brooke again. Ooh, now then, he might have got a little nick on that onto Johnny Bairstow, possibly. We may never know. End of the over, 142 for 1, and Yates survives on 80, Mosley on 16, and at 350 the teams leave the field for tea, with Warwickshire leading by 137 runs in this second innings, in which they've got 9 wickets still in hand.
Yeah, and so worth noting as well there that in those 30 overs, Warwickshire scored 135 for 1. So going along at more than 4 and over, and this second wicket partnership already worth 47 between Yates and Mosley. So we'll be back in 20 minutes time for you via the BBC Cricket homepage, and also those of you watching on Bears TV, maybe on YouTube, for the final session. It should be a long session as well, because we still have 42 overs to bowl today. So that's going to be the best part of 3 hours more cricket if the light holds. Warwickshire 142 for 1. They lead by 137. I am here. We're just in the tea interval at the moment. Yeah, thanks very much, Daz. I mean, this continues to be an extraordinary day for Warwickshire. From the bleakness of yesterday when they were bowled out for 147, they fought back to bowl Yorkshire out for 152. Two Yorkshiremen doing the damage. Ollie Hannah-Dolby with 4 wickets, and Jordan Thompson, who only left Yorkshire last September, taking 3 against his former county. Significantly, 5 catches from Rob Yates in the innings. The last one, an outstanding one, full of confidence, and he's come out and batted that way as well. He's 80 not out. He's been ferocious on the cut. We've seen a series of lovely cover drives as well. He's at his elegant best. He got support from Alex Davis for the first 25 overs. He was unluckily out for 38 when a leading edge floated up to cover. He batted well up until then. But now Yates is finding good support as well from Dan Mosley. He's on 16, including an outrageous reverse sweep quite early in his innings to the boundary for 4. As a result, Warwickshire 142 for 1. Their lead is 137, and they've got themselves a foundation to have a very, very good chance of winning this over the next 2.5 days. But still work to be done. They'll resume after tea on 142 for 1. Cheers. So welcome back to Edgbaston for the evening session. Potentially quite a long evening session of some 42 overs to come, with Warwickshire 142 for 1, leading Yorkshire by 137 runs. After a low-scoring first innings, we're getting a rather more fluent reply. I'm Richard Wilford from BBC Radio WM. Jonathan Doidge will be here from the BBC Yorkshire stations in a short while. The wonderful Melinda Farrell is here. Upset that I keep on calling her Melinda, not Mel. I try to keep it formal. You know, I'll give you your...
Yeah, you can call me whatever you like.
Your full name, Melinda Ambrosia Farrell.
No, it's definitely not Ambrosia.
Oh.
It's Melinda Sue Margaret Farrell.
Sue Margaret with a hyphen?
Nope.
Okay.
But
Sue, not Susan?
No, definitely not Susan. No. But my family actually call me Lindy. Lindy Lou.
Lindy Hop.
Auntie Lindy. Lindy Lou.
What's wrong with the name Susan?
Nothing. It's just definitely not my name.
Just introduce it to my wife sometime.
I'd like that.
Who may or may not go by that name. Change of ends actually for Jack White. First time in this match that he's going to bowl from the pavilion end. Dan Mosley on 16, Rob Yates 80. The not out batters. Yates has batted very nicely. I think the confidence of those 5 catches he took in the first innings.
Yes, yeah. Especially the last one, because it was an absolute screamer.
Oh, it was. It was catching a pigeon in flight. As White comes in with that ungainly approach, but then very consistent delivery of the ball. He's clipped towards mid-wicket. It's picked up by Dom Bess, and there's no run.
Yeah, he kind of rumbles from side to side, doesn't he, as he winds up steam.
Well, element of washing machine to the approach, but he's...
Yeah.
I've really enjoyed his bowling since he made his breakthrough a little bit later in life at Northants, because he never gives anything less than his best. He's taking plenty of wickets, and he's shown himself to be a Division 1 bowler. He'll work hard. This is his 8th over of the second innings. None for 8 in this second innings, as he's met by the full face of Dan Mosley's bat. This next hour is everything for Yorkshire, because by the time we get to the end of this next hour, you'll be looking at 50 overs in this ball. And at that point, as a batting side, you fancy your chances of adding.
Yeah. I mean, it's just been such a contrast from the first 2 innings in this match to then what we've seen in this second dig by Warwickshire. But it certainly does feel as though this next hour might be really crucial. If they can get a couple of wickets, get 2 new batters out there, it's a different story.
Mosley awaits White again, forward resolutely in defence, pushes it out to the offside. They're going to show White an awful lot of respect. The change bowlers didn't go as well as they might have hoped. Hill and Van Beek in particular. Cliff had a difficult second spell.
I thought Revis was really good when he came on and bowled, and that might not be what people would normally expect. He's the only one to have taken a wicket, right? So,
yeah. Caught a leading edge off the bat of Alex Davis. Hold out to Finley Bean in the covers for 38. It was a good 25 over stay that though from Alex Davis. He's had a difficult season so far. So White comes in again to Mosley, who's come well outside his crease there and then leaves it alone outside off stump.
that's interesting. Now, some cloud building up as well. It's very high and still mostly white or light grey. It's not thick and dark like it was yesterday.
There's a slight threat of rain a little bit later now, which wasn't there on the forecast earlier. So just a little bit that could come in that maybe will foreshorten the day. We had 4 overs added to the day of the 16 that we lost yesterday. The ECB use a trigonometry book that I'd never quite understand. As White is in again and defended by Mosley, just kills it down in front of him. Whether we will get through all 42 overs, I'm starting to doubt with what you're saying about the cloud. I think we could be in floodlight territory after 6, couldn't we?
We certainly could. Late finishes in a lot of the matches that I've done this season so far.
It'll affect your party plans later.
It does affect my what party plans. Got too much work to do.
Saturday night, Broad Street.
I'll go to my my favourite pub tomorrow night because it's quiz night.
Ooh. White comes in to bowl to Mosley, who again just plays it back down the track and fielded by White. Well, I mean, earlier today we were pondering whether we'd get to lunch tomorrow. Now we're starting to wonder whether we might get to lunch on Monday. So who knows?
Yeah, well, I mean, it could go either way. It still could be over by tea time tomorrow. You just don't know. But it's certainly been a turnaround from what we saw yesterday, and also in that first hour in particular this morning on day 2.
Harry Brooks could have a second over.
Oh, look, the last time I actually watched Harry Brook bowl live was during the 2023 Ashes series here at Edgbaston. But he bowled the first ball and I thought looked reasonably sharp. I was like, hello, he's been working on this. Sharp for medium. Here he is now. He's defended out into the covers. It's like he's just discussing this with George de Bell upstairs. He's become more whippy.
Okay.
Maybe.
It's hard to judge from those 6 deliveries earlier. What I would say is that Johnny Bairstow wants somebody to exert a little bit of control here. So if he can do that at relatively military medium, then that's no bad thing from Yorkshire's point of view.
He's in now around the wicket, bowls. And there's a little bit of width for Yates to cut, but there is also a sweeper down on the boundary. Picks it up at deep cover point, and they'll just get a single. Well, so far, he's bowled 1.2 overs and he's none for 3. So if he can keep going along at that rate, I think they'll be pretty happy about it.
Yeah, I think scientists would be querying your sample size. But it's already more deliveries than he bowled in last year's championship.
There you go. He's got a slip in, but quite a wide first slip. Is sort of that 1.5, if you like. Here he is once more, and it's left alone by Mosley and taken by Bairstow. Sometimes I remember watching, what I was watching him here in Australia, that they didn't take him on at all, and I think it was that fear that nobody wants to get out.
Yeah, and
to the battery comes on for, yeah. Here he is once more. That's in the air. Oh, and it's flown over gully. A leaping fielder who cannot take it. But I tell you what, that wasn't far off. It's 4 runs in the end, but it could easily have been a wicket for Harry Brook.
Clears George Hill, brings up the 50 partnership between these two off 72 deliveries. So they're going along at 4.3 and over. But he didn't get over the top of that Mosley. And it flies over the head. I suppose he's a gully, really, where he is. There's a single slip in Adam Lyth and then Hill at gully. And he was certainly interested enough to have a good leap at it.
Got a catching mid-wicket in as well for Brook, who runs in and bowls, but that one's driven nicely up to mid-off, no run.
Warwickshire have now matched their first innings score.
Gosh, they have too, you're right. Wow. Incredible, really. Such a contrast. Gosh, Harry Brook would have loved that, wouldn't he? Come in and take a wicket, break up a big partnership, which has now reached 52 runs. Here's Brook once more, bowls, and quite full, and Mosley just gets the front elbow up in defence. Harry Brook picks it up, gives the ball a shine, and that is his over done. So another tidy over from Harry Brook.
It's worth a go as well. He's resting bowlers along the way. Don't think it'll be too long before George Hill has another go. Jack White prepares to come in for his 9th over. 8 overs, 5 maidens, none for 8. Took 4 wickets in the first innings. It's been an impressive performer so far. Emilio Gay watches on at Worcester, by the way. He is batting. I think they're at tea at the moment, but he's 22 not out. David Bedingham is going along quite nicely, but all eyes on Emilio Gay, whether he's going to make himself a test future, as this next delivery from White has drawn an edge from Rob Yates. Well, that's the breakthrough they needed. Pouch comfortably at first slip, and Yates' innings is over. He's had a good day with all the catches, and he makes 81 the highest score of the match. But Yorkshire, as you were saying, Mel, can drag themselves back into the game with wickets here, and they do just that. White with a wicket that he certainly deserves. Yates gone for 81, and Warwickshire 147 for 2.
Well, White deserves that. He has bowled such a good spell. He's bowled brilliantly all match, you would have to say. And Yates, it was a really terrific innings from him up until that point. He put away the bad balls. He defended the good ones, but on that occasion, he was just caught fencing at one outside the off stump. It was good bounce as well. And the second wicket falling. And Sam Hain now walks to the middle. Half century in the first innings. Now with that wicket falling, here we are at that interesting period, because the last thing Warwickshire want is to lose a little cluster of wickets, because I don't think, even now, I don't think it's particularly easy still to get in on this pitch. And give a little bit of credit to Harry Brook as well, because he bowled a couple of overs and kept things really tight at the other end. So there was no real release, and that's just kept the pressure on until something broke.
So looking at Rob Yates' figures for the season, that's 332 championship runs in the first 5 games. At an average of 41.5, so it's a respectable start. 70 and 90 and now an 81 along the way. He'll be frustrated he hasn't gone through to 3 figures. He's averaging 41. Alex Davis averaging 14 at the top of the order, and that's going to be a slight concern moving forward. So you're right, quite right. Sam Hain comes to the crease. It means that the all left-hand combination is broken up. Standing up to the stumps immediately, Bairstow, because Hain was batting so far out of his crease in the first innings, and he clips the first ball off his hip for a single. 148 for 2, the lead 143.
Yeah, Sam Hain just going and having a very detailed look at the pitch. I thought he did extremely well yesterday when it was so difficult batting. And I think he's, what did he get, 57 was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, his 57 was probably worth a lot more in other circumstances.
Yeah, it was well over half the total, about 65% of the total by the time he got out. There's a very wide ball from White, is left alone by Mosley.
It's almost threatening a Bannerman.
Yorkshire never stopped working in this game, or today really is the key. They'll be so frustrated that their first innings lead was only 5. They were better placed than that going into today. 37 behind with 6 wickets standing. Brook and Bairstow knocked over quite early in the day. And that put them somewhat on the back foot when they returned to the field. But White has led them attack very well. He bowls this in towards the legs of Mosley. Just guides it with the straight back into the leg side, picked up by Dom Bess.
If anyone doesn't know, the Bannerman that I refer to is my favourite stat in Test cricket, and that's Charles Bannerman, who played in the first ever Test match between Australia and England. He scored the first run in Test cricket, I think the first boundary, first century, and he was the first to retire out when he'd hurt himself. When he'd made 165.
White strides in again, bowls to Mosley, again angling it in towards leg stump, and this time driven up to Van Beek at mid-on.
And so Australia's first innings, this was in 1887, he scored 165 out of 245, so that's 67.34% of the completed innings. And in all, like what 2,500 more tests that we've had since then in the men's game, no one has ever scored a higher percentage of runs in a completed innings in a test match. Best stat ever.
It's a good stat.
It's the best.
White is in, left alone outside off stump by Mosley, judges that well. 148 for 2 at the end of the over.
All of the test matches ever since, and no one's ever broken that record from the first test.
I get that.
It's so good. And so whenever someone is scoring a really high percentage of runs and there's wickets tumbling all around them, and we go on Bannerman watch, it's a bit like Jessup watch when someone from England's scoring a quick century. But someone always just chips in with enough to ensure that the record from the first ever innings of Test cricket ever played has not been broken. I kind of, even though I go on Bannerman watch, I kind of hope it never gets broken, because I just think it's wonderful that it's stood for so long.
There's a reasonable chance it will never get broken.
But it's amazing, isn't it? But you always have those innings, right, where one player's able to score and there are lots of wickets falling around them. It just amazes me. 2 slips in. Johnny Bairstow up to the stumps for Harry Brook, and the first ball is just defended into the offside by Hayne, and Harry Brook does the fielding himself.
If it is ever going to be broken, it's probably have to be in a very low score, I think.
Yeah.
So if somebody makes 44 out of 60 all out,
Yeah.
it'll have to be that sort of thing.
Let's go. I don't know how I got my ons and my offs. That was defended on the offside, I should have said. Here is Brook once more. Just bangs that one in. It's short of a length, and Hayne leaves it alone.
Give it one of the quirky minor stats of the day in the county championship at Chelmsford. Essex's last wicket against Hampshire has now added 81.
You see, we're back on this again, isn't it? The last wicket partnerships. The partnerships for the 8th, 9th, 10th wickets this season. Here's Brook, bowls. And, oh, well, Hayne has just had a little flash at that one outside the off stump. Completely missed it. Bairstow's taken it, and there's a few pairs of hands on heads out there.
Pace off but steady. It can be quite an awkward thing. He's just had a fend. He's trying to push it for a single out to point.
There is a deep backward point in place as Brook is in once more. This time he's on the front foot and getting right in behind that one, Hayne.
In that innings, Simon Harmer 80 not out.
Well, he can bat, can't he?
He can. He's batting at 9 in that match.
Yeah.
Is there a night watchman?
There are a few teams that have that have pretty short tails as well. Here's Brook bowls, and that's left alone by Hayne. This is good stuff from Brook. He's only given up 7 runs so far, and he's about to bowl the last delivery of his 3rd over. So he is keeping the pressure on up one end. This is a good little period for Yorkshire here. As in comes Brook and bowls, and well, Sam Hayne is down on one knee defending that one up to extra cover. It's the end of the over. Good one from Brook, at the end of which Warwickshire 148 for 2, with Hayne on 1 and Moseley on 20.
Scoreboard pressure in Division 2. Derbyshire 604 for 7 declared.
Oof.
Northants 38 for 3.
Wow. Gosh, Division 2 is crazily competitive. This is my first Div 1 game, but you saw Northants last week absolutely belted Worcestershire, and wasn't it Derbyshire that Worcestershire belted the week before? No, I can't remember.
Could be.
And yeah, it's all roundabout, and here we go.
Still, the virtue of exhausting a team in the field paying off there as White comes in 1 for 9 from 9 overs in towards Moseley. He tries to drive it through the offside, comes off the inner half of the bat and goes into the leg side, and is picked up by Bess. Nathan McSweeney, you did a feature piece with him last week, didn't you?
Thank you for reading.
No, I couldn't
read
read
it. Oh, you
it.
didn't read it. Oh.
I haven't got the pennies for that. But Mel, you've inspired him.
What's he got?
First baller.
Oh, damn. I actually don't like that. I don't like doing a feature on a player and then them missing out.
Never talk to you again. Essex last week's stand ended at 81. They're all out for 273, a first innings lead of 38 over Hampshire. White in once more to bowl to Moseley, left alone outside off stump. It feels like these two now need to regroup. Warwickshire have got themselves into a good position, but it's not a great position. It's anybody's guess what a good score is in this second innings. It really is, because Edgbaston often, in the last couple of years, second innings scores are higher than first innings scores. So
no, I would say it's very much in the balance at the moment, and without not just in the balance, but not quite sure how the rest of it's going to play out, because we don't know what a good score is at all.
Northants 38 for 4 against Derbyshire. League. White round the wicket and really advancing here. Mosley, he's standing about 5 feet outside his crease by the time he receives the ball. And all he can do is guide it once more to Dom Bess.
Yeah, we might see Johnny Bairstow come up to the stumps again soon if Mosley continues to do that.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a very, very interesting part of the game. And I suppose you look at it too. If you're going to set Yorkshire a chase and you look at that middle order, you look at Harry Brook there and Johnny Bairstow, if it's flattened out a bit and it's easier to bat, you want them chasing, don't you?
Mosley pushes forward out in front of point, no run. Jack White is giving nothing away here. He's bowled 52 deliveries in this second inning. He's only conceded 9 runs. Well, off the back of a 4 for 49 in the first inning. So he's standing at 5 for 58 in the match. And he's putting every bit of energy into this spell after the tea interval. Still 37 overs due after this if the light holds.
I was lucky enough to be commentating on a spell from his former partner in crime in Ben Sanderson last week at Northants. Gee, the amount of times that those two bowled together brilliantly.
Back of a length, guided into the leg side by Mosley. Best moves across the square leg to field, but they get a single. 149 for 2. Mosley to 21. What age is Sanderson there?
37.
Could have been there.
He was brilliant. It was such a he bowled 9 overs in his the first spell of the match with the new ball, and then when he took those wickets, so he ended up with a 7 for. It was a 10 over spell right at the end of the match. Unbelievable. And I don't think there was a bad ball in that 10 overs.
I love the fact he's reinvented himself as a really good T20 bowler as well.
Yeah, their top wicket taker.
White into Hayne off the back foot, cuts that for 4. So just after I say that White gives nothing away, that was a slightly tired ball outside off stump. And Hayne was able to latch onto it. Good grief. Brings the Warwickshire 150 at 153 for 2. And
what was I saying before about people being good at chanting in this country?
There are some young supporters and young families in some of the executive boxes today. And it's they who are making that noise at the moment. Oh, crikey. We'll have to watch out a little bit. As long as it stays clean, we'll be okay. But Jonathan's just coming back into the box. I don't think he can hear what's going on. I've got a couple of reports to do in about 25 minutes' time. So if we do a little bit of a switcheroo, I'll disappear for a bit. And I'll come back in 20 minutes for the section where I've got reports to do. So I'll just describe this first ball from Brook as he's driven by Mosley up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Mel will dispatch the headphones. You may have noticed that she did that.
Oh, sorry.
Jonathan will put them on quietly, and then he'll take over.
Thank you. So, Harry Brook bowling to Mosley, who's just dragged that one slightly into the leg side where James Wharton fields. So just that 1 wicket in the first half hour of the final session. And I can promise you there's a rather gloomy air of disappointment and annoyance, I think, around the Yorkshire camp in terms of their own performance here. There's Brook, and that's dropped into the offside by Mosley, and there is no run.
Well, in this little sort of section of the innings, I actually think they've bowled pretty well. Well, White's been brilliant. You saw him give away a 4 there, but my goodness, he's given them nothing. And actually, Harry Brook's done a really good job of keeping things quite tight up the other end.
Yep, here he is again, Mosley turning it to leg and bean fielding.
He almost got Mosley out when he flashed over gully. And if you think of that, that was 4 runs off 1 shot. He's only given away 9, so he's only given away 5 other runs, and he's halfway through his 4th over. So that's decent pressure.
Here he is again. That's going to be 4. Well, you set that one up beautifully. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to walk off back to the press room and put my feet up and leave you for the rest of the day with Melinda Farrell.
There's no such thing as a commentator's curse, right? I do not have that power or influence. I wish I did, but I do not.
No, I've got to wholeheartedly agree with that comment. I mean, it usually gets thrown out there, doesn't it? But there is really no control here from the box. All we can do is comment on what we've seen, and what we may be about to see in your case there, as Brooks in. And Mosley plays into the offside, and Bess does the fielding. Had a classic one of those at Hove a few years back with Adrian Harms, which we talk about every time we're on comms together. But it went viral because he was talking up one of his players in his team, whichever Tom it was, because there's various Toms.
So many Toms down there.
Brooke, final ball of the over to Mosley, who's playing from the crease and defending. 159 for 2, a lead of 154 come the end of the over. So he's talking about this player, blah blah blah, and he actually said, "And you know what will happen now, don't you?" And then the very next ball, he did. He got out. And he was, "Oh no, I can't believe I've said that." Oh my.
It's always funny when it happens. Not to fans of that team, of course. And do you know, I thought we might see a change in bowling, but White is going to continue to bowl from the members' end. He just looked maybe like he was tiring a little bit in that last over.
Which would not surprise me. You know, he gets through a lot of work and he just keeps on going. Quite a robust character physically.
He's bowling over the wicket to Hayne, who just clips that one. I'm not sure if there was any bat on that. It went just down towards deep square leg, and he didn't, in fact, because the umpire signals it's a leg by. They just ran the one. I think this might be a bit of an important innings for Mosley as well, because he's still out there now. He got a bit lucky against Harry Brook, just got it over gully. But now that Rob Yates is out, he's got Hayne out there with him, but just feel like it's an opportunity for Mosley. As White is in, bowls, and he tried to turn it into the leg side, and it ends up at short, straight, extra cover, not where he intended.
No, he just got a bit of a leader on it, didn't he? Slight leading edge. Not cost him now, and he's been attacking in parts, but 25 off 57. He's also been considered.
Yeah, I mean, he is a naturally quite aggressive player, and I think as much as anything, it's knowing when to rein it in. Here's White bowls, and he's so far out of his crease. I swear when he defended that ball up to long on, he was about a third of the way down the pitch, coming out a long way. But Bairstow has kept up to White in this spell, but for the moment he's still back there, and the helmet is behind him. 2 slips in there with him as well. First slip much deeper, and second slip is actually, well, basically equal to Bairstow, a little bit in front of him. Here's White rumbling in. Bowls to Mosley, who's down the pitch again. A long, long way. He just defends it in the end out into the offside. But he still comes out. He's a long way down, isn't he?
Yeah, getting a good stride in, trying to negate any movement.
It wasn't just one stride, it was like about 4 or 5 steps.
Yeah, just a change in the field here. Johnny has asked Don Best to come across to the offside and put in an extra close-in fielder. So he's trying to apply some pressure while he's got some at this end. 2 men now on a mistimed drive in the offside.
Here's White. Oh, and he just lost his run up. Just as he was loading up and getting into his delivery stride, he ends up doing a little skip, and he'll turn around and go and bowl that one again. So only 2 fielders on the leg side now. So there's a mid-on and there's a deep square leg, just backward of square leg, who's actually just not watching the cricket at all. He's checking out the crane.
He is, isn't he? Well, it's Will Luxton. You were talking about reining in a moment or two ago when I was speaking to him at Breckers this morning. You know, he's obviously not got his opportunity to bat in this match, but I used that expression when I spoke to him about his batting.
Here is White to Mosley down the track, and he does play on the leg side, but it's straight to the fielder at mid-on, so he won't get a run. There's acres and acres of space on the leg side, and he's just picked out the one fielder in the ring.
I don't know if you've seen Will bat or not yet, because obviously his first-class career has been stuttering, you know, the odd opportunity here and there. I think we might find that he opens the batting with Johnny in the T20s about to come, and he really sort of set his stamp on that last year with a 90 at Old Trafford when Johnny and he blasted it all over the park. He's a very free scoring player.
It's Mosley on strike now as White is in and bowls, and he gets the elbow up high as he defends that up to mid-on, and that'll be the end of the over. Another tidy one from White, 160 for 2 with Hayne on 5 and Mosley on 25. Warwickshire lead by 155, and there's 35 overs purportedly remaining in the day.
Yeah, so he's just a player to watch. He got 100 against Warwickshire actually in the 50 over comp a couple of seasons back at rugby school, and one of his fours clonked Brian Halford on the shin, sitting alongside me in the comp position. And he, as I say, a free scoring player in that sort of Harry Brook mould, but obviously a long way to go before that.
I did those games at the One Day Cup games at rugby last year. My goodness, what a beautiful ground that is.
Lovely spot. And speaking of Harry Brook, here he is bowling, and Sam Hayne tucks him away into the leg side. They're going to get through quickly here for this single, and they do. Don Best got the throw off. Direct hit would have been interesting, and he, to be fair to him, he got it over the top to Johnny's gloves, but just that delay in having to catch it and whip off the bails enabled Mosley to get through at the danger end.
Well, he had to put the dive in though. It was I thought it was a little bit tight when they took off, to be honest, and it proved to be the case. Direct hit would have been interesting.
Dom throwing himself on terra firma once again. He loves it. And so the switch from right-hander back to left, and the change from over to round the wicket by Harry. Adam Lythe at slip. George Hill at gully as Brook bowls, and that's nicely worked off the legs by Mosley. But bowling to his field there, Harry. It was 4 otherwise.
Yeah.
As he was travelling, James Wharton fielded at mid-wicket.
Just saw George Hill just having a little bit of a stretch there at gully. Might we see a change from...
Yeah, you would think so fairly soon.
Jack White. We've been a 5-over spell from Harry Brook.
Keeping it tight here as well, going at under threes or around about threes. That's going to ruin that though. Outside edge from Mosley, well wide of Adam Lythe, and also well wide of George Hill, pretty much bisects them. That's slip and gully, and 4 down through third man. It's rare to see Johnny Bairstow capless or helmetless out there on the field, but he is at the moment. The sun has gone in for now.
Those 2 boundaries though that Brook has conceded, both of them could easily have, or very close to going to hand. You got that one there. That was a genuine edge.
Yeah, he's always fancied himself like batters do. And he's in and bowling, and that's punched up to mid-on. There's no run. As often is the case with these things, when you don't see people bowl regularly and they're not kind of known as genuine all-rounders, there's usually a bit of a giggle around the team when they get the nod. But I think he did put his hand up a few times when he was particularly young and got the odd over here and there. And here he is. It's necessity is the mother of invention, I think they say. And Johnny trying to be inventive because he's not got what he wants out of some of his bowlers here. And while we were slapping Yorkshire on the back for a very good day yesterday, it's been a poor one today. Bairstow has decided to don the helmet once again and stands up then to Harry, who's bowling now. Mosley drawn back into his crease, defends into the offside, and then immediately dashes off to somebody who's bringing some kit on for him. 165 for 2. Yorkshire lad says Brook bowling, not quite sure what that says about the Yorkshire bowling attack. We match Root is 4 for against Somerset. Not sure about that.
Root's a very good bowler, I think, for someone who, yeah, I think I quite like Root's bowling. In fact, I like it very much. I mean, I like his batting more, but sometimes I almost think he's underrated, isn't he?
Yeah, probably a bit. George Hill, you were right. He comes into the attack at this pavilion end. This is the coolest room on this side of the ground, I think. When you walk back in after you've been out elsewhere, it's a couple of degrees cooler. I notice you've got the flash leather jacket on. It's been there all day.
No, not taking it off. Here's Hill. First ball is just fenced down along the carpet through the gully region, but there's a fielder there to keep it to a single.
Those BBC WM wages must be just that much better than BBC Radio Leeds. That's all I can say, Mel.
Why? I'll have you know, this leather jacket is from a charity shop in my hometown of Orange and cost me the princely sum, or princessly sum, of about 15 quid. It's a very nice jacket though. Here is Hill once more, and it's a straight battered defence up to mid-on, no run. It's actually got really lovely lining. It's got this sort of floral satin lining. Yeah, charity shop. So there you go. Stick that in your pipe and smoke it.
I did once have a brown leather jacket, not dissimilar in colour, but I gave up on leather jackets after I spilt, I think I had a burger or something like that, and the grease dribbled onto the lapel, and that was it.
Ew.
Couldn't get rid of the stain.
Mosley on strike as Hill is in, and he just leaves the next ball. You're the one, you came here with your fancy leather satchel.
Yeah.
Hey? So don't you have a go? I bet you didn't get that from a charity shop.
A product of Rhodes, actually, a couple of years ago.
Yeah, not from a charity shop. That's all I'll say.
No, from the Rhodes at Old Town, one of those nice leather shops at the market.
Here's Hill around the wicket, and that's just slapped up to mid-on with no real power or timing by Mosley.
Yeah, he's just got a... he's playing well here. Is Dan. Just not do anything stupid at this moment in time to try and let Yorkshire back into the game. George Hill does tend to just nag.
In comes Hill, bowls, and that's left alone well outside the off stump by Mosley. You know how you get on Facebook, you get your memories that pop up from previous years. I like going through that. I like seeing where I was on this day.
Go on, where were you?
Oh, well, as far as that goes, I was all sorts of places. I was in Sydney, I was in India, I was in Ireland for the first ever test match that Ireland played. In comes Hill, and they're appealing. Umpire not interested, though. Just that ball, a bit of movement. I wouldn't mind seeing that delivery again.
Has he got outside the line, maybe? It was hard to say.
I
From
think
the
he might have
angle
been,
they're
yeah.
at.
From the angle we're at, I think he was outside the line. I imagine that's why that decision's been given. It was angled in, but he did step across. So I think that might have been it. Hill denied. Yeah, so I was in India. Yeah, I was in Ireland for the first ever test match between Ireland and Pakistan. But something leapt out at me. It was a post that my old flatmate made 13 years ago. So before I came over and started working on cricket here. I'll read to you after this first ball.
Brook then to Hayne, who's flicking off the hip down to long leg to Van Beek. 1 run.
That was my flatmate Brendan. He said, I've just been for a drive with Melinda Farrell to report her stolen car to Waverley Police Station. But then on our way to the police station, we find her stolen car parked 2 streets away. And for those of you who don't know Mel, yes, she is indeed blonde. And I'd forgotten that. Yeah, we're on our way to the police station because I was sure I'd parked my car somewhere else and it had been stolen.
Brook in, that's turned off the legs by Mosley. Fielded by Bean. Square on the leg side, 1 run. Funnily enough, now you mentioned, I've had 1, 2, 3, 2 or 3 cars stolen in the past. And one of them was, I got off the train at my local station in Leeds and I'd parked the car up there that morning. And you know, again, muscle memory, so I got off the train with the keys in my hand to go get in the car. And then I walked to the spot where the car had been parked and actually got I'm pushing the keys to a car that's not actually there. It was bizarre. And Brook bowls, and that's defended by Hayne. And I'm thinking, I'm sure. I parked my car this morning. Where's the car? You know, then like you do it. That was in the early days still of mobile phones when they were like a brick. I can remember getting the phone out of the pocket and ringing me. Did I leave my car at home this morning? No. Took it with you. Here's Brook, and Hayne defends into the offside. And yeah, sure enough, it had been stolen and was found later that night, burnt out somewhere.
Oh, no.
As you do.
Well, I had the opposite thing. We were genuinely driving to the police station, and I was frantic because I was convinced. And because you know, you normally park close to where you live, and I think I'd been tired, and I parked it a couple of blocks away.
Here's Brook in again, and Hayne opens the face nicely to get himself a run there, with Wharton unable to prevent it. Yeah.
Well, I like that about you get those memories on there, and
yeah,
sometimes I look
maybe
back
not about
and
car theft, but yeah.
Well, no, but well, I don't mind it being about the time that I thought it'd been stolen, and turns out I was just dumb and very forgetful.
Final ball of Harry Brook's 6th over. The sun is back out here at Edgbaston as that's played up to mid-on. 6 overs, 2 maidens, none for 12 for George Hill, because once again the bowling analyses flashed off quickly at the end of the over.
It really does get you, doesn't it? The number of times it catches you because you suddenly give the wrong player on strike or something because it's just been so quick.
George Hill, 6 overs, 2 maidens, none for 12. Harry Brooks, 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 21. So while he's not taken a wicket, by comparison to some, he has at least offered some form of trying of the runs.
Yeah, and then created a couple of half chances as well, so kept it interesting. Here's Hill now over the wicket, bowling to Hayne, who's on his toes, defending into the leg side. No run. And that's what we saw Warwickshire do so well earlier today was just create pressure through dots. That was just consistent. They found a length, they dropped the ball on it, they were disciplined and they were patient, and the maidens built up and the wickets followed. Here's Hill, bowls. It's played out to point by Hayne, no run. He's 9 so far, he's faced 17 deliveries. Mosley's worked hard, he's faced 73 for his 30, and he has had to rein it in and curb his enthusiasm, so to speak. Hill turns at the top of his mark. He runs in past the umpire, bowls to Hayne, who just turns this one into the leg side, enough for them to be able to get a single, and takes them to 170 for 2. The lead now 165. It's actually quite handy just being that 5 runs. It's easy to work out the lead if it wasn't staring at me from the scoreboard opposite. Just -5 from whatever Warwickshire are.
You're a mathematician in school days?
Oh, it's terrible. No, it wasn't actually terrible. Here is Hill again. This one just punched up to mid-on by Mosley. No run.
What was your favourite subject at school?
Oh, absolutely. English. English and ancient history. They were my 2 favourites. Most certainly. Loved Shakespeare. Had to do Jane Austen for my last year at school. I read Pride and Prejudice 9 times that year, as well as every other Austen book. There's Hill. Round the wicket, bowls, and that's a mighty pull from Mosley. Boy, he's not curbing anything there. That's 4 runs. There was nobody out there, and he just had the height and the width, and he saw it really, really well. Ended up going over the deep mid-wicket boundary.
Yeah, he's pulled it from probably 5th stump as well, but George will know. He's not really quick enough to be bowling that sort of delivery. The short stuff. He doesn't bowl it very often, and I think that's probably why. And he usually relies on the good old-fashioned good line and length.
He's running in again now and bowls, and that is a better line and length. And it's just punched, but very gently into the covers. No run.
I noticed that there's a new version of, is it Sense and Sensibility, coming out in September, October
Well, a
time?
new version of Pride and Prejudice, a new BBC series.
Is there as well?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
How many times has that been made?
Oh,
It's like Wuthering Heights,
the
isn't it?
best one ever was the 1995 Colin Firth and Jennifer Ely one. It's never been
all the
bettered.
girls seem to say that.
Yeah.
I wonder why.
No, it's not about Colin Firth's wet shirt. I actually really enjoyed the other Bennett.
But you did give it a mention, I didn't.
I knew what you were implying. No, the other Bennett girl was also very good. I'm going to hand over to Richard.
Here's Harry Brook bowling to Sam Hayne, who is back and across and stroking that one along the deck to Jack White.
Very reassuring that at the 9th attempt Mel understood Pride and Prejudice. That's good. 9 goes to get there. That's excellent. I'm not so familiar. Emma I'm familiar with. And the most, yeah.
Brook bowls and nicely flicked off the leg this time by Sam Hayne. Full length delivery. Revis in the deep will field, and they get 1.
I'm aware of all the titles, but you know, I did see the movie of Emma, the last one that was made, sort of 2019, 2020. It was quite good. Plenty to do here for Yorkshire. They've stuck at it, haven't they? I think they've been harder to get away since tea. Trying to get a little bit of pressure on Warwickshire.
But the long and short of it is they've had a pretty dire day by the standards that they were looking to set when they walked in this morning. Brook bowling to Mosley, who's turned that one to James Wharton, who's very close in at mid-wicket. Still Adam Lyth at slip, and George Hill has moved wider noticeably at gully by probably a good 6 feet to what he was. Got a backward point. Cover, mid-off, wide. Well, mid-on comes straight mid-wicket, really, as well as Don Bess, who's tight on the leg side of the strip, about 15 yards from the bat. Brooks' latest delivery. Once again, turn to James Wharton in the leg side, no run, and then way down at the foot of the Hollies stand is Finley Bean on the square leg boundary.
It wouldn't be unreasonable to say that had Yorkshire been having the day they hoped for, Brook wouldn't be in his 7th over.
Absolutely, definitely not, as Mosley defends back to the bowler. You know, what do? You sign players because you're expecting them to perform to a level that just hasn't been the case, unfortunately. 7 overs for 49 Van Beek in this innings. That's pushed into the offside by Mosley. Final ball of the over, 175 for 2. Warwickshire lead by 170 runs. And I can recognise the voice of our colleague,
Mike Taylor, down at Brighton, where he's been doing Brighton against Wolves. That means they're going to come for an update in just a second after Wolves' 3-0 defeat down on the south coast. Fairly predictable one, I fear. But this has not been a predictable day's cricket by any stretch of the imagination. So, Hill will continue from this pavilion end. Hayne on 11, Mosley 34. These two have added 28 since the fall of Rob Yates. One more boundary, and all 3 partnerships in the second innings will have been higher than any partnership in the first innings for Warwickshire. Curiously, as Hayne pushes this nicely in between point and cover for a single. He's to 12, 176 for 2. Bess still on shining duty, having made a right mess of his jumper in the first innings, and he hasn't changed it. Looks like he spilt tomato soup down it. But he's a keen shiner of the ball. He'll come back round the wicket now with Mosley on strike. We've gone close to getting him at the end of the previous over, and that one just passes the edge. He's walking into that defensive shot, Mosley. The ball just back of a length. Maybe he's curbing his attacking instincts, and perhaps he needs to play 1 or 2 shots a bit more, although the cloud cover has grown. Here's an update for BBC Radio WM coming up now. Yeah, Warwickshire still moving into a good position. Yorkshire are fighting, though. 176 for 2, the home team. They lead by 171. Dan Mosley on 34. He's had a couple of scares in the last 2 overs from George Hill. He played and missed at the last delivery. Right now, he's just turning it into the leg side, and it's fielded by the bowler. He's been joined by Sam Hayne on 12. Rob Yates, the second man dismissed, going after tea for a very fine innings of 81, but he got a good ball by Jack White, who's been comfortably the best of the Yorkshire bowlers and was caught at first slip by Harry Brook. Brook, who didn't bowl a single over in his 1 championship appearance last year, has bowled a 7-over spell from the Birmingham end as Johnny Bairstow tries to find some control. But Warwickshire looking to build a big score here. 176 for 2, they lead by 171. As Hill is in and forced off the back foot by Mosley. That's a good looking shot, and that will beat the fielder to the short boundary. 180 on the board. Mosley up to 38, and Johnny Bairstow will be considering what his next option is now, Jonathan.
Yeah, I think he'll probably keep George going a bit longer. 22 off 8, he's not exactly leaking loads of runs, but also by the same token he's not found a breakthrough, and that is what they need.
The young family enjoying themselves in the adjacent executive box again as forward in defence comes Dan Mosley. We may well have been rejoined by listeners of Sport Extra 3. I know they had another event during the course of the afternoon, but they are due back about now. If so, welcome aboard. Jonathan Doidge and Richard Wilford with you from Edgbaston. Noel Farrell will be back a little bit later on. It's been another fascinating day after 2 low-scoring innings. 147 for Warwickshire, 152 for Yorkshire. The Bears going rather better in their second innings on 180 for 2. Hill in to complete the 48th over. Bowling to Mosley, who steers him into a very open spot around mid-wicket. And they'll come back for 2. It's Don Bess who races to the ball eagerly, but they were never going to be able to prevent 2. So 182 for 2, lead of 177. Dan Mosley now up to 40.
Yeah, going pretty well. And Harry Brook is out of the attack, and it looks like Matthew Revis is going to come back into it. 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 11 for Rev earlier in the day.
But Brook went for just 3 and over, so in terms of giving control, because most of several of the other bowlers have been going for 4 plus. Jack White, but 1.5 runs and over, or in fact less than. But Brook at least gave Bairstow some control, because if they carried on going at 4 and 5s, then they'd be 200 plus at this point, and that would be a real concern.
Yeah, it's been a bit better. 42nd over, for example, went for just a leg bite. 43rd, 5. 44th went for 1. 45th went for 3. 46th went for 5. 47th for just the 1, and then 7 off that most recent George Hill over. So just keeps Warwickshire on again. So another change has come. Just the 1 ball change so far. That was after 29 overs. 106 for 1 the score was at that stage. So it's not made 1 jot of difference really, but Sam Haynes got an edge to this first Revis delivery. It is along the deck. It was wide of Adam Lyth at second slip. Single taken. George Hill managed to keep it inside the boundary rope. Adam Lyth looking at the skies as if he's cursing his luck there.
You hear by the sound of it, there was an orthodox, authentic nick from him. It did go down very, very quickly. A good start to his spell from Revis.
So 183 for 2. That takes Hayne to 13 and brings Mosley back on strike. The left-hander looks to be lining up. I think he was scratching away at middle there. No, middle and off, in fact, and he's pushed that one in the direction of mid-off. Evening is pretty good. It's been a good day overall, hasn't it, weather-wise? There's a bit more heavy-looking cloud overhead, but it's no immediate threat of rain or anything. Wouldn't want to give you that impression. And a few pockets of blue. At the moment, no sun down at pitch level. But I don't think anybody can have any complaints with conditions today, as Revis is in, and that's turned to leg by Dan Mosley, who's going to get through for a single.
The only thing that can prevent us getting the full day's cricket in will be light, and I think it will be tight, because we still have 28 overs after this, which at the current over rate is going to take us to about 7:10. I'm not sure the light will let us get there, but the over rate has not been special today. And look, you've got to allow the fact that the scheduled finish was 6:18, so we're not talking an hour behind schedule, but still a long way behind schedule.
Yeah, Revis in and bowling, and Hayne takes that top of the bounce, plays it out into the offside of Wharton coming into field.
So it's a warm evening in May. Might as well be watching cricket.
Well, why not? It's either that or Eurovision, I suppose, tonight, isn't it?
That's next week.
Or is that next week, is it?
Semi-finals on Tuesday and Thursday.
Oh, right. I'm glad you're up with it.
I'll be watching next Saturday night. Don't mind it. Enjoy the quirks.
Certainly a few of those. Here's Revis as Hayne flicks off the legs through mid-wicket, and Bess does the fielding. 1 run. Yeah, it's not something I make a point of watching, but if it's on.
There's some oohs and ahs there. That did keep a little bit low. It hurried Sam Hayne as a result.
I think they're having, at my cricket club, I'm sure I saw a thing for a Eurovision sweepstake the other day.
Tremendous.
To try and get more people involved. So presumably try and get people in the clubhouse to watch it on the TV.
Last time I had one of the Eurovision sweepstake, it fell at the chair on the first lap.
Here's Revis for the final ball of the over, and left through to the gloves of Bairstow. 185 for 2. The Warwickshire lead 180.
I always do racing analogies. I would point out, because you're such an expert in the field, that I have still never been to a day's racing.
Never?
Never.
Oh, I can't believe that.
Never. Into the second half of my 50s, and I have never been to a day's racing.
I mean, for starters, well, it's just appalling anyway, but for starters...
Appalling.
It is appalling. For starters, you're an hour less than from the pinnacle of steeplechasing, Cheltenham. And how can you not have been there? You've got Warwick, Stratford, just down the road. Wolverhampton.
Wolverhampton, not far to Uttoxeter, really.
No.
I know, it's bad, isn't it?
Nottingham, Leicester. I mean, you're...
Oh, it's East Midlands, that's a long way
Very
away.
nicely placed, really. There's quite a lot of tracks.
George Hill to continue. Hayne on 14. Warwickshire lead is 180, left alone outside off stump. Phil Britt has been promising me for a number of years that football commitments allowing that I can go to one of the winter meetings at Cheltenham. Not the big one in the spring, because we'll leave that to the serious people who want to spend their money on a lot of drink and a lot of betting. But it was just never quite come off, because he's a member there, so he showed me the ropes. It's not that I don't want to. It's just not in a group of people who are into it. As Hayne pushes forward in defence, but my dad never thought of taking me. He took me to so many different sports, and my mum brought me to my first cricket match and things like that, and my first basketball match.
Yeah.
But it's never been in the family.
No. Well, I suppose that's just the way we pick things up, isn't it? You know, cricket for me, because my dad was around it. Football, because I played it myself, and racing, because Dad loved a few quid on the ITV7 on a Saturday afternoon.
Hill to Hayne, leaves alone outside off stump. We are back now on Sports Extra 3. Welcome back. Warwickshire 185 for 2. Lead Yorkshire by 180. I mean, you can think about Yorkshire, so you head towards the coast, the number of courses you've got up there as well. Extraordinary.
9 in Yorkshire, yeah. Yeah, so real stronghold, and particularly stronghold these days for flat racing. Actually, it was, when growing up, it was much more jumps, where the North was having success at national level.
This is left alone outside of stump. Hold on, let me go. So Doncaster, Pontefract, Thirsk, Wetherby,
yeah,
Catterick.
Yeah.
Right, okay, that's 5. 4 more to go. It's a good start. It's a good start. I think what I'm missing.
One of my favourites you're missing. They were racing there last night, in fact.
Oh, well, obviously York. I've missed York, haven't I?
Yeah, yeah.
That's crazy.
Also one of my favourites.
Pushing forward in defence is Hayne to the next ball. So I've got 6. I've got 3 to go. One of them will come to me in a minute. Give me a moment of thought here. As Hill marches back to his mark for the final ball of the 50th over.
2 of them begin with the same letter, to give you a little bit of a clue that you've not got.
And again, he comes, and that was well outside off stump. Hayne was trying to guide it in front of the square, but gets it too close to point end of the over. 185 for 2. Ripon.
Correct. That was where they were racing last night. Lovely spot.
Red car's too far north.
No, that counts as well.
Does it?
That's in Go Racing in Yorkshire, yeah.
Is that okay? I'm considering I've got to know nothing about racing. I'm quite pleased to be sitting at 8 here.
You're doing very well. And the other one is an East Yorkshire market town. And also a female name.
Oh, Beverley.
Correct.
I definitely needed a clue to get to that one. Excellent.
There used to be a lot more back in the day. There's been a few books published about racecourses that no longer exist.
Well, there was one in Birmingham, but it's a very long time ago at Bromford.
Meanwhile, Matthew Revis round the wicket, bowls here to Dan Mosley, who's turned one off his legs down to George Hill at long leg, 1 run. Sun's gone in, maybe feels just a degree or 2 cooler. Warwickshire going well here, and I've had nothing like the problems they suffered in the first innings. Maybe the pitch has got flatter. There's been an extra roller on it, of course, before this innings, but also Yorkshire haven't bowled as well. They've had a better period in the last hour or so, but still have only managed to pick up the 1 wicket during it. Another defensive push by Hayne back to Revis.
But they're certainly not out of the game, because it's anybody's guess what a good score is in this second innings, because for those reasons you just mentioned, in that it's not unusual for Edgbaston to flatten out or for the roller to have a real impact.
Now Revis in short. Hayne gets underneath it, but didn't go hard at the ball and just takes the opportunity with Best set back for the catch to play the easy single.
And with players like Lythe and Wharton and Bairstow and Brooke potentially having a charge at a total, Warwickshire have lost, having set a target in excess of 300 this season at Hove against Sussex on a wicket that was getting easier and easier to bat on. So there's plenty left in this game for sure.
Here's Revis again to Mosley, punched firmly to the tumbling Bess. 'Twas ever thus in the covers.
He'll get himself noticed. He's decided to shine the ball while sitting on his backside at the moment. If he crosses his legs, it'll be time for assembly, but he gets up now.
Yeah, today we're singing hymn number 2, Don Bess. Revis in and bowling, and Mosley. Psalm number 80 turns it into the leg side for Finley Bean to field. Remember the school hymn books?
Oh,
We used to have
yeah.
With Cheerful Voice and Sing True. They were the two. Why do you still remember that? But they were the two books that we used to do the hymns out of in the school assemblies at primary school.
We definitely had With Cheerful Voice in Birmingham as well.
Because nobody sang at all in high school. You went from singing your head off in July of the year that you left primary school, and then you got to September and suddenly you'd lost your voice. As Revis is in, that's turned off the legs by Hayne, and Best does the fielding, coming in from deep square leg. 1 run, 189 for 2, a lead of 184 at the end of the 51st over of the Warwickshire second innings.
It's cultural. We're of similar ages, so if we were in secondary school in the 80s, everybody else was miming, so why wouldn't we? That's the principle. Everything on Top of the Pops was being mimed. We were only following suit.
That's true.
George Hill's going to be replaced here by Ben Cliff as Johnny Bairstow rotates his seamers. He has a word with him. There will come a point, you would imagine, that he'll have another look at Don Bess's one tentative over before tea went for 9. There was one half tracker that got whacked first ball, and there was another that was pretty much a half volley and got whacked at the end of the over. But might be a chance to get him in rhythm later on, because he's seen quite a bit of work for his seam attack so far.
Yeah. So Revis has been sent down to third man. Bean back on the square leg boundary. There's a long leg as well. One slip and a gully.
Is he going to bowl a bit of short stuff?
We're about to find out.
Yeah, he's got deep square leg and a long leg as well, as this first ball is driven by Haynes slightly uppishly. It sort of only went 2/3 of the way to Jack White at mid-on, but that's of interest because there is a short straight mid-wicket. If it had been angled that way, it would have carried.
Yeah.
So you can see the strategy there. Is that Bean at the short straight mid-wicket?
No, he's out on the boundary edge.
Okay.
Yeah.
I could see half of the number, which is the problem. This is full, and it's off the inner half of the bat to Hayne, back up to White once again. Is it Wharton?
Yeah, it's James Wharton, yeah.
Yeah. I saw that the second digit was 3. I hadn't quite spotted the first digit was 2. He stands with his hands behind his back, Wharton, saying something to Ben Cliff.
He's one of numerous Yorkshire players who think it's a great idea to have some hair on the top lip.
Oh, it's in at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, Rob Yates has grown a tash for this year. As Hayne turns the ball off his pads through square for a single. 17 to Sam Hayne, 190 for 2. It's funny how these things come in and out. We seem to follow Australia, although I think that run after post-lockdown, the first couple of years of NRL, when they all started having mullets in the NRL, and happily there weren't too many of those over here. The mullet was back.
One's too many, to be fair.
Yeah. But yeah, certainly down under, tashes are back in, and they're coming in here. So last week, most of the young men I see these days, sort of late teenagers, early 20s, echoing with my daughter being a student now, floppy hair, often quite curly, and trying to grow a tash. It seems to be the look at the moment. Cliff too short, and bounces off the hands of Bairstow, and he'll concede a bye and rings his right hand a little bit, and it's also short enough to be a wide, so a couple of runs added to the board as a result. 192 for 2. So yes, there was some short stuff to come, but that was too short. Cleared Dan Mosley's head had he been standing. I feel they're going to try something now, though, Yorkshire, to make this next breakthrough. Stand of 45 for this third wicket. Hayne again drives, and it's uppish for the first 20 yards, but it bounces twice before it reaches Van Beek, and the first one created quite a lot of dust as it hit a wicket end. Jonathan Lake checking on the availability of Mel, who I think will be with us before too long. Just reading Pride and Prejudice at the moment. As Hayne is surprised that Cliff is almost upon him, because he hadn't looked up until he was about 2 steps away from bowling, and as a result he defends him firmly up towards White. There's no run.
At the moment, Yorkshire playing for pride here.
Yeah, I just think we are in a classic situation of add 2 wickets, aren't we? In that I think Warwickshire are going to need well over 300 to win this game. I think the surface is more benign. We're only on day 2. As Hayne just dabs the ball down in the offside end of the over from Cliff. 3 runs off it, 192 for 2.
Yeah, well, I mean, you'd know far more about that than me in terms of the amount of cricket that we've both watched here. So I'm happy to go with your take on things. And I do know just from looking at scores, time and again when I'm elsewhere at county matches, that it does look like the predominance of runs seem to be scored as the game progresses. So that would tie in whether or not Yorkshire are good enough to knock off 300 and odd. Well, at the moment, the way things have gone with the bat in most of their innings this year, you'd certainly have to think that there will be a challenge. As Revis is in, and that's punched into the covers by Mosley. Van Beek enthusiastically sweeping round from third man, has got himself the far end of the square. 1 run. Or was it 2? No, 2 runs,
it was 2.
sorry.
When you say sweep round, he really did. He took a pronounced arc at it, a parabola.
And then he sort of did a little flick of a throw, really, from his wrist, didn't he, to Don Best?
Yeah, I did. He gave a description that was not going to be terribly politically correct in terms of the way that he threw it. Yeah.
There's Revis again, and Mosley plays it nicely off his legs, and he's going to split the gap between Finlay Bean and George Hill. Bean got closer of the two to getting a hand to it, but couldn't manage it. So 4 more.
I think if Hill had given it up very early there, I think there would have been an opportunity for Bean, but he didn't dare dive full length because he was worried he was going to end up head first into the shins of Hill, as the 50 partnership is up between these two. So stands of 95, 52 and now 51 in this second innings. Mosley has scored the lion's share of it with 29. He's 1 away from a half century now.
And is he going to get his delivery? No, he struck it quite nicely, but Revis got a hand to that off his own bowling.
He was batting brilliantly at Trent Bridge 2 weeks ago. 49 at a run a ball, and then played a poor shot. And the extent to which he berated himself on his way back to or what isn't the pavilion at the moment, to the changing room was quite something to behold. There weren't many parts of his anatomy he hadn't hit with his bat by the time he got off. He knew that he'd left a score out there.
Revis bowls, Mosley, top of the bounce, plays it to mid-on. Yeah, you can always tell, can't you, with that? And I mean, some players do it whatever, it's just their nature, but there are some where it seems to really mean something. You don't see them remonstrate themselves too often, and if they're going off whacking the pads or whatever, you know that they've come up with a big disappointment. But at the moment, Mosley's anything but that. 49, and make that a half century, because he just turned one down to George Hill at long leg. 96 deliveries for Dan Mosley's half century, and that run and numerous others added to 9 boundaries he's hit. It's taken him 119 minutes, so about more or less 2 hours to get there. And doing a cracking job, because you know, the way things were going in this game, when we had parity and we thought that sort of wicket tumbling may continue, he's done a big job in arresting that sort of feeling and changing the momentum of the game. Hayne on strike, flicks one off his legs. Revis switching to over the wicket to bowl that one. It is the 16th first-class half century for Dan Mosley to go with a couple of tons.
Misfield there by Adam Lyth, by the way. A square leg has given away a single. He's misfielded it 20 yards. I mean, just trying to pick it up left-handed, so they get through for the 200th run as a result of that. Warwickshire 200 for 2, a lead of 195.
I went for a wander down to the restaurant at tea, and was collared by some of the Yorkie supporters. It was a bit of a grumble about the way things were going, I think you'd have to say, and they were even moaning about the fielding, because of course there'd been the 4 that went through Will Luxton, the one that Jack White just tipped into the boundary rope, and that by Adam Lyth there won't make him any better, will it?
Cliff into Hayne, clipped through square leg, another single, 201 for 2, he's 19. The Luxton one was bizarre, because he's got into position to dive and stop the ball, but he's turned his body away from it and missed it. He got nothing on it at all. I mean, Jack White at least went down fighting.
Yeah.
Ground staff are on the move, which is interesting. See whether they come by the hover cover or not. It's a little bit dark at the moment. As Mosley awaits and defends out on the offside, and there's no run. He's started the season with a century, Dan Mosley, his first championship 100 of his career, coming up against Surrey. This is only the only other time he's reached 50. For 49 at Trent Bridge, a few low scores in between, but he's determined to make the number 3 spot his. That's his target for the championship season. As he leaves a full ball outside off stump, and for all you were talking earlier in the week about what a good white ball player he's been, and particularly against Yorkshire, he's one of a young generation that also wants to be successful in the red ball game, which is good to hear.
Yeah, very much so. I think Will Smead, Anthony Gibson was saying the same of him.
Yeah.
Down at Somerset last week.
So it's a different type of game, and satisfaction he's been able to build in innings as he drives this up towards mid-off, fielded at the second attempt by White.
There's been no bigger champion of that, if you like, than Harry Brook, really, throughout. You know, even in his young life, he was always saying, well, we could all see he could play white ball cricket, but the one he wanted to nail was an England Test place. He's certainly done that.
One member of the ground staff is sitting on the hover cover.
Yeah.
As Cliff bowls to Mosley, he pulls it round the corner down to long leg for a single. 202 for 2. So whether one of them believes the forecast is about to produce something wet, and the others don't believe him. I don't know. There is rain around on the radar, and it's not inconceivable that it might fall here. As I think Jonathan is making way, and Mel Farrell is coming on. What they have done is start to switch floodlights on. Because the one directly above the main scoreboard is now shining. Cliff is into Hayne, guided up towards mid-on, and no run. The young family in the executive box, I think, have gone now. Hopefully they've picked up the dinosaur that they left in the corridor. Which I noticed a little bit earlier when I came back with my lunch.
A live one?
But a live dinosaur? Yeah, one of the ones from Pride and Prejudice, because I remember the dinosaurs in that book now. You've been rereading it.
Oh, have you ever seen the movie Pride and Prejudice and Zombies? It's a great film.
No.
I really enjoyed that.
That would mean, because I like to revisit the Sharknado series every week, which is of similar literary value.
Oh, no, Pride and Prejudice and Zombies is quite clever, actually.
It's said nobody ever.
No! Genuinely. Mine is over, reverse bowling, and it's just carved away, beautifully guided by Mosley in the gap between gully and slip, and that's 4 runs.
I don't know quite what the weather's trying to do at the moment, but I think we may struggle to get to the end of play again today.
Well, we've got one of the E's illuminated. That happened yesterday, didn't it? They seem to do one at a time.
Yeah, we now know that from Jonathan's diligence, was it, or was it your diligence? That one isn't working to our left. It was Jonathan who spoke to Gary Barnwell earlier. Pride and Prejudice and Zombies 2016 movie, dubbed as horror stroke romance.
Yeah.
That genre.
It's really quite good.
47% on Rotten Tomatoes.
Oh, I found it entertaining. Here is Revis once more around the wicket, bowls, and this time Mosley was trying to play it down to deep square leg, but it doesn't come off the bat cleanly. It's no run. In which Mr. Darcy is a prolific zombie killer, and Elizabeth Bennet excels in martial arts. Yes, she does, yeah. They're all pretty good, the Bennett sisters. I mean, that's effectively started as fan fiction, hasn't it? It says it was based on Seth Grahame-Smith's 2009 novel of the same name. So that's fan fiction turned into a very odd mixture of romance and gore. Yeah, it is a bit. But it's, yeah, I like it. Here comes Revis, and that's down the leg side. Bairstow with the dive sticks out his right mitt and prevents the run. Good cast. Yeah, I know. It is Lily James. Yeah. Matt Smith. Charles Dance. Wow. Mm. I love it says written by Seth Grahame-Smith and Jane Austen, who may not have given the seal of approval to it. That's magnificent. Yeah, all the spin-offs that there are. Revis, Bowles, and that's left alone by Mosley. Now, I enjoyed the other Bennett sister. That's what I was saying. That's the one that's been on recently. Okay. I've started watching it. I started watching it in Australia with my mum and had to finish it over here. Oh, it would have been interesting for you to live tweet your mother's reaction to it. Oh, she's well in bed now. The second E is illuminated now, by the way, facing us with the Birmingham skyline in the distance. And Revis was making his way in, and he bowls, and that is clipped through mid-wicket. Beats the fielder at short mid-wicket, and they will get another run. That goes to Mosley. Yeah, so the new series is coming out, Pride and Prejudice. Another 6-parter, I think. That's we needed another version of that so much because it just hasn't been told properly yet. Yeah, so people talk about the 2005 film with Keira Knightley. I wasn't a massive fan of that one. I think it needs a series. You need to be able to tell the story properly. It's starting to ring a bell that we've spoken about Jane Austen before. Have we? I think so. Hayne on strike now. Revers bangs one in hard from over the wicket. Hayne ducks under it easily though, and that'll be the end of the over. 207 for 2, with Mosley on 56 and Hayne on 19. Warwickshire leading by 202.
I seem to recall you being a Keira Knightley denier, and
Yeah.
you know, I think that's probably at the heart of it.
Yeah, I think it probably is.
Have you been to see Ostentatious?
No, I'm not an Ostentatious fan.
Well, you've never been, but you're not a fan. That's always good. That's good. No, well, you
no.
don't know whether you are or not, then.
Ostentatious used to release those albums and stuff, but you know, Young Innocent Girl from Orange, I wasn't a big fan of all the swearing.
Do they do swearing when they do? Because they do improv round.
No, there was a comedian called Ostentatious.
No.
Oh.
No, this is a sort of musical improv group.
Oh, okay.
Who play things in Jane Austen style.
Oh, right. No, there was an Australian comedian, sort of probably of the Billy Birmingham type era.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't know. Wasn't a huge fan.
No, well, this is a very different yoke. Trust me. Cliff comes in to bowl again. The light is really fading rapidly here as Mosley leaves the ball outside off stump. And there's a dark cloud hovering above us, which is the one that has the ground staff's interest. But the floodlights have really kicked in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, fading very fast.
And this is a point at which Yorkshire want to get down as many deliveries as possible because conditions are not easy just now. These two have added 60 for the third wicket. And breaking them up would be priceless for Yorkshire. Cliff in to bowl to Mosley. Leaves the ball alone outside off stump. Only the one slip in place, it's worth noting, for a ball that's now in its 56th over. I sent when you left the room, sent to Jonathan the 2019-2020 reworking of Emma film. I thought was quite good. I liked it because it was punctuated. It was Emma full stop.
That was the one with Anya Taylor-Joy.
She was really. I thought she was really good. She had played it in a really cheeky way.
Yeah, I liked that version.
Mosley awaits Cliff, left alone outside off stump.
I liked the Kate Beckinsale version. Not a fan of the Gwyneth Paltrow portrayal.
And you can read Linda Farrell's full essay on the works of Jane Austen, available from all major libraries. Because you won't want to buy it.
I can hear some. I actually saw a production of Pride and Prejudice when I was up in the Lake District last year. I went walking for a few days. They had a production on up there.
Cliff in to Mosley, turned off his hips, plenty of space through mid-wicket for them to come through for a single. Yeah, we'll be doing another update for local radio very shortly. So, reacting to Wolves' 3-0 defeat at Brighton today. That was the one football match locally. They'll get their last cricket report of the day. It's going to be interesting to see how long before the umpires have to consider this light now, because they've got a level that they set yesterday, and we are seeing the floodlit shadows emerging around the field. As the one around Dom Best down in front of me is fairly apparent at the moment. Let's do this update as Ben Cliff's on his way in. Yeah, thanks, Daz. An increasingly murky light, Warwickshire continue along their relatively merry way. They're 209 for 2. They're leading Yorkshire by 204. Very hard to judge what a winning score will be, but Dan Mosley has passed 50 for the second time in the Championship this season. Quite a studied innings by his standards, not scoring at the rate he often does. He's 57 not out off 109 balls, and he's added 62 now for the third wicket with Sam Hayne, who's on 20. He made a half-century in the first innings. It's been a real change from the bustle of the first day and a half, in which both sides were skittled out for just either side of 150. As Cliff comes in to complete his over, Mosley pushes it into the offside. Just say the floodlights have been turned on. The ground staff are sitting on the hover cover in case there might be a bit of inclement weather around. Not sure we'll get through all of the 21 overs that remain today. Warwickshire lead by 204 with 8 wickets standing. That's the last of those updates. For a minute I thought we were going to have a drinks break, but it's the return of Adam Lyth with 2 helmets, and Jack White is there as well. Does that mean We might see some spin at some point.
Well,
That'll keep them out there. Yorkshire are caught between two stalls here, man. Either you want to try and take a wicket while it's murky and hope the ball does a little bit more, or you want to get off the field.
Yeah, well, I think I'm not even sure that that decision will be in their hands. The way that the light is fading so quickly. It really looks dark. We don't have tinted windows here, do we? It really
We don't. No.
that dark.
It went very gloomy very quickly, and always that raised advertising area, the video advertising strip that's at the top of the stand at the far end, at the Birmingham end of the ground. When you see that turn to the red one, the red advert, that's the one that really glows across the ground, and that tells you also the numbers on the scoreboard get brighter.
Wish they were that bright all the time. It's a very good scoreboard here, actually, I have to say. As Revis begins a new over, he's over the wicket, and that's played late by Hayne, just dropping it into the offside. And Revis goes to field it, but they come through for a single. There's someone playing drums out there now.
Yeah, must be some drumming going on probably in Cannon Hill Park, you would think. Could be in Calthorpe Park, which is behind the Birmingham end, but more likely you would think Cannon Hill. All sorts of things go on there.
That's lovely, Cannon Hill Park.
Yeah, the Midlands Arts Centre as well. I think I'm going to a gig there in a few weeks.
And they have this. Is that where they have this like swan? They're like swan pedalos or something.
Oh yeah, don't talk to me about swan pedalos.
Revis around around the wicket, and that's clipped through mid wicket. Chase on. I don't think, is it going to be successful?
No, he's signalling for. He's signalling for. Yeah, that's very honest from him, 'cause it was hard to tell. He stopped it, but I think the spectators immediately in front of him would have seen that it would have touched the rope.
It was a good effort. Diving, I can't quite make out that is out there because he's not got his back to us.
I think it's Bean.
Is it Bean?
Somebody fair-haired, anyway.
So Mosley on strike as Revis comes around the wicket, and that's defended firmly back past the bowler, and it's picked up just in front of mid-off. He has really reined himself in and knuckled down, Mosley, hasn't he? 61 off 112. I mentioned earlier that this was a real opportunity for him once he got himself in, and Yates had departed to take a leading role in this innings for Warwickshire, and so far he's been up to the task as Revis is in and bowls, punches that one through, finds a gap in the covers of two fielders racing after it, but I don't think they're going to get there, although the ball did bobble up in the outfield for a moment, but instead it rolls out towards the hover cover where the staff are still hovering, and that's another boundary for Mosley.
Did I hit a sprinkler head or something? I mean,
Yeah.
or a divot. I mean, it really popped up in the air, didn't it? And slowed the ball down.
I wasn't sure if it was going to make it, but there was enough on it. It was a lovely shot. Harry, give us a wave, says someone. Oh no,
Well.
now they're singing it.
Okay, there is.
There's a bit of a Holly stand feel to some of this. Here's Revis bowls, and Mosley deals with it well, just playing it into the offside, no run.
The unusual thing is the rowdiness is coming from the executive boxes. For people, I think probably haven't seen an awful lot of Championship cricket. They're clearly enjoying the day. Well, certainly enjoying some elements of their day. Don't know what percentage, volume, by alcohol they are, the elements they're enjoying, but
yeah, they've had fun.
They may have had a light tincture.
Mosley with that high backlift waits as in comes Revis. He plays that up towards mid-on. No run, so the end of the over, 218 for 2 with Hayne on 21 and Mosley travelling nicely on 65. Nicely but sensibly, you would have to say. The lead now 213, 20 overs remaining in the day, and the way that the LED advertising hoarding is gleaming.
Oh, the green one there.
The green one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Drive on.
I'm not sure we're going to get 20 overs, even if they do decide to turn to spin.
The England captain has been batting at New Road.
He has, but he was out.
Out for 14. Yeah.
I did notice that.
And Emilio Gay was out for 28. So 161 for 4 Durham, trail Worcestershire by 147. Worcestershire with a very callow attack, competing really well in that game. That's pretty impressive on their part. Cliff to start a new over, bowling to Hayne, who just covers up off stump and defends it back down the track. Essex, having built a 38-run lead in the first innings against Hampshire, thanks to that big last wicket stand worth 81, have reduced Hampshire to 30 for 2 in their second innings. It's Cook who's at it again, 2 for 16 in 7 overs to go with the 3 wickets he took in the first innings. Very consistent. Will he ever get a second chance at England? There's that one test against Zimbabwe last year, which didn't go well for him. It seems harsh to be judged on one game alone. As forward in defence is Hayne. Back to the bowler who tries to flick it up with his right foot and just inadvertently kicks it to Dom Bess. 218 for 2 Warwickshire, 213 the lead. The second innings a sharp contrast to the first.
It's quite interesting. I have found it in the past sort of couple of years where England have been really interested in pace, in real pace, and that's the way they've gone.
Cliff to Hayne, through square leg he goes for a single. That's been his easy outlet so far. He's to 22, 219 for 2.
And then you look at Australia and it's been going the other way, where they've obviously got the big 3 in Stark, Hazelwood and Cummins, but then you saw how well and how much they relied on the likes of Boland, who's still quite sharp but not as quick as the others, and Michael Neser and Brendan Doggett. And I've put this question to a few people. I can only name 2 bowlers under 25 in Australia.
Cliff in to bowl to Mosley, defends it back into the bowler's follow through.
I can only name 2 bowlers under the age of 25 in Australia who can regularly get it up into the high 80s, which is, I say, over 140, so 140 to 145 or more. I can only think of 2. They're both injured at the moment. Marley Beardman from Western Australia and Callum Vidler from Queensland.
Cliff in once more, pulled round the corner by Mosley, down through to square leg. Dom Bess fields rather tiredly. 66 to Mosley, 220 for 2.
Fergus O'Neill has been one of the more successful bowlers in Australia, and obviously very well known to fans here, particularly those of Notts. But even Scott Boland, if you look at the big 3, and then you look at Boland, he's not as quick as them. And yet he goes back into the county championship, and he is probably the quickest, I would say.
Cliff in to complete his over, turned into the leg side by Hayne. No run at the end of the over. I was just, as you were doing that, running through the ages of those players, just double checking. And Boland is the oldest at 37. Hazelwood and Stark are 36. Doggett's 32.
Yep.
Cummins is 33, but with a bad back. And suddenly they could be without all of them in 5 minutes. Really, it's at that point. It's like England losing Broad and Anderson, and then very quickly after that Wokes in one spell. And it's extraordinary how difficult it is, particularly when those have been very dominant players. It looks like Dom Bess is going to come into the attack now. When they've been such dominant players, and you know the trio that we mentioned for Australia are up there with the duo that England had in particular.
Yeah.
It's going to be a very, very interesting succession.
Yeah, it is, and it's just one of those things. Bizarrely enough, in Australia, it's been those the Neeses and the Bolans and the Doggetts, the Fergusons, those kind of, even Bo Webster playing in this game. They're
the Richardsons as well.
Yeah, they're the ones who've been bowling particularly well. Richardson's sharper. He's a bit quicker, but you know, he's had so many issues with injuries, and he's not under 25. But there've been more those kinds of bowlers who've done well in the Sheffield Shield and have been coming into the Australian side when when the big three, one of the big three or two of them are unavailable. It's really changed the landscape. Here's John Bess. He's around the wicket and his first ball's carved away by Moseley quite nicely, but there's a sweeper on the boundary running around to deep backward point, and they'll just get the single.
Nisa's 36 as well.
Yeah.
As my favourite off spinner, did he have a good Australian summer?
Who's your favourite off spinner?
Corey Rothesay.
I'm a massive fan of Corey Rothesay, and he did actually. It's interesting because they keep going to Todd Murphy and they go to Matt Kuhneman. They haven't given Rothesay a chance, but I really like him. I really like his bowling, and
I'd love to see him back here someday.
Well, I think if he keeps playing as well as he has, he's got to be in a shout for the Australian side. One slip in for Bess as he bowls to Hayne, who stepped back in his crease and plays it out to deep backward square leg for another single.
Great character, absolute cricket badger, Rothesay. Good teammate. He'd be a decent batter if he wanted to be. I've got a feeling he possibly doesn't. But loved having him here last summer for the Kookaburra Games.
Moseley on strike as Bess is in and he's down the track and goes for a big heave-ho, and the ball skews off the outside edge of the bat. And there are only two fielders on the offside. They both came running, and a ball lands safely. But some naked aggression from Moseley is nearly the undoing of him. They got a single in the end. Yeah, and he's been right in the wickets. He's taken loads of wickets at a time when it's really been about the seamers.
161 first-class wickets at 30, which is great for an off-spinner.
Yeah, here's Bairstow bowls, and it's just smothered by Hayne into the offside. Bairstow will go and pick it up.
And Nathan Lyon turns 100 next birthday, so he'll be 39 later this year. Nathan Lyon.
Yeah,
he's been a wonderful cricketer, obviously.
Bess over the wicket, and that is just turned into the leg side by Hayne, no run.
I was wondering where Corey's from, that place in Western Australia beginning with S-U-B.
Subiaco.
I was always wondering how to pronounce that. It used to be, in the summer, we used to have the Australian soccer results on the pools. I always wondered how that was pronounced.
Bess bowls to Hayne, who flicks that into the leg side. This time they'll take off for a single, and it was a tumbling stop and couldn't quite release the ball.
That was a nasty slip for Logan Van Beek. That looked really uncomfortable for a moment. I was concerned for him. It was almost like he jarred his hip as he tumbled there. So quite a relief to see him pick himself up.
224 for 2 after that Bess over. Hayne on 24, Moseley on 68. Partnership now 77, 18 overs remaining in the day, and the lead now 219.
So what we got to around this time yesterday, didn't we? Or just short of this time yesterday. I presume because they were adding 18 minutes today. It was 18 minutes to 6 that we officially came off. So the cloud is higher, but I don't know how much longer the light will hold as Cliff draws Hayne forward, pushes it square. Bess will throw at the non-striker's end, and that is an awkward bit of backing up because on the second bounce it's yorked the fingers of Jack White, who does well. Hayne to 25, 225 for 2, 220 the lead.
Hayne was again batting a long way outside of his crease there.
Harder for Bairstow to react to that now, isn't it? Because he's only got the one slip in place. The field is so much more defensive. Had we got through all of the overs, and I don't think we will, the new ball would have been only 3 overs away in the morning, which would have been a good thing for Yorkshire, or still would if it happens, as Moseley drives the ball through point for another single. He's 69, 226 for 2.
But it really is a bit gloomy out there now.
See, if the weather's holding true tomorrow as he's expected, Warwickshire might have, I don't know, 10-15 overs to bat with this older ball, and then have set batters in when the new ball comes in. Equally, if wickets fall at the wrong time, but they're in a good position from that point of view. As Hayne again looks to turn a single, but it's too straight, that shot, and it's picked up at The short mid-wicket by Wharton.
I think the breeze has picked up a little bit now as well.
Oh, we're into fireworks now.
Wow. And whistles.
Well, no, those are the whistles of the fireworks, I think, aren't they? Yeah, because you can hear the crackling.
Oh.
You can hear the crackling.
Okay, you're right. Oh, I don't know. Just someone's having a party somewhere.
Partey.
Party.
Can't see them, so it must be behind us in Cannon Hill Park. There's always something going on. Cliff in to bowl to Hayne, sturdily in behind that. Oh, fireworks straight in front of us now. There we go.
Oh. I don't know if there's much point in having fireworks while it's still
in daylight.
light.
No.
I mean, we're getting bursts of colour. You can see the colour, but it's not quite as spectacular as when it happens at night.
They're very much of the home firework variety. What I would say is when the bowling is from the far end, it's right behind the bowler's arm.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. See what happens there.
Cliff in to bowl to Hayne down the leg side. There is an appeal for caught behind. Cliff was late joining in. So
and also, I don't know how you're going to hear the noise, whether it's bat or pad at the moment.
What was it? Oh, it was a red and green starburst. Actually,
I'll tell you what, they're going off.
Yeah. I tell you, we sound so much better when we've got a background of fireworks.
Fireworks at Edgbaston.
So it is out over Calthorpe Parkway. Full ball pushed out into the offside by Hayne. End of the over from Cliff. None for 59 from his 14. It might actually help a little bit that it's Don Best with a slightly lower arm who's bowling from the Birmingham end.
There's a lot of smoke as well.
Well, part of the issue with the light at the moment is that there is quite a bit of smoke in the air at the far end of the ground. You can see sort of purple-blue plumes where the fireworks are coming out, but also you can see in front of the trees to the left of where the fireworks are that there's a little bit of haze there. The umpire looks round thinking, well, can you go and tell him not to do that behind the bowler's arm, please? Send one of the stewards.
They're still there. We've got a brief pause now, but then you see a little flicker, so he knows. He knows, but they're setting up. Don Bess is in place. Dan Mosley's just going for a little bit of a walk, and here is Bess bowling around the wicket. It's flicked away through mid-wicket by Mosley just for a single.
I mean, you don't generally expect a firework display at 5:50 on a Saturday afternoon.
Well, it's I mean, even though we're talking about it being quite gloomy, I mean, it is still daylight.
It's not quite as gloomy as it was, mercifully.
But you can see there's a little bit of haze out there just with the smoke drifting across as well. Actually, I think I can smell it.
Yeah, it's starting to come that way. There'll be players coughing out there in a minute. Hayne flicks the ball off his hips. Harry Brook at square leg, quickly moving to his left. Van Beek is limbering up because I think Cliff's spell might be close to an end.
I think it might be as well. So it appears the fireworks are over for now. As Bess is over the wicket to Hayne, who gently defends that back up to Bess, who does his own fielding.
They were very much of the sort that you buy in a tin for domestic use. But there were a few tins worth because they set them off quite rapidly.
Bess bowls. And again, defended just into the leg side by Hayne. We used to have the best bonfire nights and fireworks nights for the Queen's birthday in Australia. Because I lived
in Orange?
Yeah, because I lived on an orchard. I grew up on an orchard. Here's Bess bowls, tosses this one up, full ball. It's met by Hayne and just trickles out to the offside.
Did you grow oranges in Orange?
No, it's not cold enough. It's stone fruit. So we grew apples, pears, plums and cherries.
Damsons?
Yeah, no, I don't think we had damsons. Here's Bess bowls off the back foot, turned through mid-wicket, and there's a little misfield, so they'll come through for a single. And we'd have, that's the end of the over, by the way. It's 228 for 2 with Hayne on 26 and Mosley on 70. Are they?
Harry Brook taking a long time to pick himself up after diving full length and missing the ball there. A little bit rueful. I think he's okay.
Might have landed on his hip a bit uncomfortably. We don't want that.
Well, he's probably fairly surprised to have 7 overs of bowling in his legs.
Yeah, but because I lived on an orchard, so I used to go around on the tractor with my dad, and we'd get fallen branches from all over, and then we'd come back and build a massive bonfire, and all my cousins and aunts and uncles would come out, and everyone would buy like about $50 worth of fireworks, because you were allowed to, no real restrictions in those days, have the marshmallows, and we'd have a tremendous night with the Queen's birthday. I love that. I love the old bonfire night.
Logan van Beek to begin a new spell. He's got 7 and over so far today. Hayne dabs him towards mid-wicket. Picked up by Wharton, and there's no run. 7 overs for 49, Van Beek. And that was an improvement, because his first 2 went for 30. He had a bit of a nightmare when he entered the attack today.
Yeah, 18 off his first over, including a no ball. Yates really took to him, hit him for 3 boundaries on the bounce.
Notionally 16 overs left, including this. As he comes in to bowl to Hayne, just guided square. Bess is at cover, so he runs around and flicks it into the air into no man's land left-handed. They've come through for a single. Hayne a very watchful 27, Mosley 70. Jonathan is back in position. I shall make way at the end of this over.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'll make way now.
Oh, okay.
So that he can have his seat, because he's precious.
It's not that he's precious, it's just where we're set up. I've got the computer here for replays. She's a fusspot. She really is a fusspot. Unbelievable. Van Beek approaches again. Mosley on 70. It's a short ball. He's pulled it. Is it going to carry into the deep? Is it a chance? And it's going to be a wicket. And Dan Mosley has gone for 70. 229 for 3. And that will be a very frustrating way for him to go. The short ball from Van Beek, and the trap worked because he hit it to the fielder deep at long leg. And the 3rd wicket goes. Mosley gone for 70.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed to have binned 100, really, when they were just knocking the ball around and getting there in their own time. Got to credit Van Beek, because he's had a bad day at the office again, but he's managed to find a wicket-taking delivery on his return, so it turns out, from Johnny Bairstow's point of view at least, it was a good change. Not so much from Dan Mosley's, but it's still been a good knock, and in context, obviously, it's put Warwickshire in an increasingly strong position, although I think we're acknowledging that they may need 300 plus to start to feel more confident about doing a job on Yorkshire here, having been rolled for 147 first time round.
Yeah, 295 championship runs now for Dan Mosley this year. So he's averaging somewhere in the region of 37, which is not too bad at all. But, you know, again, slightly self-inflicted that as Bo Webster comes to the crease. It was Matt Revis who took the catches first of the innings, adding to the wicket he took with the ball early on. 224 the lead, 7 wickets standing. Given there's a bit of a hiatus before the next ball, I might as well make way for Mel Farrell to join Jonathan Doidge.
Yep, just doing the usual sorting out of guard taking and all the rest of it, while Yorkshire have a bit to think about it. They're taking a wicket roughly every 20 overs. That's going to put Warwickshire a long way out of sight if they can't speed up or shorten the periods between wicket-taking deliveries. 2 slips back in place now. Webster is ready to roll. He's just having a quick check around at the field. He'll see 3rd man James Wharton, Don Bess at point, Matthew Revis out there in the covers, and Will Luxton on as a sub at mid-off, and he deflects that one away to point first up, where Bess fields. They've got Jack Hill at mid-on. Finlay Beans wandering over to have a chat with him. I think those two seem to be pretty good buddies, get on really well. And then down on the boundary edge in the distance at the foot of the Hollies stand with the double teapot is George Hill. So I've gone through the field. I'm trying to work out who's not there at this moment in time. Van Beek is in. And that's defended by Webster, who's seen his first couple off. Luxton is at point, Bess is at mid-off. Oh, who could it be? Melinda.
Oh, well, I don't know. If you don't know, I certainly don't.
There's a team sheet in front of me.
You go through them. I think Dan Mosley will be really frustrated by that. Feels like that is the sticking point in his development.
Ben Cliff that's missing. Van Beek's latest delivery is waved away by Webster, so he's had a look at 3. It's the end of the over. And at 2:29.43, well, it looks a little bit better with that third wicket on the board for Yorkshire, but really their day continues to be a relatively miserable one by comparison to yesterday. It was put to me, actually, up in the press room that it was their worst day of the season so far. They've had a few ordinary ones, so I'm not sure which one to pick out as the worst, but it's not a good one.
Well, again, that is something you all know. This is my first time watching them this season, and I don't think I watched a full game last season. Dom Best starts another over, and the first ball's defended into the onside by Hayne, who's been very watchful. But yeah, just Dan Mosley, we know how much talent he has. He's had so many bright starts. He's Bess again, a full ball, and just blocked out by Hayne. And yet it's you see that dismissal. There are 2 fielders out, square leg, long leg. Here's Bess, bowls. It was played late behind point by Hayne, but no run. And the trap was obvious. Those 2 players out there. And he goes for the big hook and just picks one of them out. Really frustrating for a very talented young man. Here goes Hayne. He's had enough. He's down the track to Bess and dismissively pounds the ball back over his head. Nice use of the feet. 4 runs.
It felt like it drew a word from Dom Bess, that, I'm not sure. Maybe it was just the direction he was looking in. Well, first of all, the direction he was looking in was back over his head after he'd got a bit of dirt on his fingers.
Well, that was going for 4 the moment it left the bat. So Bess back again, and the next delivery is just turned into the leg side by Hayne. No run there.
Yeah, Dom's having a little bit of a chat. He's just had a laugh, a smile back at him as Sam.
Bowls again, and it's blocked by Hayne, who then helpfully just pushes the ball to Johnny Bairstow to pick up as he changes ends for the end of the over, after which Warwickshire are 233 for 3 with Hayne on 71. Webster yet to score. He's faced 3 balls, and Warwickshire leading by 228, with losing the wicket of Dan Mosley in that over. And there are 14 overs nominally remaining in the day. We're not sure if they will get bowled because it really is getting a bit dark here.
Yeah, you're talking about 7 o'clock, aren't you? The way things are, especially if the seamers are on. Here is one of them in Logan Van Beek, who's bowling to Bo Webster. Played that out square on the offside. James Wharton is back in at point and fields. And that means, I think, that Will Luxton has left the field of play for the moment. Still got the peripheral noise going on. Had fireworks in the distance. Not too many fireworks on the field today as the day has gone on. There were plenty in the morning session. And Webster has got off the mark, turning one square on the leg side.
And Sam Hayne was a little bit casual in getting back for the second run, and Johnny Bairstow just shaped to throw at the non-striker's end, and all of a sudden Hayne had to have a little hurry up.
Yeah, typical Johnny. Really. The ground staff are hovering by the hover cover at the moment.
They've been there for a long time.
Van Beek bowls. Ooh, it's up there to drive, and Webster did so, but missed it. And fortunately for him, didn't get a tickle on it. I went upstairs when I was off for that last little break to the press room, which is just up and to our right, where I was sitting, a little bit straighter. And when you've got a large expanse of glass there, actually the skies looked better than they do from here. We've got a little bit of dark overhanging canopy as Van Beek is in, and that's pushed into the offside by Webster. Don Best doing the fielding.
Boy, I tell you what, they're really going off on those drums, aren't they?
Yeah, I feel like we should be sort of moving to the beat.
Maybe there's some sort of festival. Did you go to the jazz festival last night, by the way?
No, I don't. How much? You see how much tickets were?
No.
64 quid for the, well, for a weekend pass, because you're not going to get to use it very much, are you? That's wide of off stump and Webster, shoulders, arms. No, I'm not decrying 64 quid for a weekend pass, to be fair. You know, you think about those musicians who want to earn a few quid as well. But I did have I had a closer look at it when I got back to the hotel room, but by that point, because we were late out of here and all the rest of it, I just thought it's too late to get there as well. Here is Van Beek. A little flick at that by Webster as it fades away down the leg side. Dot ball to complete that over at 2:35 for 3. But yeah, not long since I went to London back in January. I went to the Blitz exhibition in Kensington, and then I think it might have been the evening before, went to the Toulouse-Lautrec Jazz Club near the Elephant and Castle.
I haven't been there. I love Toulouse-Lautrec as a painter.
Well, it was slightly partly induced because my dad's business used to be called Lautrec after said artist.
Okay.
And he loved his jazz music as well.
Don Best just setting up for a new over. Still a slip in for the right-handed Hayne. He's in, bowls, and Hayne just drops that into the offside. Bairstow quickly around to pick the ball up.
He's got a way of getting across the crease, Sam Hayne, whether he's facing seam or spin, and you sort of think he's been opened up.
He turns the next one to mid-wicket. Still no run.
But he watches the ball so well that it almost doesn't matter what position he's getting himself into. He just watches it onto the bow.
Spess is in and bowls once more, and he tries to turn it onto the leg side. And in the end, it's somehow, I think it's come off his bat, but somehow gone to the offside, into the ground.
Yeah.
But it looked like he'd almost hit it straight into the ground, like it had got the underside. Anyway, here's Bess, watchfully on the front foot. Hayne defends. Oh, we've got two batters out there. Well, you could say two Australians, can't you? Sam Hayne's a bit of both.
Yeah. Hong Kong.
Yeah, grew up in Australia. Here's Hayne, the next ball. He's just pushing that past a diving Bess, but only as far as mid-on, and they won't get a run. Yeah, born in Hong Kong, but grew up in Australia. Sorry, I just like to point out the connection every now and again.
Australia, yeah.
Hey. One ball remaining for Bess. He pulls his length back a little bit, and it's driven but not too firmly by Hayne. Bess runs out, makes a tumbling stop himself, and it's the end of his over. 235 for 3. Hayne on 31, Webster on 2, and the lead now 230.
Yeah, we all do it. There's nothing wrong with a bit of pride in the nation, the county, the state, whatever it might be.
Well, I do the same when I'm in Australia. I'll talk about things that, I think are really good over here. Seeing as I am a dual citizen, can whip out either passport on request. Very handy.
Beek at the pavilion end. And with an open face, Webster plays that out square on the offside to Wharton, no run. Is the passport photo the same on both, or
Nope.
are they different times?
Similar time, but yeah, you have to get different. They're different sort of photos. That you have to specify. I got them both done in Australia, but you have to specify because they're different dimensions or something. So, which I found interesting.
Van Beek is in, and that's run down to third man by Webster on the face. Ben Cliff returns the throw, 1 run. There was lots of, before I landed in Adelaide, which is where I went first when I went to Oz, there was a lot of talk about filling in these forms and any medication you're on and blah blah blah. It was quite tight to get through security, and there was a bit of a queue. And I did whatever you needed to do to get through the barrier, and then I spoke to this guy, and I was expecting him to be, you know, right, turn your bag out and all. He just went, mate, get yourself through. At 8 AM on a Tuesday, he'd obviously been up working all night and just thought, yeah, sod it. Here's Van Beek, and that's flicked nicely off the hip. He just, again, watched it so well, Sam Hayne. He wasn't in 100% control because one hand came off the bat, but he made sure he had enough control to deflect it down to George Hill at long leg, 1 run.
We've actually changed things because now, coming back to the UK, there was all this kerfuffle about it in Australia because now you have to have a visa. There was something about if people were British citizens without realising you can't enter.
Okay. Van Beek to Webster. He's got it away in front of square. George Hill will flick that one back in, and they've taken 2, and they're going to come back for a cheeky third because he'd flicked the ball so far away from himself he couldn't get up in time to stop it.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, dear me. Two men backing up have missed it. Dom Bess and Matthew Revis. So how many are they going to get there?
Well,
7?
that's 4-7. Oh my goodness.
Well, let's just check on the score. But they
ran 3.
Yeah, they'd certainly got 2. They were crossed on the third run by the time the throw would have gone by. The umpires are just confirming. I think they're saying 7. It was hard to tell exactly how many fingers on one of the hands that Jack Shantry had held aloft.
Yes, is it? Oh no, they were
6.
237.
Yeah,
my maths is terrible. 6 in the end. Well, that's one of the more unusual 6s that I've seen.
Yeah, so they completed 2 runs. They were on the third, but they hadn't completed the third.
And in celebration of an unusual 6, we now have fireworks again.
Van Beek, 1 for 60 from 9.5 overs now because that was a dot.
That was really sloppy in the end. Throw coming in, and then missed by 2 fielders backing up. Yeah, so you can't, if you are a British citizen, you can't come into the country on an Australian passport with a visa, essentially.
Van Beek in, defended by Webster, no run.
So it's like if some people are British citizens without realising it, at the end of the over it's 243 for 3. So say if you were born in Australia to British parents but are still technically a British citizen as a result, and you have an Australian passport, you can't actually come into the UK. You have to get a British passport now. I think it is. There was a huge kerfuffle about it because everyone kept asking me if I was going to be okay to come back here. I said, yeah, I'm fine. I've just got a British passport. I just come back in. They decided to change things. So there you go. Right, Dom Bess it is now. Bowls to Hayne, who just flicks him up to mid-on. Will scamper through for a single.
I can say that I've flown over Ayers Rock because that was on the map on the plane, although I couldn't see it because it was
yeah,
beneath.
You're a long way up.
Yeah, it'd have been like a little brick, wouldn't it, I suppose, in the distance.
Little pebble. Just having a little delay while mid-off and mid-on change places for Bo Webster, who's currently on 9. The big Tasmanian, as Dom Bess is in, he just carefully nudges that to wide mid-off or extra cover, and they go through for another single. Mid-off, preventing any further runs being scored. Next ball's tossed up, very full and just blocked out by Hayne. He has been very watchful, it must be said. A half century, made 57, easily the best in the first innings for Warwickshire. As the next ball is full, well, it's made full by Hayne, who sweeps, met it on the full, ballooned in the air, but it ended up in vacant territory down at deep backward square leg, and they'll run 3. It was in the air for quite some time, but no one near enough to make it interesting. So Webster back on strike. Taps his bat a couple of times as Bess is in over the wicket and played into the ground on the leg side by Webster. Doesn't get very far. 1 ball remaining in the over. I think the light's actually kind of holding steady now. Might have even brightened up a bit as Bess bowls the final ball of his over, which is just tucked away towards mid-wicket, where Harry Brook comes running in and gives James Wharton a hug in the end, who had just fielded that ball.
Yeah, a bit of cricketing affection. Welcome back to listeners from 5 Sports Extra. Val Farrell and Jonathan Dodge with you at the moment. Richard Wilford won't be too far away in returning. There are 10 overs remaining in the day here, and we did have light that was fading for a while, but pleased to say that though the floodlights are on, the natural light is better than it was probably 20 minutes ago, so we may well get the 10 overs in. 248 for 3 Warwickshire. That's a 243 run lead on a day that has been very firmly theirs. Sam Hayne, 36 not out, has just defended Logan Van Beek's first ball of the over. Bo Webster is on 10. Dan Mosley, the most recent wicket to have fallen. Van Beek, who's had a wretched time in the match, banged one in short, and Mosley pulled it to long leg where Matthew Revis took a good low catch. 70 for Dan off 122 balls, 156 minutes and 12 fours. Sun back out at the moment as Van Beek is in again, and that's dropped into the offside by Hayne, and there is no run. Then we just had a little incident a couple of minutes ago where the umpires had to decide how many runs to give. George Hill dashed around the boundary, dived and stopped a ball that prevented a boundary. They probably would have got back for 2, but he knocked the ball so far away from himself they had to get up and go chase after it. Then they came back for a 3rd, at which point he got the throw off. It missed. He would have had more or less 1 stump to aim at. Missed the stumps. Dom Bess missed it. So did Matthew Revis, way over the other side of the field. And they ended up getting 6 after consultation. So 2 plus the 4 overthrows. As Hayne plays one into the offside and Bess fields. We did wonder if they might give 7. Which I don't think I've ever seen on a cricket field before. Not in a proper game, as it were.
No, it was all very unusual. I would have liked it if it was 7, just because it would prove that when people call a 6 a maximum, it is not.
No.
Prime example.
Van Beek over the wicket. Hayne drops that into the offside. Bess was quickly off the mark from mid-off to cut off the single. The day very much Warwickshire's. They wrapped up Yorkshire all too easily this morning. They resumed on 110 for 4 at 11 o'clock, and by 12:30 bang on they were all out for 152. 4 for 38 for Yorkshireman Ollie Hannon-Dolby, 3 for 14 for Yorkshireman Jordan Thompson, 2 wickets for Ethan Bamber and 1 for Ed Barnard. as Hayne drops one out into the offside, wants a single, and Bess again prevents him from doing so. So that's some good fielding to go with some misfields as well by Yorkshire. By lunch, just 20 minutes of play, Warwickshire had got to 7 without loss, a 2-run lead. Alex Davies was caught Finlay Bean off the bowling of Matthew Revis for 38, the only wicket to fall between lunch and tea. There was a ball change after 29 overs, scoring 106 for 1 at that point. That's not made much in the way of a difference to the flow of runs, as Hayne turns one in front of square on the leg side, and Finlay Bean tries to throw down the wicket. Sam Hayne has jogged his runs, and there's been a few occasions where players have fancied a throw at the stumps at the non-striking end. By tea, Warwickshire were 142 for 1, and then Rob Yates, the first wicket to fall in the evening session, caught a first slip by Harry Brook off the bowling of Jack White for a very well made 81, including 16 boundaries, before Mosley was, as I say, the most recent man out. So the lead now 244 at 249 for 3. Our colleague Richard Wilford thinks that Warwickshire are going to want, I think he said the words, some well over 300 to feel any confidence, because the wicket will get flatter, he says. And there's still a lot of time left in the game, Mel.
There is. Dom Best starts another over, then the first ball's just chipped up towards mid-on, and it'll be fielded there. They won't get a run. Nothing for Hayne there. Well, what we're saying is we really don't know what a good score is, because we've had really contrasting innings. Here's Bess, and Hayne just pushes at that one defensively, no run. The first 2 innings, just wickets tumbled. They got about the same, just either side of 150. And so it makes it really hard when you look at it now, when you see Warwickshire 200, well, proud to hit 250, but only 3 wickets down. What that actually means. Bess, next ball, just turned down the leg side behind square leg by Hayne, no run. There
was a brief stoppage there because Sam Hayne was waiting until Logan Van Beek, who's at short long leg, short fine leg, that sort of position, was in position.
Next ball from Bess is just defended this time out into the offside, and the sun is just coming through a little bit more brightly now. Yeah, so it's just a little bit hard to judge, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd say so.
That is an unusual position, you're right, that Logan Van Beek is in. It's kind of neither here nor there. Here is Bess. That's just carved out through the covers by Hayne, but there's protection in the deep. It'll just be the single, and that brings up the 250 for Warwickshire. 3 wickets down, and some well lubricated fans to our right, just making sure you know it's the Bears.
By lubrication, I'm not sure that Mel means
they've had the
baby oil.
They had the baby oil out. Next ball, Webster just sends it straight back to Bess, and that finishes his over with Warwickshire reaching 250 for 3. Hayne is on 38 off 92 balls. He's been incredibly patient and circumspect. Webster, he is on 10. The partnership now is 21, which has been building since the loss of Dan Mosley. 8 overs remaining.
Yep, Harry Brook is back into the attack for Yorkshire then. Logan Van Beek's been given another rest. And Brook, well, he wouldn't have, I'm sure, had it in mind to be bowling 8 or more overs today. Might have had a 2 or 3 over dart, something like that. But 7 overs, 1 maiden, none for 22 in a previous spell from the Birmingham end. He's coming back on at the Pavilion end.
Have a look at this field, Jonathan.
Yeah. So we have a slip, deep backward square leg, a shortish mid-wicket. George Hill is just off the cut strip, more or less straight on the onside, and James Wharton mirroring that. Jack White is deepish at mid-on as Hayne pushes Brooks' first delivery back to him. Ben Cliff has come in the covers. Dom Bess is over the left shoulder of James Wharton, and he'd be just a bit deeper than norm at mid-off, and then way out in the distance near the building site is Matthew Revis. He'll be getting a little bit keyed up because his team are playing football in about 90 minutes. There's Brooke bowls and Haynes behind that. Bradford City playing Bolton tonight, away I think at Bolton. 8 o'clock kickoff in the playoffs. Big Bradford City fan is Rev.
They've got just seeing those two fielders either side of the cut strip right there, right in Haynes' face.
Can Harry Brook produce the right sort of delivery? To be fair to him, he has bowled
He's
pretty well.
yeah.
We have a little bit of a giggle, but and that was the case when he first started to bowl. He's not taken many wickets, as I mentioned. He's taken 9 in his first-class career.
We created a couple of half chances.
Yeah, he did. He did. And he does work at his game, so I'm guessing he's probably put a bit in on his bowling as well as his batting. That's going to run down though to third man. It's an outside edge from Hayne. Harry will be cursing his luck, saying that's, if you'd given me 3 slips, Johnny, somebody would have caught that.
Well, that's the second time that a boundary's come off an edge off Harry Brook's bowling. That was the sort of little half chance. There was one earlier that basically went between slip and gully. And then another one was Mosley flashing at one that went over gully, but not by a huge amount. Jumping fielder.
Yeah, he's asking Matthew Revis not to go as far wide as he was. Down at third man, and he's then bowling again, and Hayne plays that and then finishes down on one knee. It's probably not going to be loads of bounce, Sam, when Harry's bowling. Not sure what the speed gun clocks. 60 something.
It's not the number
probably
on his back, which is 88. It's definitely not up there.
No, not quite. He's in again, Hayne, with the full face of the blade, and a little bit unlucky to concede the boundary, but 7 overs, 1 maiden. No, taking it off again. 8 overs, 1 maiden, none for 26. That is like lightning that they changed the bowling analyses. 254 for 3, the lead 249.
Yeah, I would say that what would I call it? Very respectable figures for Harry Brook, and a decent effort by him. And Yorkshire's problem has been that at times they've had bowlers who've been a bit expensive, and he has at least kept it fairly tight. As Best starts another over, first ball, Webster's on the back foot, just playing it up into mid-wicket, no run. We've almost had a bird.
You just get off a magpie then.
No. Yeah, one of those
Must be the accent.
weird English magpies. Here's Best, full delivery, tapped into the onside. Harry Brook does the fielding, running up from square leg.
I'll tell you, the first place I stayed in Adelaide, there was a gap at the bottom of the door to the room.
As Bess bowls, pulls back his length a little bit, and it's tucked away by Webster down to deep mid-wicket. They'll stroll through for a single.
I thought, I'm having none of this. What could be sliding, crawling, creeping through there in the night?
Come on. So did you just stick a towel?
That's there was like an extra, you know, what do you call it? I can't remember the name of it now.
Bess floats one up. It's pushed to short mid-wicket, no run.
You know, a thing that's on the end of the bed, what they call them.
Oh, like a runner.
Yeah, that sort of
There you
thing.
go.
Yeah, that was it.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Well, I don't know what they're like for spiders and snakes in Adelaide.
Here's Bess. Flicked up to mid-on, no run. Yeah, don't bother. Most of them are pretty friendly to visitors. They'll give you a welcome, throw you a party. Here's Bess to Hayne. Very carefully nudges that into the leg side. And at the end of that over from Bess, it is 255 for 3 with Hayne on 42 and Webster on 11. Bess 8 overs, none for 26. And we thought he might be coming on partly because, well, obviously the ball is now at this point 71 overs old, but also the light really faded away. But it's come right back. The floodlights are still on, but it's definitely the sunlight causing the shadows now.
Harry Brook at the pavilion end then, and Webster across does the fielding. Same field for Webster as there had been for Sam Hain, with Brook bowling. And yeah, much better light than it was for a while. Webster, well, there's still 5 overs and 5 balls to go in the day, and these two are well within their rights to just knock it around and play for the end of the day and make sure they're there tomorrow morning. And really then Warwickshire, the plan I'm sure would be kick on, probably you'd think back till something like tea if they can, and then have a few sessions at Yorkshire and try and wrap it up.
Well, because this game moved so quickly in the first day.
Yeah, Brook to Webster, who's flicked a lovely piece of fielding there by Logan Van Beek. It looked like he's flicked a single into the leg side, but a good diving stop with his right hand prevented it.
Yeah, because it went, well, really for the first sort of 4 sessions, it's made it very interesting now, because Warwickshire do have the opportunity to put themselves in an excellent position with plenty of time to try and bowl Yorkshire out.
Yeah, Brook in and defended to James Wharton, no run. Yeah, they've put themselves in a very good position now.
Yeah, they certainly have. I'm going to leave you at the end of this over, but I will be back tomorrow. Aren't you happy to hear that?
I'm very happy to hear that, Mel.
Thought you might be.
Aye, I'm happy to hear that. Why, just incidentally, why do Australian people say Australia instead of Australia? Here's Brook, and that's pushed into the offside by Webster and fielded by Ben Cliff. I'll leave you with that one overnight, Mel.
Yeah, says the man from Yorkshire.
Yorkshire.
Yeah, some people say Yorkshire, don't they, as well? Down south of the county.
Happen they do. Yeah. No knows. Harry Brook, one to come in his 9th over from this pavilion end then. Bowls, and Webster solidly behind it. Ooh, tipped onto the stumps as well by George Hill, just in case Sam Hain had a cheeky wander, but he hadn't. 250 the lead at 255 for 3 in Warwickshire's second innings.
As we all know, there's only 1D in Bradford.
Yes. Yeah, definitely a T.
The official update, by the way, about the weather at York is, because I sent back, is it wet? The phrase was extremely.
Yes, apparently they're playing back home. Something to do with Duckworth Lewis. This is a message that's come through from my mum. Their captain is on the league executive committee, apparently.
Best begins a new over, dinked into the offside by Hain. Duckworth, Lewis, Stern and Submarine.
Yeah, that's obviously club cricket, and so there's an implication in to do with the rules. Their captain is on the league executive committee. You know there's going to be some controversy linked to the outcome.
Was ever thus. That's into Hain again, defends. What's worked out well here for Yorkshire, just taking pace off, and with the field set to stop the single, trying to enclose the batters a little bit. Warwickshire haven't been able to accelerate really for this 4th wicket. They have started playing a bit for tomorrow. That's a quicker ball from Best, pushed into the offside. Best out from behind the stumps, and there's no run. If he had actually thrown at the non-striker's end, Webster wasn't showing a great deal of interest and probably wasn't in his crease, but it's been a curious one. But Best has given them a certain amount of control in this spell, which is into its 8th over. Hain turns him towards square leg, and there's no run. It's meant they've got through the overs a little bit quicker than they might have done as well.
Yeah. Yeah, the 7 thing is going to be before 7, isn't it, the way it's going? Comfortably.
Means the new ball will be very early tomorrow. Bess again pushed into the leg side. Day of great quirks around the county championship to see a teenager take a hat-trick. That's got to be good in Division 1. And Tom Norton for Glamorgan. On a day when everybody's watching sort of England players playing on the county circuit. 19-year-old from Abergavenny does the business. Best in to complete is over, and the maiden is destroyed because it's just turned behind square by Hayne, who will farm the strike. He's on 43. That was his 100th run of the match, and it takes Warwickshire to 256 for 3, a lead of 251. As the cloud has gone nice and high, it's funny how they just closed in for a bit, didn't it? And the ground staff clearly were wary of it. But now they're confidently enough sitting not far from the bowler's arm at the far end.
To say, yeah, they've disappeared from the covers. Ed would have loved that, wouldn't he? A teenage hat trick. Ed Bevan.
He would.
Oh yes. Isn't it?
That was Ed Bevan.
2, 5, 6 for 3. Brook in, and Hayne shuffles across and shoulders arms, and there is no run.
And the comedy stylings of Jonathan Doidge and David Lloyd will be seen around the cricket grounds of Yorkshire throughout next winter.
I love working with Ed. He's top bloke. He's always never anything but entertaining when you work with him.
Yeah, on and off microphone, I think it's fair to say.
Yes. Yeah. He did turn up for one of the days I was down there at the start of the season. It was Brook bowls, short of length, and Sam Hayne. Oh, I'll tell you what, there was some serious pace about that from Harry Brook. Not sure he quite managed to get in behind it. I've seen some old footage doing the rounds on social media today of Jeff Thompson hitting Clive Lloyd, which would have been pretty difficult to do. Hit him on the helmet, and Clive wasn't ducking. Fairly quick, wasn't he, old Tomo, as Harry Brook is in and Sam Hayne is forward.
It's of some sign that Tomo was at his most rapid at that time, that Clive Lloyd deigned to wear a helmet.
Yeah.
Because he was not a big helmet wearer. He used to have a slight skull cap underneath a floppy hat.
This was just the helmet, but without any. I don't think he had cheek pieces. Certainly didn't have a grill. As Brook bowls, and that's turned to leg by Hayne. No run. Yeah, there was a spate of those, wasn't there? And David Gower sort of wore a helmet, didn't he, without anything else. Graham Gooch as well.
Well, I think generally, I think that was the way initially.
Yeah.
That you didn't have a grill on it. I think that a lot of that changed after Mike Gatting's horrible incident in the Caribbean. There are 3 short extra covers or similar.
Yeah, Brook in and Hayne leaving. It's kind of an umbrella-shaped arc of fielders that Sam Hayne sees in front of himself.
Just to clarify for those of you who've been with us all day, that sounds like more fireworks. It's not Mel Farrell doing a raspberry again. That noise.
I don't know, that lasagna does get to you a bit, doesn't it? As here is Harry Brook, it's wide of off stump. That was his quicker one. Even Johnny couldn't take that. 256 for 3. End of Harry's over. They've got his figures off the board quickly once again, but I think it's 10 overs. Was that a maiden? Yes, it was, wasn't it?
Yeah.
3 maidens, none for 26.
He got that up to, I think, genuine medium pace, that last delivery. He's 10 overs, 3 maidens, none for 26, because on the TV screens we can see the full set of figures now. It's interesting, he's bowled 10 overs, Revis 10, Van Beek 11. Is it 9 for Hill? So it's a strangely large number of overs under the circumstances, but with 3 left in the day, I think we can reasonably assume he's going to bowl in 11th.
You'd have to think with George, it must be to do with managing workloads.
Yeah, and look, he can come back fresh tomorrow when there's going to be a new ball. As Don Bess begins a new over, Webster just covers up. Well, standing as if either she wants to tell us something or she's just enjoying the view. She's just flashing the leather jacket that cost her, what was it, 1,500 quid?
15 quid.
It's pushed to the offside by Webster this next ball. Pleather, presumably.
Did you see that? That was assault that in the commentary box. I just got a right.
You should have. Did you? Oh. A little bit of violence going on here.
Yeah.
Well, Zannia's gone to a head. So off the back foot, Webster will guide this behind square. That's beautifully played. That's a lovely shot from Webster. And it goes to the deep backward point boundary for 4. No power about it, just about angle and timing. He goes to 15. 260 for 3.
Yeah, not the ball that you're wanting really from Dom at this stage, is it? You know, getting hit in that area. Look at the field setup. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the leg side. Bowling off spin to the right hander. A bit too wide.
It's much enjoyed by the rowdy executive boxers. Bat. We're going to see it goes down to the fence. And the signal is leg buys.
Yeah, unlucky. And that was a much better delivery by Dom. Straightened things up and got some turn as well.
Yeah, the screen has gone a bit weird, so we're going to see a replay of that. I'm not sure it hit anything. It's gone down as leg buys. I don't think it did clip his pad, but it bounced over the stumps. It's turned. I think it's hit a foothold. And it's gone over the stumps and down for 4. 264 for 3. And now he's sweeping Webster, and it's fine. Will it beat the fielder on the inside? No, it's a good diving stop made by Van Beek. They'll come back for 2. Webster to 17, so just quietly they've taken 10 runs off the 75th over. There's 1 ball still to come. So as things stand, a lead of 259 with 13 balls left on the day scheduled.
Yeah, Johnny Best has just had a pop at Jack White for not backing up to his left.
Webster down the wicket, meets the ball on the full toss, but hits it straight at Jack White, who stops it with his leg, then crawls, and then rubs his leg and lies down flat on his back, having rolled the ball about 8 yards in front of him.
Yeah, I think that's probably just around the kneecap, isn't it? Somewhere,
yeah,
either flush on or just underneath it, that area that does hurt.
He's been given a bit of heart massage by Adam Lyth. Hopefully they're seeing the funny side of it. I think he's okay, although the umpire is now going across to see if there's any concern. Let's say he's rueful, having fielded that with the side of his kneecap. 266 for 3. 2 overs left on the day, and the light in the end has recovered well to get us through a full session here. Yorkshire have scrapped hard. What have we had? We've had 40 overs in this session. 124 runs, 2 wickets. And that's not bad, actually, because it could have got out of hand. The physio's ready, just in case. He's out there. I think there's a lot wrong with Jack. He's gone a little bit footballer there.
Please. Same umbrella field as we saw for Harry Brook's previous over. I'll name him in a sec, but Brook bowls and it's turned to leg, so that's fielded by Jack White, who's in the middle of the 3 on the leg side. Logan Van Beek to his right, and George Hill just off the cut strip. On the other side, James Wharton just off the cut strip. Don Bess is at a short extra cover, and Ben Cliff finds himself in the covers in that arc of catches.
He doesn't look entirely thrilled about it.
No, you could get a compass, couldn't you, from where Sam is and draw the arc. As here is Brook, and that is dropped into the offside. James Wharton first out of the blocks, will do the fielding. Adam Lyth hands in pockets as it slip. Matthew Revis is still in a different Birmingham postcode, down at third man, and we've got a very wide long leg, come deep backward square, doing a few stretches. Looks like that's Finn Bean. Brook in and bowls. Hayne plays out to Bess, no run. If nothing else, bowling Harry Brook, who's a bowler that the batters kind of won't want to get out to.
Yeah.
If he keeps it somewhere near, then there's that thing of, I just don't want to get out to him, so I'm not going to play a shot.
Well, those people who were lured here by the idea of seeing Harry Brook probably wouldn't expect to see him bowl 11 overs. And there's a helmet coming out for Adam Lyth now. Just be a chance just to note the closer play at Sophia Gardens there. I don't know if you've noticed this, but I mentioned the hat-trick. Somerset are 32 for 6 in their second innings. A lead of 157.
Oh, Ant will be beside him. So he'll be in despair, won't he, at this point? I think it's his birthday today as well. I'm sure I saw that.
Not
a particularly happy birthday for him, although they are at least in front.
Josh Tongue with 3 Surrey wickets for Notts today. He's bowling well at the moment, Josh Tongue.
So the arc's now reduced to 5 because Lyth's coming under the helmet. Revis has replaced him at slip, and now they've put a squarer man in. James Wharton has gone across to short square leg. 3 to come in the over. Brook in again, and Hayne defends, and Lyth steps across the pitch to field.
So it's an interesting version of a silly point here. It's because he's not as square as you'd normally expect a silly point to be.
I'm going with silly mid-off myself.
Yeah, although to an extent, what would you say the position Don Bess is in is?
Not quite as silly.
Yeah, but I mean, technically, that is an old
off.
school silly mid-off, isn't it? and you know, this ring of fielders in the middle, they're rather tempting him to give the ball a whack here.
Brook is in, it's turned to leg, and Jack White does the fielding.
I mean, oohs and ahs, but he has middled it.
Yeah.
he's got 5 fielders on the leg side who are within 15 to 20 yards of him. It's like playing French cricket. He just needs to stand with his bat in front of his pads here.
Final ball of the over is defended by Sam Hain. That's the last we'll see of Harry Brook in bowling action for today. And again, the figures have disappeared, but it's 11 overs, 4 maidens, none for 26 for H.C. Brook. And to complete the day, it's going to be D.M. Bess from the Birmingham end.
These two have given them some control. Otherwise, you know, if Warwickshire are another 30 runs on, then it makes it look an awful situation for Yorkshire. As it is, it's a difficult one. 261 in front, 7 wickets standing, but on a pitch that has become increasingly blameless today. And we've seen 9 wickets on the day for 308 runs. Most of those wickets fell in that sort of disappearing Yorkshire first innings. 42 runs for 6 wickets this morning. So Best to bowl the final over, and again he's got a silly point in that Webster will crash the ball underneath. Good evasive action from Lyth, who had to jump over the top of the ball, and the boundary fielder is able to pick up, and there's a single. 267 for 3. Bo Webster was never going to be able to resist a bit of target practice there. If you put a fielder in that close. Wasn't ideal for Adam Lyth that the ball was a touch short. As this one is steered into the leg side by Hain, who seems to have shut up shop about 15 minutes ago, since he got that 100th run of the game. 57 in the first innings out of a score of 147. 43 in the second innings. Looking to become the 3rd man to get a half century in the Warwickshire second innings, after Yates and Mosley, the 2 local lads. This one's angling down the leg side. Hain needed to get it finer than he did. He's hit it just behind square, which is exactly where Van Beek is fielding. Steph walk round now because they're going to get the hover cover for the end of play. Down the wicket comes Hain, and does that go off the pad? It goes behind square. Well, Bess reacted really well to the charge being given by Hain, and he had to get a sturdy pad on it to make sure that he wasn't going to get himself into trouble. And he got a good pad on it. He wouldn't have been allowed the run if he had gone through. There's no way he played a shot at the ball. 2 left in the day. Bess in again. Hain just defends, kills it outside off stump. So we will have 3 overs before the new ball tomorrow, which is something that Yorkshire will be looking forward to taking. It's going to be the key if they can get back into the game, you fancy. Best with the final ball of the day, which Hain just defends. It means that close 267 for 3 Warwickshire. Hain on 43 and Webster on 18. Their partnership so far worth 38. The lead is 262. It has been Warwickshire's day, but as we've said a few times, Jonathan, it's hard to predict what a match-winning total is going to be here because it is getting flatter.
Yes, very much so. But I don't think Yorkshire will be fancying chasing much more than 300, which means they've got a heck of a lot of work to do with a second new ball tomorrow. We know they've got batting capabilities in their side, and they do tend to bat better second time around. That's just the way things have gone for them so far this campaign. But yeah, when scoreboard pressure, when you're looking at 350 plus, something like that. That is a difficult one to see through to the positive. So, you know, Warwickshire in the driving seat with the 7 wickets remaining and still lots of match time to go as well. And at this stage, you'd much rather be in the host's boots than in the visitors'.
Well, thanks to Jonathan, to Mel Farrell as well. All three of us will be back tomorrow, an 11 o'clock start here at Edgbaston. Warwickshire leading by 262 runs as it going into day 3 of 4, so we're only at the halfway stage of the game. As Jonathan said, lots of cricket still to play. Thank you for joining us today, and we'll be back with you tomorrow morning at 11.